M.N. Roy. Selected Writings. Introduction 7. An Article 11. The Failure of Philosophy 13. Manifestos 29. A New Political Philosophy 31. Radical Democracy 35. Politics of Freedom 45. The Future of Democracy 61. Decentralization of Power 71-79. A New Approach to Political 93 and Economic Problems 107 121 137. Reason, Romanticism, and Revolution 151 153 171. Theses 187 189. Manvendranath Roy began writing the philosophical consequences of modern science in an Indian prison around 1933, when the RST Humanist Manifesto was released in the United States. M.N. Roy, as he was known, was serving a 6-year jail term for opposing British rule of India. From 1940 onward, Roy began discussing his humanist principles with Indian intellectuals, conducting study camps, and publishing myriad articles that laid out this thinking. Even as Corliss Lamont was publishing The Philosophy of Humanism in the United States in 1949, Roy had already published New Humanism in India. Without much attention, at least from the West, humanist thought was on a track parallel to the one developing in the United States largely because of Roy's efforts. Lamont published a second edition of his book in 1957 and several editions later, though it appears that he was unaware of the humanist thought that Roy and his followers had developed in India. But in 1952, when the International Humanist Union formed in Amsterdam, Roy was named its RST vice president largely because European humanists had begun to notice his work. Julian Huxley, Albert Einstein, and J.B.S. Haldane were among eminent European scientists and humanists who began corresponding with Roy, and some of them also began contributing articles to The Humanist Way, a journal that Roy edited out of India. When Roy published his most famous work, Reason, Romanticism, and Revolution, in 1952, it generated a fair amount of attention in Europe. Erich Fromm, for one, liked it so much that he ended up lauding it in his Sane Society, albeit a year after Roy died. Many of Roy's humanist writings were published posthumously by his second wife, Ellen. Some selections from that period are also included in this compilation. Roy liked to think of his humanist thought as radical, integral, scientific, and new, as he wanted to differentiate it from old humanist thought, which was dominated by religion. In fact, Roy arrived at his humanist philosophy by integrating the results of various scientific disciplines, a significant difference in approach. Roy put forth principles of radical democracy, 22 theses covering a person's place in the universe at large and in human society. He emphasized ethics while avoiding the supernatural element, a particular problem in countries like India, and its role in sanctioning or approving certain types of moral behavior. Another characteristic of Roy's humanism was its emphasis on education, especially the reliance on scientific method. Then Roy turned his attention to economics, rejecting popular Marxian theories in favor of a cooperative economy. And in politics, Roy advocated the decentralization of power, which plays a key role in participatory democracy, putting emphasis on individuals and soundly rejecting political parties. Roy came to this view after dabbling with politics and Marxism. He had begun his political career as a freedomter willing to commit terrorist acts against British rule in colonial India. Following his marriage to Evelyn, a Stanford University alum in New York in 1917, Roy migrated to Mexico, where he formally converted to Marxism and established the RST Communist Party outside Russia. For several years, Roy would play a key role in the international communist movement, working with Lenin, Stalin, and Trotsky. In the early 1940s, Roy founded the Radical Democratic Party in India but soon felt that a multi-party system was actually an impediment to a successful democracy. It was his view that ultimately, political parties are corrupt entities that vitiate true democracy because they seek power at all costs. Viewed in the context of British rule and India's push to obtain independence and the role of such parties as the Indian National Congress, Roy's views were revolutionary and very much in the minority opinion. Roy Connolly abolished his party and turned his full attention to the humanist movement. While Roy's humanism developed in the Indian context, it has broad appeal and implications. Yet for reasons that are not easy to discern, Roy's humanist thought has remained somewhat under wraps when it comes to American audiences. That is where the origins of this compilation lie. When I mentioned to Paul Kurtz how little was known about Roy's humanistic thought in the United States, he immediately suggested a book that lays out Roy's thinking. And that is how I came to compile articles and speeches that I hoped would provide a road map to Roy's humanistic philosophy. I have arranged them in chronological order from 1947 to 1952, years during which Roy really developed his thinking. My thanks to the Indian Renaissance Institute for allowing me to reproduce chapters from Politics, Power and Parties and Reason, Romanticism, and Revolution. I hope that while some readers will nd some references are particular to an Indian context, the broader lessons are progressive and widely applicable. In an article, Roy arrived at his new humanist theory out of several study camp discussions that he held in India during 1946 to 1948. He laid out some of his thoughts in his weekly, Independent India. The Failure of Philosophy is taken from the magazine dated September 5, 1948. Important questions of moral philosophy have been raised in course of the discussion. They have been subjects of endless controversy among academicians and professional philosophers. No useful purpose will be served by our getting involved in the sterile controversy. The controversy was sterile because problems of axiology were discussed in abstraction. The crisis of our time is indeed a moral crisis, but I would not start from that assumption. I would recommend a pragmatic approach to the problem of understanding the crisis of our time. Indeed, we should not start with the assumption that there is a crisis. Our point of departure should be a critical review of the contemporary world situation, which has compelled us to think as we have been doing for the last couple of years. Although we are discussing problems which until now were left to the tender mercies of academicians, they confronted us not as problems of pure thought but as realities of actual life. For us, they are not simply academic problems to be treated with pure logic in 13. The Failure of Philosophy. From New Humanism, Delhi, Ajunta Publications of India, 1981. Abstraction. We are discussing them to draw some very concrete conclusions. I do not feel at all inspired with the mission of offering a moral philosophy to the world. To build the airy structure of a moral philosophy is a waste of energy. Morality must be felt, and for that we do not need books and libraries. They may only confuse. The civilized world has been confronted with these problems not since yesterday, but for a whole period nearly of 2 generations, during which time they seem to have bathed human intelligence. They have deed solution on the basis of theories or ideas with which mankind has been proceeding until now. Experience drove us to the conclusion that human history has reached one of those recurring stages when man has to take stock of things, look back on his past, examine current ideas and cherished ideals critically in order to nd out what is wrong or defective in them, so as to have brought him to a state of frustration and despair and hopelessness. And then, on the basis of a critical appreciation of the knowledge acquired in the intervening period, reject some of his old values or revise them in the light of his present knowledge, or to think out and evolve new ideas and ideals, entirely new ideologies, as guide and inspiration for the future. I came to this conclusion over 20 years ago. I began talking of Indian Renaissance already in the early 30s. But at that time, I was far from looking at the problems as we do today. For me, the problems were not abstract intellectual problems, they were problems of life to be solved empirically. I began as a modern believing man, believing in something supernatural, superhuman, but who at the same time felt that the old idea of God would no longer do, and that we must rationalize religion, conceive God scientifically. I was a nationalist. The experience of the nationalist movement made me doubtful about its possibilities. Marxism offered a promise. It appeared to indicate a more realistic and more effective approach to the problems which had puzzled the nationalist. The acceptance of Marxism as the philosophy of life implied breaking away from the old moorings of a rationalized religion. But I have never been an orthodox Marxist. My attitude to Marxism was critical from the very beginning. That experience again, the attempt to solve the problems of life with the help of Marxism, brought me to the conclusion that communism also was not a cure-all. I reached the conclusion that until the intellectual, cultural, spiritual atmosphere of the country was changed, it was not possible to bring about a political and economic reconstruction of the country, such as would promote popular welfare, establish democratic freedom and social justice. It was experience, gained in the various attempts at improving the lot of Indian humanity, which led me step by step to the realization of the fallacies and inadequacies of old beliefs, ideas, and ideals. The need for a new philosophy was not felt introspectively. It was not the result of my personal experience, it was deduced from a generalization of human experience of an entire period. Notwithstanding the pragmatically proved errors and inadequacies of the Marxist political theories and social doctrines, I was confirmed in the conviction that materialism is the only possible philosophy. But conviction is based upon an intellectual judgment, it is not a dogmatic faith. Therefore, it did not prevent me from admitting the force of the recent challenges to materialism, particularly to its cosmology. It is also contended that materialism cannot have an ethics, that there is no logical relation between a philosophy of nature and a moral philosophy, that even if materialism could successfully meet the challenge to its cosmology, that did not qualify it to offer a logically deduced system of ethics. Therefore, materialist philosophy could not indicate the way out of the crisis of our time, which is a moral crisis. A characterization of the crisis will result from our critical review of the contemporary world situation. I shall not anticipate. Without anticipating, by offering a priori judgment, I may, however, express the opinion that a secular, rationalist system of ethics can be logically deduced from the mechanistic cosmology of materialism. I may further add that a moral philosophy which can do without a metaphysical and supersensual sanction is the crying need of our time. If our discussion will not lead to this conclusion, I shall readily abandon it. Meanwhile, I assume it for the sake of arguing the case of materialism. If materialist philosophy is expected to yield an ethics such as will restore man's confidence in himself, it must be able to meet the challenge to its cosmology. It cannot stand, if its very foundation is blasted, and the mechanistic cosmology is the foundation of materialism. The challenge to materialism as a cosmology is half a century old. It was delivered by the physicists who at the turn of the century discovered that the atom was not the ultimate unit of matter and on that evidence, hastily proclaimed the dematerialization of matter. People began to doubt the relevancy or correctness of 19th century natural philosophy. Physics having revealed that the substratum of the world was not composed of hard lumps of reality, philosophers imagined the imposing structure of materialism was crumbling. That was the beginning of the crisis of our time. It was a new up in the age-long struggle between religion and science, between the religious mode of thought and the scientific mode of thought, between faith and reason, between mystic agnosticism and the empirically established belief in man's capacity to know. Being most probably the last lap of the life and death struggle, it has lasted long and has placed civilized humanity in a dilemma. We are experiencing on a worldwide scale what happened 2,000 years ago in our country. Buddhism was the scientific thought of its time. It flourished for a period of nearly 1,000 years and pushed Vedic Hinduism from pillar to post. But Nali religion triumphed, thanks to the absence of positive knowledge and general intellectual backwardness. The defeat of Buddhism was the greatest single misfortune experienced by India. She never recovered from the setback suffered in that remote period of history. The contemporary world is threatened with a similar danger. The scientific mode of thought, having driven religion from pillar to post, is meeting the null assault of the vanquished adversary. The sophisticated philosophies waging war against materialism with scientific weapons are all in the last analysis rationalized religion. Denying the possibility of man ever knowing anything, they preach a neo-mysticism and revive the teleological view of life, which is the expression of man's loss of faith in himself. That is the central feature of the crisis of our time. To come out of it, mankind must therefore have a philosophy which places man in the center of the universe, as the maker of his destiny, and celebrate the null triumph of science over religion. They speak of a cultural crisis. If there is such a crisis, it is experienced only by sophisticated intellectuals. In reality, it is an intellectual crisis, a crisis of their intelligence. Otherwise, how can we explain the strange phenomenon of modern men, endowed with scientific knowledge, godless men, in search of soul, eager to enthrone a mathematical god in the place vacated by the old-fashioned god? Sankaracharya's scholasticism, which belongs to the highest order of intellectual effort, succeeded in re-establishing the religious mode of thought, so very badly shaken by Buddhism. The scholastics of our time may also succeed in doing a similar mischief, promote a religious revival under the banner of the pseudo-scientific cults of empiricism, positivism, realism, so on and so forth. A self-contained philosophy beginning with a mechanistic cosmology and ending with a secular, evolutionary ethic is the only guarantee against the danger of philosophy which will give an integrated picture of human existence and explain human existence, including desire, emotion, instincts, intuitions, will, reason, without going outside the physical world, which is at least theoretically accessible to human comprehension. But the crisis of our time is all-pervading, though it is not felt by the people at large as acutely as by the more sensitive and more alert few. Indeed, the victims of the crisis are not at all conscious of it. That makes it all the more difficult of solution. Therefore, to create a widespread consciousness of the crisis is the RST thing to do. Whatever may be the cause of the crisis, it expresses itself in events of the daily experience of the common man and woman. They should be helped to learn the lesson of their own experience. A general consciousness of the crisis will thus be created pragmatically. Once that consciousness is created, the desire to understand its causes will spread. Take, for instance, our own country. For hundreds of years, the mass of people has lived a life of misery. It was believed to be all due to the foreigners. Now the foreigners are gone. Is the condition any better? Is there any hope of amelioration? The people know that prices have gone up, they do not get enough to eat and clothe themselves. The peasants produce as much as ever, but food is not available at reasonable prices, and the peasants have to pay 3 times or 4 times for the articles they need. Cloth is produced as much as ever, yet there is scarcity and the prices soar higher and higher. This is a puzzling situation. Its anomaly can be easily brought home to the people at large, who at present are the dupes of demagogy. It can be easily shown, without maligning anybody, that the situation need not be as bad as all that, and that the hardships and privations experienced by the people can be considerably relieved. The people then will begin to ask why then it is so. Inquiry always yields knowledge, and knowledge brings power, which in this case is self-confidence. The loss of faith in man's creativity is the cause of the crisis. That is the practical approach to the problem of the crisis of our time. If we begin from the other end, by raising controversial questions of axiology to be discussed in abstraction, we shall never come to grapple with the crisis in practice. Turning to the world as a whole, one hears from all sides the talk of another war, while the crying need of the time is peace. Nobody wants war, yet war is on the offing. Every sensible man, who knows what modern war means, must be against it, not out of moral motives but out of sheer selfishness. War today is a double-edged sword, it is bound to ruin both the parties, there is as much chance of losing as of winning, and every victory will be a Pyrrhic victory. Therefore nobody wants war, yet war is on the order of the day. Who has placed it there? It seems to have become a matter of fate. Nobody wants war, everybody dreads the specter of another Holocaust, yet all agree that it is inevitable. The helplessness of man and the hopelessness about his future have reached the limit. That is the core of the crisis. Look at the situation from another side. There are plausible political theories, all talk of democracy, yet nowhere there is government of the people, by the people. There is a big discrepancy between the theoretical picture presented in the 19th century and the actual picture of today. Why is that so? It is because man's mind, man's intelligence has failed to take full advantage of the knowledge acquired in modern times and apply it to the solution of the problems of actual life. During the last 50 years, this failure has become more and more apparent, until the condition of man reached its present state of hopelessness and helplessness. Human ingenuity seems to be completely exhausted. It is not true that excellent theories have not been put into practice and hence the present pandemonium. That is only self-deception. We shall examine those theories. Meanwhile, this much can be said, that if those political theories and economic doctrines were capable of solving the problems of modern life, the world would not have come to its present impasse. Liberal, democratic, Marxist theories have all been practiced and all found wanting. Hence the crisis, hence the frustration, despair, and hopelessness. Fascism has been criticized and condemned. But how could it take the modern world by storm? Fascism only proved the failure of democracy such as it has been conceived and practiced until now. The experience of contemporary history is a repudiation of classical, as well as revolutionary, social, political, and economic ideas. Everything is there in the world. It is possible to build up a better and freer society, yet things go from bad to worse. Only one conclusion can be deduced from this realistic analysis of the situation. Ideas entertained and ideals pursued until now must have been defective and illusory. They might have been good enough for other times and different conditions. Now they are antiquated. Failure and disappointment are bound to follow from attempts to solve the problems of the 20th century with the ideas of the 19th or the 18th centuries. Man's ideas have not been brought up to the level of the material progress made until now. This lag between material progress and evolution of ideas is the cause of the crisis. To the discerning observer and critical student, the contemporary world conditions present a dismal picture of decay and degradation. The perspective seems to be either of a ruinous war or a slow breakdown of the fabric of modern civilization, resulting in a relapse into medievalism. Is there no way out of the dilemma? Man's creative potentialities are unfolded today to a much greater degree, he knows much more, his ability to do things is much greater than ever before. The situation, therefore, should not be so desperate. It should be possible to avoid the danger. This conclusion sets us thinking. There is something which has been inhibiting man's creativeness, his urge to go forward, to break down intellectual and spiritual barriers to the expansion of the frontiers of freedom. That brings us to the need of a new philosophy. But before we proceed to a discussion and exposition of the philosophy of new humanism, the conclusion should be reinforced by a review of the experiences in particular departments of public life. We shall submit political and economic theories, classical as well as revolutionary, to a logical examination and also to the test of experience. Now I shall summarize the general discussion. In the initial statement on the crisis of our time, 3 different theories of crisis are mentioned together with their respective suggestions to overcome it. Every one of them has proved either logically fallacious or pragmatically false. All of them claim to approach the problems of modern life from the rationalist and scientific point of view. Yet the doctrine that the root of the crisis is man's loss of faith is common to all the 3. All 3 can be reduced to a common denominator, a teleological view of life, which is rationalized and misdeed, more or less. The common theme is, man, as man, is of no importance in the scheme of life and history. Faith in something mystic logically follows as the moorings of life. Leave that mooring and man must drift aimlessly and helplessly on the stormy sea of life. That is how the condition of the contemporary world is described and explained. Sorokin's theory of culture cycles is dogmatic. Why cast human history in that pattern? Why should it move in predetermined cycles? The belief in a first cause or a prime mover obviously lurks behind the rationalist and scientific theory. The religious essence of the theory is also evident in its very structure. Idealist culture is the highest form of culture, and there is no ambiguity in Sorokin's conception of idealist and ideational cultures. Both the spiritualist, while sensate culture is materialist. Materialism may be depicted as the devil of the drama, but determinism cannot be easily disposed of. The teleological view is also deterministic. The movement of human history in the vicious circle of recurring culture cycles is a determined process. Indeed worse, it is predetermined because the determining factor is not inherent in the process, it is a deus ex machina. Sorokin is frankly an advocate of religious revivalism, he pleads for the restoration of faith. Therefore, his doctrine is not criticized simply by being characterized as religious. Its self-contradictoriness must be exposed. That also is evident. How does the evil of a sensate culture follow the good of the ideational culture? If the ideal of human life is reached in the ideational, that is to say, devotional culture, why does man fall from grace again? No, the dogmatic doctrine of culture cycles makes no meaning. Man moved away from the security of faith because that was security of spiritual slavery. He must sail the uncharted sea of life until he discovers real security in the faith in himself. Sorokin advises him to return to the security of faith in a providence. Maritain and Berdiev do not say essentially anything different. Man wanders away from his moorings of faith, experiences fear, and comes back. The common cry of all is, back to the religious mode of thought. Their new religious philosophy is differentiated from orthodox revivalism by a discriminating association with rationalism and scientific knowledge. But yet another attempt to reconcile faith with reason, theism, or mysticism with humanism, medievalism with modernism is bound to be futile. The plea for a restoration of moral values deserves endorsement, but the morality of the modern man requires no transcendental sanction. The Marxian theory is also teleological. History is created by the operation of the productive forces, man has nothing to do with it, he must recognize necessity and then he is free. Once you realize that you cannot be free, that you are bound hand and foot to some mysterious forces of production, then you are free. The Marxist conception of freedom means slavery for the individual, and a society composed of voluntary slaves can never be free, except in imagination or propaganda literature. As a matter of fact, by the conversion to the modern faith of Marxism, man willingly surrenders his right to freedom and cultivates a cynical attitude to morality. The exposure of the contradiction between the theories and practice of the optimistic 19th century helped the spread of Marxism, and the spread of this Jesuitic cult has aggravated the crisis of our time. It has discredited materialism as antagonistic to moral behavior and ethical values and has thus played into the hands of the prophets of a religious revivalism. The breakdown of the old social and political systems and the pragmatic discredit of their theoretical sanctions brought about the crisis of our time. The editors' inadequacies and failure, in the case of Marxism, of the ideologies either of reform or of revolution created an atmosphere of frustration, despair, and disgust which aggravated the crisis. Civilized mankind is asked to choose between modern barbarism promising material well-being and security in a socially regimented and spiritually enslaved life, or a return to medieval obscurantism in search of an illusory safety in the backwaters of faith. This conflict of ideologies underlies the process of political polarization, which may any day plunge the world headlong in a titanic clash of arms. A large number of modern men and women who would go neither way are frantically looking out for an escape from the dilemma. The danger is almost overwhelming, still there is some hope. Therefore, it is a crisis. The hope must become a condense. Never in history has man's ingenuity been put to a greater test. Man will have the courage to decline the security of slavery, in one form or another, only by regaining faith in himself. The civilized world will survive the crisis of our time inspired by the philosophy of new humanism. When we wish to contribute to the development of the new philosophy, We do not claim any revelation. We do not suck anything out of our thumbs. Everything new grows out of something old. We must take advantage of the entire store of human knowledge and draw upon the entire history of thought. The new philosophy, the need for which we are feeling, can be deduced from the entire current of human thought, which has known ever since the dawn of civilization. The crisis of our time is the result of an inability to appreciate that great human heritage. There are abiding and temporary values. We have to ende out the permanent values created in the course of human evolution. The elements of stability, of unity, of uniformity, ideals pursued ever since the appearance of Homo sapiens, should be the foundation of a new philosophy. A philosophy thus founded will have no difficulty in solving the complicated problems which have been baffling conventional philosophers. The solution, however, will not be theoretical, it will come from action inspired by the new philosophy. Ever since the ancient thinkers abandoned physical inquiry for metaphysical speculation, philosophy was vitiated by the fallacy of dualism. Modern science newly enabled materialism to conceive a monistic picture of the world. If the universe is a cosmos, it is arbitrary to break it up into matter and mind. A monistic naturalism does not allow evolutionary ethics to distinguish a world of values from a world of facts. But at this stage of our discussion, I don't want to speak on the theory of values, or deal with the problems of axiology. I only wanted to emphasize the point that a monistic philosophy cannot have a dualist ethic. Values are sui generis, they are born in our conscience, they are not to be deduced from facts, they are facts. All the religious philosophers of the Middle Ages were frank dualists. The rationalist rebels against theology Descartes, Leibniz, Kant also could not get out of the vicious circle of dualism. And as long as you remain entangled in that vicious circle, you cannot conceive of man being free. In the context of a dualist philosophy, the only logical consistent ideology which can offer security is religion, and the religious man must always bow before the will of God or the moral law of the teleological order. Morality is equated with absence of freedom. The ultramodern empiricists also are essentially religious men, they declare that everything beyond the reach of direct experience is metaphysical. From that apparently scientific premise, they deduce a neo-mysticism which goes to the extent of denying man's capacity to know anything outside his own body. The world is veiled in an impenetrable mystery, and in every dark corner a god can be easily imagined. The neo-mysticism of the ultramodern empiricists installs God on the throne of man's ignorance. In the realm of biology, the famous missing link is the mainstay of a dualist philosophy, which valiantly defends the long-lost cause of religion. Man rises out of the background of an inanimate world. The theory of descent may trace his origin to the most primitive organism. But there the chain of evolution breaks. How can life emerge from dead matter? That is the challenge of modern scientific dualism. Eminent biologists have taken up the challenge, and their answer, based upon empirical knowledge, should satisfy philosophers having no axe to grind. The chemical composition of protoplasm known, the imaginary gulf between the organa and inorgana has disappeared. Even if empirical evidence and experimental data were really absent, the neo-vitalism of the ultramodern philosophers should be logically ruled out. What is the source of life, if not matter? The breath of God. Whoever falls back upon that venerable fundamentalism can hardly pass as a philosopher, and any other answer would suffer from the fallacy of something coming out of nothing. If the religious dogma of creation by an almighty God is not trotted out in support of a scientific philosophy, then life appearing as a novelty out of dead matter is to be recognized as an empirical fact which corroborates the logic of monistic materialism. There is a red thread of continuity running through the entire process of evolution, organic as well as inorganic. The veil of mystery lifted from the origin of life, man is to be regarded as a biological phenomenon. No human trait or behavior needs be referred to any extra-physical sanction for explanation. Instincts and intuition are not mystic categories to be regarded as elementary indenables. The soul is not a spark of the divine light, as the sum total of the intellectual and emotional excellence of man. it can be more appropriately called the torch of humanity. Conceived otherwise, the soul is Asian. An axiology built on the foundation of the exact knowledge of the biological phenomenon called man deduces all values from one supreme value. Thus dispelling all the confusion of academic moral philosophy, materialist monism alone can blaze a new trail for modern mankind. Applied to the problems of social existence, it can be called new humanism. What is the supreme value? One could almost say it is existence. But let us not run the risk of being identified with the ultramodern cult of existentialism, which with all its extravagances may not be altogether barren. However, I regard freedom as the supreme value from which all human values are derived. Freedom is the supreme value because the urge for freedom is the essence of human existence, and it is never in the danger of being misdeed because it can be traced all the way down the process of biological evolution. Indeed, it is coincident, if not actually identical, with life. Since all ethical values are derived from the soulless animal heritage of man, they need no sanction which transcends human existence. Morality is a human attribute of animal heritage. To be moral, one need only be human. It is not necessary to go in search of mystic, if not divine, sanction. Man need not be a slave of God or of his own prejudice, as in the case of modern moral philosophers, to be moral. Humanist morality is evolutionary. The function of life is to live. The basic incentive of organic becoming is the struggle for survival. It goes on throughout the long process of biological evolution, until in man it becomes the conscious urge for freedom, the supreme human value. When the human species appeared, the RST thing for it to do was to struggle with environments for survival. That was the beginning of an endless struggle for freedom. Since then everything that man has done, every one of his acts, cultural progress, scientific achievements, artistic creations, everything has been motivated by that one urge. Man is innate, while the universe is innate, and his environment, in the last analysis, is the whole universe. Consequently, his struggle for freedom is eternal, he can never conquer the universe. Therefore, the urge for freedom is the only eternal thing in the world. This urge enables man to acquire knowledge, to conquer his environment by knowing it. In that process he solves another problem. What is truth? It is the content of man's knowledge. Truth is a value, but it is not deduced from facts, it is a fact because it is objectively real. Quest for freedom, knowledge, truth, that is the hierarchy of humanist axiology. Our values are not autonomous deities, they are interrelated, logically as well as ontologically. Therefore, we say that freedom cannot be attained by immoral means, nor an enlightened man ever be a liar. Freedom, knowledge, truth are values to be appreciated together by living them. Humanism is not a new philosophy. In the past, humanists approached all problems of life from the assumption of the sovereignty of man. But man remained unexplained, veiled in a mystery. Now we know approximately what makes man a man, what is the source of his sovereignty, his creativeness. It is his capacity of knowing, as distinct from the common biological property of being aware, and knowledge endows him with power not to rule over others but to create for the benefit of the race, and pursue the ideal of freedom further and further. As the content of knowledge is truth, the enlightened man NDS in himself the sanction of the moral values cherished by him. The humanist mission, therefore, is the pursuit of knowledge and dissemination of knowledge already acquired. If my understanding of the crisis of our time is correct, you shall have to judge that in this school, it calls for that mission which will enable the civilized world to get out of the present impasse. In conclusion, let me recapitulate. I do not start with any a priori idea about the crisis. I do not look for it in the art and literature of our time, in the crumbling personality of sensitive people. That is a symptom of the crisis, but it is a minor symptom, a byproduct. We must see how the crisis affects the life of civilized mankind as a whole. Intellectual and institutional equipments cannot cope with the requirements of the time. It is not a choice between two authoritarianisms, We must end the third alternative. The prophets of a revival of the teleological view of life, as the only way to bring man back to his moral moorings, preach spiritual authoritarianism as against the temporal brand. Their remedy may be more dangerous than the disease they propose to cure. It took mankind centuries to revolt against the spiritual slavery which was the result of the original sin of ignorance. The standard of the revolt of man was carried forward during another several centuries by scientists and philosophers who wisely accepted the leadership of science, and built up a philosophy not of airy speculation but on the solid foundation of positive knowledge. Eventually, a point was reached where old theories seemed to be challenged by experience. The tradition of religious thought, of the easy way of faith, had been lying dormant under the surface of modern culture. It took advantage of the opportunity and started an offensive when scientists were puzzled and philosophers turned out to be pusillanimous. The structure of scientific knowledge, however, was not so very unstable as to collapse on the RST offensive of an atavistic prejudice. Its weakness resulted from over-specialization. Different branches of science had surveyed various aspects of nature. The object of each branch of scientific knowledge was not the whole of reality. The fallacy was to make the partial view of physics, for example, a picture of the whole of reality. That picture was to be sought in an integration of knowledge acquired by the different branches of science. To build that picture of reality was the function of philosophy. But academic philosophy, except in the short period of enlightenment, had never fully broken away from religious or metaphysical traditions. Therefore, it failed when the time came for it to take over the leadership of human progress. The root of the crisis of our time is to be traced in that failure of philosophy to justify itself. Therefore, I call it an intellectual crisis. Intellectually bankrupt men are naturally demoralized. Having lost faith in themselves, they project their moral crisis to the world. Why should I look at the world through their jaundiced eyes or colored glasses? Scientific agnosticism preached by modern scientific philosophers, ever since Mach and Poincaré and down to Bergson, deprived man of his distinction from other biological forms, the capacity to know. Fortunately, sophisticated philosophies leave the bulk of mankind untouched. They have not joined the stampede of the intellectual elite, the artists and litterateurs, back to the elusive security of obscurantism and mysticism, under the leadership of prophets who declare that man cannot be moral unless he accepts spiritual slavery. We cannot give them credence. They would scorn any philosophy which is not cast in their obscurantist academic pattern. And words have meaning. Once we get involved in the mazes of their jargon and tendentious terminology, we shall be nowhere. We shall betray the humanist mission. We must speak the language of the people, look at problems from their point of view, from the experience of daily life. Fortunately, they are not corrupted by the perversion of modern scientific knowledge as preached to the semi-educated middle class. Scientific knowledge can be brought to them in a simple language. The old theories of the 19th century may be naive for the highbrow who cannot see the relation between science and life. Steam still has power, electricity can be harnessed for the benefit of man, medicine cures, biology explains a whole lot of things of daily experience. Darwinism is still to go to the masses, particularly in our country. Psychology throws light on the mysteries of mental life. The people, particularly in our country, require this kind of knowledge. It will give them a sense of power. Their moral stamina will be reinforced in proportion as knowledge liberates them from the traditional bondage of ignorance fostered on the authority of religion. Nor is it necessary for the people to grasp the intricate problems of sociology. The breakdown of the economic system is a matter of their daily experience. It is not necessary for them to understand economic theories. They experience want when there is no reason for it. Once they are made conscious of their experience, they will feel the need for a reconstruction. Political problems can be similarly accessible to them in experience. Finally, we shall show them how they can take things in their own hands. But all these easy steps presuppose man's faith in himself. They will gain that faith also in the experience of doing things. I see no other way out of the crisis. It is a creation of people who were to lead mankind. They have failed. A mighty resurgence of the common man and woman only can save modern civilization. To inspire that resurgence, organize it, guide it to fruition, that is the mission of New Humanism. Let us be true to our own philosophy. Manifestos. India's radical Democrats, led by Roy, RST, discussed the principles of humanism in Bombay during 1946. These deliberations led to the Humanist Manifesto of Radical Democracy. A New Political Philosophy and Radical Democracy were published as New Humanism in 1947. The question of all questions is, can politics be rationalized? An affirmative answer to this controversial question would not take us very far unless rationalism was different from the metaphysical concept of reason. To replace the teleology of Marxist materialism by an appeal to the mystical category of reason would not be an advance. The cognate question is about the relation of politics and morality. Must revolutionary political praxis be guided by the Jesuitic dictum the end justifies the means? The null sanction of revolution being its moral appeal, the appeal for social justice logically, the answer to the latter question must be negative. It is very doubtful if a moral object can ever be attained by immoral means. In critical moments, when larger issues are involved and greater things are at stake, some temporary compromises in behavior may be permissible. But when practice repugnant to ethical principles and traditional human values are stabilized as the permanent fiat. A New Political Philosophy. From New Humanism, Delhi, Ajunta Publications of India, 1981. Tours of the Revolutionary Regime, the means defeat the end. Therefore, communist political practice has not taken the world, not even the working class, anywhere near a new order of freedom and social justice. On the contrary, it has plunged the army of revolution, proletarian as well as non-proletarian, in an intellectual confusion, spiritual chaos, emotional frustration, and a general demoralization. To overcome this crisis, the leaders for a new world order must turn to the traditions of humanism and moral radicalism. The inspiration for a new philosophy of revolution must be drawn from those sources. The 19th century radicals, actuated by the humanist principle of individualism, realized the possibility of a secular rationalism and a rationalist ethics. They applied to the study of man and society the principles and methods of the physical sciences. Positive knowledge of nature living as well as inanimate being so much greater today than 100 years ago, the radical scientific approach to the problems of man's life and interrelations is bound to be more successful. Today, we can begin with the conviction that it is long since man emerged from the jungle of prehistory, that social relations can be rationally harmonized, and that therefore appreciation of moral values can be reconciled with efforts for replacing the corrupt and corrosive status quo by a new order of democratic freedom. A moral order will result from a rationally organized society because viewed in the context of his rise out of the background of a harmonious physical universe, man is essentially rational and therefore moral. Morality emanates from the rational desire for harmonious and mutually beneficial social relations. Man did not appear on the earth out of nowhere. He rose out of the background of the physical universe, through the long process of biological evolution. The umbilical cord was never broken. Man, with his mind, intelligence, and will, remains an integral part of the physical universe. The latter is a cosmos, a law-governed system. Therefore, man's being and becoming, his emotions, will, ideas are also determined. Man is essentially rational. The reason in man is an echo of the harmony of the universe. Morality must be referred back to man's innate rationality. Only then man can be moral, spontaneously and voluntarily. Reason is only sanction for morality, which is an appeal to conscience, and conscience in its turn is the instinctive awareness of, and reaction to, environments. In the last analysis, conscience is nothing mystic or mysterious. It is a biological function, as such mechanistic, on the level of consciousness. The innate rationality of man is the only guarantee of a harmonious order, which will also be a moral order, because morality is a rational function. Therefore, the purpose of all social endeavor should be to make man increasingly conscious of his innate rationality. Any effort for a reorganization of society must begin from the unit of society, from the root, so to say. Such an effort to develop a new philosophy of revolution, on the basis of the entire stock of human heritage, and then to elaborate the theory and formulate the principles of the practice of political action and economic reconstruction, therefore can be called radicalism. Radicalism thinks in terms neither of nation nor of class, its concern is man, it conceives freedom as freedom of the individual. Therefore, it can also be called new humanism, new, because it is humanism enriched, reinforced, and elaborated by scientific knowledge and social experience gained during the centuries of modern civilization. Humanism is cosmopolitan. It does not run after the utopia of internationalism, which presupposes the existence of autonomous national states. The ideal of one world, or a world government, is not compatible with the continuation of national states. The one makes of the other a pious desire or wishful thinking. A cosmopolitan commonwealth of free men and women is a possibility. It will be a spiritual community, not limited by the boundaries of national states, capitalist, fascist, communist, or of any other kind, which will gradually disappear under the impact of cosmopolitan humanism. That is the radical perspective of the future of mankind. The philosophy which will give modern mankind a new hope and a new faith must put a concrete content into the concept of freedom. If the liberating possibility of social organization and political institutions is still to be judged by divergent ideological prejudices, discordant doctrines, and conflicting dogmas, common efforts for overcoming the present crisis, the greatest in history, and for promoting human progress, will remain a matter of wishful thinking. A common standard of freedom alone can make such common efforts possible. Quest for freedom can be referred back to man's struggle for existence. It accounts for the triumph of man over nature in the course of his efforts to satisfy his biological needs. It provides the basis for his constant search for knowledge, which enables him to be progressively free from the tyranny of natural phenomena and physical and social environments. Quest for freedom is a continuation on a higher level of intelligence and emotion of the biological. 35. Radical Democracy. From New Humanism, Delhi, Ajunta Publications of India, 1981. Struggle for existence. In modern society, an individual, to be free, must not only be able to enjoy economic sufficiency and security but live in a social psychological atmosphere free from cultural regimentation and helpful to the development of his intellectual and other human potentialities. Progressive attainment of freedom in this wide sense by the individuals composing society should provide the criterion for judging the merits of social organization. Guided by the dictum of ancient wisdom that man is the measure of everything, the philosophy of the future should proclaim that the merit of any pattern of social organization or political institution is to be judged by the actual measure of freedom it gives to the individual. Whether it is the nation or a class, any collectivity is composed of individuals. Society is a creation of man in quest of freedom. Cooperative social relationships were established originally with the purpose of reinforcing the struggle for existence, which the primitive man had undertaken as individual. The quest for freedom is the continuation of the primitive man's struggle for existence. As such, it is the basic urge of all social advancement. Freedom is the progressive elimination of all the factors physical, social, psychological which obstruct the unfolding of man's rational, moral, and creative potentialities. The function of social relationships should be to secure for individuals, as individuals, the maximum measure of freedom. The sum total of freedom actually enjoyed by its members individually is the measure of the liberating or progressive significance of social order. Otherwise, the ideals of social liberation and progress are deceptive. No political philosophy or a scheme of social reconstruction can have more than a very limited revolutionary significance if it dismisses the concept of individual freedom as an empty abstraction. A political system and an economic experiment, which subordinate the man of flesh and blood to an abstract collective ego, cannot possibly be the suitable means for the attainment of the goal of freedom. It is absurd to argue that negation of freedom is the road to freedom. The purpose of all rational human endeavor, collective as well as individual, should be the attainment of freedom in ever larger measure, and freedom is real only as individual freedom. A new world of freedom will not result automatically from an economic reorganization of society. Nor does freedom necessarily follow from the capture of political power by a party claiming to represent the oppressed and exploited classes. The abolition of private property, state ownership of the means of production, and planned economy do not by themselves end exploitation of labor or lead to an equal distribution of wealth. By disregarding individual freedom on the pleas of taking the fullest advantage of technology, of efficiency and collective effort, planned economy defeats its own purpose. Instead of ushering in a higher form of democracy on the basis of economic equality and social justice, it may establish a political dictatorship. Economic democracy is no more possible in the absence of political democracy than the latter is in the absence of the former. That consideration should be borne in mind by those who make a fetish of economic planning. The crucial question is, planning for what? It is assumed that planned economy will guarantee the greatest good to the greatest number, in other words, it will mean equal distribution of wealth, establish social justice. In that case, it should be possible to reconcile planning with freedom. If modern technological trends preclude such reconciliation, then they should be curbed so as to be more amenable to human welfare. Machine should not be the Frankenstein of modern civilization. Created by man, it must subserve man's purpose, contribute to his freedom. Dictatorship of any form, however plausible may be the pretext for it, is excluded by the radical humanist perspective of social evolution. Politics cannot be divorced from ethics without jeopardizing the cherished ideal of freedom. It is an empirical truth that immoral means necessarily corrupt the end. In the Soviet Union, proletarian dictatorship promises to be a permanent institution. It has become identical with communism. The means have become the end. The state does not hold out any hope of withering away. If a socialist society has been established in the Soviet Union, then the period of transition has passed, and dictatorship must disappear. But so long as no other party is allowed to exist, or the party of the proletariat does not disappear with dictatorship, it is idle to say that a higher form of democracy has been established. The practice of Western democracy is equally disappointing. Traditional democratic socialism, therefore, also does not inspire any confidence of success. Democracy must reorientate itself. It must revert to the humanist tradition. It must not be limited by the counting of heads, particularly when the heads have not the opportunity to raise themselves with sovereign dignity. Formal parliamentarism must be replaced by actual democratic practice. The character of a party is to be judged not by its ability to catch votes but by the merit of its proclaimed principles and published program. The people should be asked to vote not for professions and promises, but by judging the record of a government. Democratic practice, which is no more than mere counting of heads, in the last analysis, is also an homage to the collective ego. It allows scope neither for the individual nor for intelligence. Under the formal parliamentary system, unscrupulous demagogues can always come to the top. Intelligence, integrity, wisdom, moral excellence, as a rule, count for nothing. Yet unless the purifying influence of these human values is brought to bear upon the political organization and administration of society, the democratic way of life can never be realized. The contemporary world is not poor in men and women incorporating those values of the humanist tradition. But disdaining demagogy, they can never come to the helm of public affairs. On the other hand, a dictatorial regime, even if established as the means to a laudable end, discourages the rise of that type of citizens. Thus, between formal democracy and dictatorship, humanity is deprived of the benefit of having its affairs conducted by spiritually free individuals and is consequently debarred from advancing toward the goal of freedom. It is idle to condemn dictatorship on the ground that regimentation precludes the creation of human values, so long as those values are not allowed to influence public affairs even under so-called democratic regimes. To wean the unthinking world away from the appeal of dictatorship, postulated as a shortcut, indeed as the only way to freedom, democracy must recover the humanist tradition of modern culture. Man must again be the measure of all things. Intelligence, integrity, wisdom, moral excellence should be the test of leadership. Democracy can no longer be taken simply for granted. Today, all thoughtful lovers of freedom are perturbed by the challenging question, is democracy possible? The advocates of democratic socialism, while rightly rejecting dictatorship, have so far failed to answer satisfactorily this question of our time. The fundamental democratic principle, the greatest good to the greatest number, can be realized only when the conduct of public affairs will be in charge of spiritually free individuals who represent their own conscience before anybody or anything else. Moral sanction, after all, is the greatest sanction. The real guarantee of parliamentary democracy is not law but the moral conscience of the majority in power. In the last analysis, dictatorship also rests on a moral sanction. It claims to be the means to an end. But group morality is a doubtful guarantee against the temptation of power. Values operate through individuals. Therefore, a government composed of spiritually free individuals accountable, in the RST place, to their respective conscience, is the only possible guarantee for securing the greatest good to the greatest number. Democracy must have that philosophical reorientation if it is to survive the present crisis and resist the powerful onslaught of dictatorship. What is suggested is not a rule of the intellectual elite, but such an organization of society as will give unlimited scope for the unfolding of the creative genius of man, by placing the executive power of the state under the control of free individuals free from the inroads of vested interests and also from the vagaries of the collective ego, so very susceptible to demagogic appeals. Democratic practice should not be conned to periodical elections. Even if elections are by universal suffrage, and the executive is also elected, democracy will still remain a mere formality. Delegation of power, even for a limited period, stulties democracy. Government for the people can never be fully a government of the people and by the people. The people can have a hand in the government only when a pyramidal structure of the state will be raised on a foundation of organized local democracies. The primary function of these latter will be to make individual citizens fully conscious of their sovereign right and enable them to exercise the right intelligently and conscientiously. The broad basis of the democratic state, coinciding with the entire society, will be composed of a network of political schools, so to say. The right of recall and referendum will enable organized local democracies to wield a direct and effective control of the entire state machinery. They alone will have the right to nominate candidates for election. Democracy will be placed above parties. Individual men will have the chance of being recognized on their merit. Party loyalty and party patronage or other forms of nepotism will no longer eclipse intellectual independence, moral integrity, and detached wisdom. In other words, what is suggested is creation of conditions under which democracy can be possible. In the RST place, there must be a conscious and integrated effort to stimulate among the people the urge for freedom, the desire to rely upon themselves and to be the makers of their destiny, the spirit of free thinking, and the will never to submit to any external authority by exchanging their freedom for the security of slaves. A new renaissance, based on rationalism, individualism, and cosmopolitan humanism, is essential for democracy to be realized and capable of defending itself. Such an atmosphere will foster intellectual independence dedicated to the cause of making human values triumph. Moral excellence alone can mold a community together without sacrificing the individual on the altar of the collective ego, be it of the nation or a class. Men and women, possessed of that great virtue, will command the respect of an intelligent public and be recognized as the leaders of society. Demagogy will be placed under a heavy discount. Democratic practice will not be reduced to periodical elections. People will no longer be mere masses. It will be some time before reorientated democracy can thus be the master of the situation. In the transition period, A democratic constitution should provide for creative genius, intellectual detachment, and moral integrity occupying a high place in the state, so as to advise, guide, and enhance the operation of executive power. In the transition period, democracy must be elective as well as selective. Until the intellectual and moral level of the entire community is raised considerably, election alone cannot possibly bring its best elements to the forefront, and unless the available intellectual detachment and moral integrity are brought to bear upon the situation, democracy cannot come to her own. During the transition period, residuary power should be vested in a council of state representing men of science, intelligence, integrity, wisdom, and moral excellence, men who, as a rule, keep aloof from the rough and tumble of politics and therefore are not to be found among professional politicians. The valuable services of those who are the best qualified to be the leaders of society can be enlisted in the following manner: each professional group of engineers, economists, scientists, medical men, jurists, historians, and others engaged in intellectual, literary, artistic, and any other creative avocation will recommend a specific number for membership of the Council of State. They will be nominated by the head of the state, who will have the prerogative also to nominate some other persons equally qualified, though not formally attached to any particular group. Any possible indirect control of the vested interests will be obviated by stipulating that members of the professional groups, who are remuneratively connected with profit-making concerns, except as salaried employees, shall not be eligible for the membership of the Council of State. The power of planning the development of society in all branches, economic, health, education, culture, and also to guide and supervise the execution of the plans, will be vested in the Council of State. To begin with, the economic life of society must be progressively freed from the paralyzing and corrupting control of vested interests. In consequence thereof, intellectual independence will be accessible to a greater number. Second, these latter should be regarded as the most trustworthy custodians of public welfare and afforded the opportunity to function as such. If, before democracy has come of age, their intrinsically representative character is to be measured by the counting of heads, society will remain deprived of the best available leadership, which alone can guide it toward true democratic freedom. Radicalism presupposes economic reorganization of society, so as to eliminate the possibility of exploitation of man by man. Progressive satisfaction of material necessities is the precondition for the individual members of society unfolding their intellectual and other human attributes. An economic reorganization such as will guarantee a progressively rising standard of living will be the foundation of the radical democratic state. The economy of the new social order will be based on production for use and distribution with reference to human needs. Its political organization will exclude delegation of power, which in practice deprives the people of effective power. It will be based on the direct participation of the entire adult population through the people's committees. Its culture will be based on universal dissemination of knowledge and incentive to scientific and all other kinds of creative activity. The new society, being founded on reason and knowledge, will necessarily be planned. But it will be planning with the freedom of the individual as its main objective. The new society will be democratic politically, economically, as well as culturally. It will be a democracy capable of defending itself. The ideal of radical democracy will be attained through the collective efforts of spiritually free men and women united with the determination of creating a new order of freedom. They will function as the guides, friends, and philosophers of the people rather than as their would-be rulers. Consistent with the goal of freedom, their political practice will be rational and ethical. Their effort will be reinforced by the growth of the people's will to freedom. Ultimately, the radical democratic state will rise with the support of enlightened public opinion as well as intelligent action of the people. Realizing that freedom is inconsistent with concentration of power, radical humanists will not seek to capture power. They will help democracy organize itself in people's committees, which will eventually become the organs of democratic power. Thus, becoming coterminous with the entire society, the radical democratic state, as the organ for its political administration, will cease to be an instrument of coercion. At last, democracy, government of the people and by the people, will be possible. In the last analysis, education of the citizen is the condition for such a reorganization of society as will be conducive to common progress and prosperity without encroaching upon the freedom of the individual. The People's Committees will be the school for the political and civic education of the citizen. The structure and function of the radical democratic state will enable detached individuals to come to the forefront of public affairs. Manned with such individuals, the state will no longer be the Leviathan, always to be dreaded and distrusted. The function of a revolutionary and liberating social philosophy is to lay emphasis on the basic fact of history, that man is the maker of his world, man as a thinking being, and he can be so only as an individual. The brain is the means of production and produces the most revolutionary commodity. Revolutions presuppose iconoclastic ideas. An increasingly large number of men, conscious of their creative power, motivated by an indomitable will to remake the world, moved by the adventure of ideas, and read with the ideal of a free society of free men, can create conditions under which democracy will be possible. Spiritually free individuals at the helm of affairs will smash all chains of slavery and usher in freedom for all. The time has come to reorientate political practice on a sound foundation of some new and well-defined ideas, and all ideas can be reduced to some philosophy. A growing number of serious people are beginning to feel that after excited and hectic atmosphere of conflict, war, and struggle of recent decades, if anything constructive is to be achieved, there has to be some serious rethinking of vital issues and fundamental problems, and that means introducing an element of philosophy into politics. Because of the abnormal atmosphere in the country during the struggle of national independence, there was not much interest in problems which appeared to be theoretical and remote. All arguments for the need of a philosophical revolution, a mental reorientation, were brushed aside with patriotic impatience. Let us get rid of the foreign rule, and then we can turn our mind to problems of less immediate importance. The disinclination to think of politics in politics of freedom. A word to young Indians. Terms of philosophical principles is, however, persisting and preventing the best use being made of the hard-won national liberation. The struggle for independence was a means to an end. Once you place the short-term program and the long-term objective in that relation, it becomes clear that the two things could not be separated. Means necessarily enunciate the end. The method in which we shall carry on the immediate struggle will necessarily enunciate how we shall tackle our ultimate problems. Therefore, the proper method should be that the struggle for our immediate objective is carried on in a way and with means suitable for attaining the ultimate object. In other words, even the day-to-day political struggle that we have been conducting for a number of years, the struggle for national independence, should have been adjusted to the ideal that we entertain for the freedom of the Indian people. When we say that the object of our striving for independence is the attainment of freedom for the Indian people, it ceases to be so difficult to see the relation between politics and philosophy, between political practice and philosophical principles. Leaving aside the notions of older generations, the younger generation of our country, particularly those who have been taking active part in the political movement for independence, are all more or less influenced by what is broadly called leftism. Under this category fall all the socialists and communists of various shades and kinds. All these brands of politics claim to be inspired by ideologies. As a matter of fact, the term ideology is so much bandied about by our young men that at least to them it should not come as a surprise when it is maintained that politics and philosophy are interconnected. Because if an ideology means anything, it means a system of ideas, that is to say, a philosophy. But the overriding preoccupation with the struggle for national independence relegated ideologies to the background. The time has now come when the young men and women of our country should devote some serious thinking regarding the principles of their thought and action. In other words, they should make up their mind regarding a philosophy of life, which is what determines the principles of their thinking and their acting, and they should then adjust their political and social practice to those principles. Until that is done, the confusion in our public life will not end, and we shall not get away from this strange situation that at last on the threshold of independence, India stands there baffled and frustrated and threatened by the nightmare of religious war and civil strife. If we had devoted some thought to the more distant issues and fundamental problems during the years of the national struggle, it would have been possible for us to prepare for the day of independence in a clear-headed and purposive manner so as to avoid many problems that were bound to arise in the new situation and would not have been suddenly confronted with unexpected difficulties which appear to be insoluble only because they are sudden and unexpected. This situation is not entirely peculiar to India. Not exactly in the same way, but generally the whole civilized world is ending itself in an insecure and unsettled mood. Cherished ideals seem to be crumbling, the present is gloomy, and the future looks dark. In such a situation, the need for serious thinking is always felt most acutely, and the search for a stable, rational, sensible philosophy of life implies a critical examination of the theories and ideologies or philosophies which have been guiding people previously. The concrete problems which are confronting us today are problems of social reconstruction. The younger generation of our country, particularly those who have been influenced by leftist ideologies, are inclined to feel that social problems are essentially economic and that social reconstruction means readjustment of economic relations. And for that purpose, certain ready-made patent medicines are to be administered, like socialization, nationalization, abolition of landlordism, and such. So far this was only theory, but now we have to do something about it. Take, for instance, the problem of agrarian reform. All leftists are for the abolition of the zamindari system or landlordism. A stage has been reached where representative popular governments, in the various provinces, are thinking of ways and means to abolish the system of landlordism. So long as the abolition of landlordism was only a slogan, everybody felt very revolutionary, because with that slogan we could mobilize the masses, and once the masses were mobilized, we could make a revolution. We have no reason to doubt the good faith of the popular ministries in the various provinces and must assume that sooner or later the zamindari system is going to be abolished. Our slogan is going to be realized sooner or later. What is going to happen then? How many of our leftist youth have the time to think what is going to happen when landlordism is going to be abolished by legislation? After all, the abolition of landlordism should not have been a merely negative slogan. Nobody raised that slogan out of hostility for particular landlords. The idea behind the slogan was that the majority of Indians being peasants, the reconstruction of Indian economy must be primarily a change in the ownership of land as the main means of production. Assuming that this change will now be brought about, what will be the next step? The landlords will not raise a private army and overthrow the present ministries. First, all the governments have agreed that the dispossessed landlords will have to be compensated. How much compensation they will get may be a controversial issue, but compensation will have to be paid to them. How many of the people demanding the abolition of landlordism have calculated how much money will be required for that purpose? And where this money is to come from? There is another aspect to the problem. In whom is the ownership of the land going to be vested after eliminating the feudal landlords? The ready answer is, to the cultivators of the land. But the mere legislation that the peasants cultivating the land will now also be, or can become, the legal owners of the land will not improve their position. Yesterday they paid rent to the landlord, tomorrow they will pay tax to the government. But unless the amount of money they will have to pay by way of rent will be reduced, there will be no change in the economic condition of the peasants, that is, of the majority of the Indian people. We can demand that the rent must be reduced. But what will then happen to the popular ministries? Popular ministries also have to balance their budgets. If you reduce the rents of the peasants, the budgets cannot be balanced. You may say that does not matter, but your leaders will not agree with you and will not reduce the rents. But suppose you could reduce the rents by 25 or even 50%, will that essentially improve the condition of the peasants? What are the essential factors which make the position of the peasants in Bengal, for instance, so intolerable? First, overpopulation, second, Fragmentation of holdings. So long as the present number of people remain on the land, the condition of those people will not improve and it will not mean social reconstruction. We may demand that side by side with reduction of rents we must build modern industries. But where again is the money to come from? And suppose the money comes, how many people can be absorbed by modern industries, and how long will it take to build modern industries so that an appreciable section of the people living on the land today will be taken away from the land? You will nd, for instance, if Bengal was very largely industrialized and became much like some parts of England, perhaps the land would be relieved of 10 or 15% of the labor force now living on it. And that will mean very little relief for the peasants. Moreover, from this follows another problem: you may have built up industries, and let us assume you have taken the labor from the villages, soon large quantities of goods will be produced which you shall have to sell. But in the meantime, the standard of living of the bulk of the people has not risen appreciably. You have enlarged production but not enlarged the market. And again you will be confronted with a big new economic problem. These are some illustrations to show that the program of social revolution, or even of democratic reconstruction, so long as it was a matter of slogans and mass agitation, seemed easy enough, but when that program has to be put into practice, it is an entirely different story, and good intentions and roused emotions alone will not be enough. Unfortunately, we have neglected that aspect of a revolutionary movement which could supply us with the key to solve those problems of reconstruction, namely, the philosophical aspect of our political practice. We are in this awkward position because in the period of the nationalist movement, we have been fascinated by our own big words, deluded by slogans which sounded attractive and looked plausible enough on paper, without trying to nd out what we were to do when our slogans should ever happen to materialize one any day. In other words, we are now confronted with the consequences of the irresponsibility of our political life in recent years. All our politics was opposition, and we still suffer from this tradition. Previously it was opposition against imperialism, today, it is opposition against one party or another. When our old enemy imperialism is retiring, we are confronted with a pent-up spirit of aggression in search of an enemy which may lead us straight to civil war if even now we are not going to think seriously and change that spirit, canalizing it into constructive channels. So long as the country was ruled by others, we could suggest impossible solutions, telling the rulers that they did not accept our suggestions because as foreigners they did not have the good of the country at heart. But now we shall have to solve all those problems ourselves. Now, when our own representative governments are ending those problems bathing and are therefore inclined to the practice of staging circus instead of giving bread to the people, we shall have to do our own thinking and produce positive answers and constructive solutions to all those questions and problems, viewing them in their proper perspective and explaining them to the people in that light, to get over this habit of the agitational approach, which always makes us blame somebody else, and which always compels us to be against something, or somebody, whether it is the foreigners, the government, or this whole material universe. The time has come for us to take up responsibility. Since we have to take up the responsibility for reconstructing our society, of carrying out at last that social revolution which has been our professed ideal for these many years, we shall have to apply our minds to fundamental problems, and the most fundamental problem is the problem of freedom. What do we mean by freedom? This question has not until now been considered in detail. We believed in national independence. We thought, or at least it was said, that if the Indian nation became independent of Britain, everything else would be all right, everything would happen automatically for the best. It was not necessary to make that facile assumption because before our very eyes we have seen independent nations whose people were not free. So India also might become an independent nation, and yet her people might not be free. It is a very superficial and baseless assumption that every member of an independent nation is also free. On the other hand, unless I can put a positive content in the idea of freedom, I cannot dispute that contention. That being the case, and if we agree that the attainment of freedom is the object of political activity, the time has come for us to consider the problem of freedom, give some concrete content to this ideal, and then end out which means should be adopted in order to attain the ideal. This should have been done much earlier. But no use crying over spilled milk. Even now, if we take a sober and dispassionate view of things, we might yet avoid worse to happen. Politics has come to be considered exclusively a matter of power. Everything depends on capturing power, on coming to power, and it is believed that nothing can be done without this precondition. Conversely, once we capture power, once we are in power, it is thought we can do anything we like or want. But when power is captured, whether by a nation or by a class, neither the nation nor the class as a whole captures power. What happens is merely that groups of persons are capturing power in the name of a nation or a class. The experience of our time has shown that whether under national independence or under proletarian dictatorship, it has always been a minority which captured power, and power has been vested in and wielded by the minority. Thus, if it is true that power is the means to freedom, then we shall have to despair of ever attaining freedom of the people or real democracy. We are experiencing at this moment in India a case in point. A constituent assembly is meeting in Delhi. It has been elected by less than 12% of the people. Now the gentlemen who are meeting in the constituent assembly in Delhi are advancing the claim, conceded by our enemies, the British, that they represent the nation as a whole and therefore power should be transferred to them. Once the constitution is framed and power transferred to Indian hands, power will have been transferred to the representatives of 12% of the people. Not even that. Because a large majority of these 12% did not vote consciously and intelligently for those particular gentlemen. They voted in many instances simply because they were dragged to the polling stations like dumb-driven cattle and voted as they were told by those who dragged them. Actually, this constituent assembly represents perhaps not even 1% of the people, which should be food for thought to the advocates of parliamentary democracy. Thus, when the ideal of transfer of power will be attained, when India will become nationally independent, she will have the privilege of being ruled by a minority government representing a very small percentage of the people. When political power will thus be concentrated in the hands of a small minority, you may have the facade of parliamentary democracy, but for all practical purposes it will be a dictatorship, even if it may be paternal and benevolent. How many people realize that assuming the most democratic intentions on the part of the national leaders, the entire trend of our national politics is leading toward dictatorship? And as long as we do not lay the foundation of democracy, which is a conscious and educated demos, that cannot be helped. The laying of this foundation did not have to wait till it was nearly too late. But now it is certainly high time that we begin to lay this foundation, and in that political effort we must be guided by certain philosophical principles. Because even if a dictatorship is benevolent, have you ever asked yourself whether freedom is possible under any kind, even the most paternal, of dictatorship? This question would not arise if the object of Indian politics was merely to get rid of the foreign rule and to see only that every minister, civil servant, and so on would be an Indian, and this was all we wanted. Most of our countrymen, moved as they are by high ideals, did not have the foresight to put to themselves the question what would be the shape and contents of national independence and what we really wanted to do with it once it came. The mistake of our political life has been to identify automatically the concepts of independence and freedom, but they are not identical. But the difference cannot be understood unless we try to go deeper into these problems and examine their philosophical background. Independence can be deemed easily enough. It is in a way negative. It means that a nation wants to be independent from some other country. You can be independent of anything, but you have to be free for something. What is freedom? This question has been asked not only in our country, but the entire modern world is confronted with the problem. Different answers to the question have been given by various kinds of political movements. For me, all freedom is an abstraction, except the freedom enjoyed by individual human beings. Some simply deny that the problem exists by dismissing the ideal of individual freedom as an empty abstraction and as such as something unattainable, assuming even it were something desirable. But if human freedom is not attainable, is it worthwhile spending our life in politics? And freedom has to be experienced by individual men and women for their own unfoldment and foolment. The objectionable theory that freedom of the individual is an empty abstraction has been set up by those who maintain that we can set a nation or a class free, but to talk of every single member of a nation or a class becoming free, that is utopian, it cannot be. Now, look at the absurdity of this proposition that the freedom of the individual is zero, but if you put a large number of individual zeros together, that gives you a large amount of freedom. On the contrary, it is maintained that liberation of a nation or a class is conditional on the individuals composing the nation or the class sacrificing their freedom and other values which they may cherish in their personal lives. We have suffered and sacrificed a good deal for the sake of independence. And now independence has come. What is our share in that independence? It is said our share will be that national industries will be built to make the nation great. In order to do that, we must build up RST of all high tariff walls around the country. The consequence will be higher prices for many things we used to buy from countries which produce them better and cheaper than ours. Who pays those higher prices? You and I and the poor people. Take one after another the concrete things which concern the ordinary people in their daily life, they are all to be considered later. In the meantime, we hear nothing but that India must be great, powerful, and glorious, and for achieving that, Indians must suffer more. So the greater India will be, the more the Indian people must sacrifice, until some day India will be great enough. But will that day ever come? The same arguments hold good for a class as well as for the nation. To overthrow the class rule of the bourgeoisie, the workers must suffer and sacrifice, and when the bourgeois class rule is overthrown, the workers must work more and suffer and sacrifice even more to build up socialism. Now, if the precious socialist fatherland demands so much sacrifice from them, what good is its glory to the workers themselves? Such a fatherland is not a fatherland, it is a stepfatherland. What do we really want? What is our ideal? The leftists say that our ideal is socialism or communism. Very good. Just as freedom is a word, a concept, so also socialism or communism are concepts. Why should I prefer socialism to capitalism or feudalism? There must be some standard of comparison, some reason for the preference. There was a time when I chose communism, thinking that under communism the common man will be in a better condition than under feudalism or capitalism, that he will be freer and happier. There can be only one measure of the degree of freedom enjoyed by any class or country, and that measure is the actual amount of freedom enjoyed by the individuals composing that country or that class. If we do not have that standard, we may be misled by people who want to go somewhere else from where we want to go. Therefore, we have always insisted that the object of our political activity must be clearly deemed, and we must have a standard to show us whether we are advancing toward our objective or going away from it. Otherwise, in the name of freedom, people might be defrauded of their freedom by politicians exploiting their emotions, who may promise them freedom while what they really want is power. Such people are rather likely to use that power to enslave others and deprive them of their human freedom in the name of a higher national freedom in which the individual citizens have no tangible share. Only 2 or 3 years ago, nobody was prepared to take this warning seriously. Now people are listening because things are turning out different from expectation. But even now many people, and even many leftists, still do not understand the seriousness of the matter and are confusing the issues of independence and freedom. The leftists, who are merely acting as the extremist wing of nationalism, maintain that even today imperialism is still pulling wires and oppressing India. On the other hand, Pundit Nehru and Sardar Patel say that the British are as good as gone and that they themselves have all the power to do what they want. You can take your choice whom to believe, unless you have your own standards of judgment. This confusion expresses itself in various forms of misdirected discontent. In several states, students have demonstrated in the streets and been shot. What has this to do with the freedom of the Indian people? Unless issues are understood and clearly stated, These aimless and senseless disturbances, which are brewing everywhere and occasionally breaking out, are bound to lead to loss of life and may lead to communal war. Unless we can give a positive sense and different direction to our politics, this dangerous situation will continue, make public life insecure, and may lead to catastrophe. But such a new sense of direction requires a different philosophical outlook. In order to develop that, we must come out of this hectic atmosphere of emotional exuberance and give a more solid and sober purpose to our political activities. We must explain this need to the people and help them to think for themselves, so that gradually a more rational atmosphere will be created. Only then will it become possible for us ultimately to solve our problems rationally and effectively. We have to be clear about our objective. We want that all individuals should have full opportunities to develop as human beings, not as proletarians or as worshippers at the shrine of some geographical goddess or other collective symbol, but as human beings. We have to tell the workers and peasants that they are not only workers and peasants, but that they are primarily human beings and that they are men and women RST, and foremost, and if they are religious, you can tell them that they have been created by the same God and were born equals with the Tatas and the Birlas and Mahatma Gandhi. If you must believe in a God, believe at least in a just God. We have a national government now and there is a lot of talk about how many ambassadors are going to be sent out to various countries. That is a matter of national prestige, but what use is it to the people? They do not care about this outer show of greatness. They ask, what about the scarcity of cloth and food? Previously they were told that the British took all the wealth away and therefore the people were poor. Now, instead of the 3 chat tax they used to give us, we should expect at least 4 chat tax. But instead of that we get less than before even during the war. And at the same time the prices of everything have increased. What is happening seems to be progress on the reverse gear, and in order that we should not become too conscious of it, we are given circus. India is taking her place in the United Nations organization and sending out ambassadors. But all this leaves us cold. We want freedom, and freedom means that every Indian should at least begin getting increasingly the minimum necessities for building up a healthy body to house and develop a sane and healthy mind. Those minds must be formed, and for that we want a proper system of education. But look at our system of education as it is and the new plans for what is called basic education. Are your children really to work to pay for their own education? And are the standards of education to continue going down? Is that the kind of education to produce citizens who will GHT for freedom, their own and that of their fellow citizens, citizens who will be in a position to stand up against authority, whether of the British or of the Vedas or even of Karl Marx? Unless we place such an ideal of freedom before the people, our political life will not improve and mature and our problems will remain unsolved. Our object should be such things which can be realized. A government which can give the people enough to eat and decent housing to live in, plus the possibility of giving their children the education they need to be free men, and a rich cultural life for all, will be a good government. But if you want to formulate your demands, you must at least know what you could do yourself to realize what you want if you were the government. You must behave responsibly and demand such things that can be done. The students of our country have been active participants in politics, and they have been edited from thousands of platforms as the makers of India's future. Now the time has come for them to live up to that editing role. Let them tell these things to the leaders of our country, and if they cannot act accordingly, then the new generation can stand up and say to them, you have sat here long enough, for all the good you have done in the past, it is time for you to go and let others do the making of the future. But you will have the right to do so only when you will yourself not be the proverbial blind man to lead the blind. You have to do your own thinking. You have to realize the novel problems confronting India, and not only India but the whole world. These 2 world wars and the period between them have completely changed the world, and the problems before us are new and unprecedented. None of the old remedies and notions can help to solve those new problems. Therefore, those problems cannot be solved by people who still cherish outdated ideals and cling to past tradition. That is so in our country also. Therefore, the old leaders are bathed. Yet they do not want to yield their leading position, convinced, as leaders are apt to be, that none can replace them. And once in positions of power, it will not be easy to dislodge them because they will cling to their power, as always happens. Then things will drift on as before and freedom will recede farther and farther, forever to remain a dream. In this critical moment, the young men and women of India, who have participated in politics out of idealism and out of the fullness of their hearts, must think hard, conscious that history has given them an enormous task and responsibility which they cannot discharge unless they have the boldness to strike out new paths and blaze new trails. These are not phrases but very concrete propositions. Parliamentary democracy has collapsed in many countries. The idea of dictatorships of all kinds has proved to be an undesirable alternative. We have to evolve a new type of state. That is the task of the new leadership of India. We cannot have a British Parliament, nor a Soviet nor a Nazi dictatorship. None of the known clichés will tee India or solve our problems. We have to think of a new kind of political organization of society. The peoples of Europe are confronted with similar problems. The old methods of reconstructing the political and economic systems of most European countries have been found wanting, but the problems are still there. They have no panaceas to offer to us. We have to rebuild Indian society in its social, economic, and political aspects all out of our own resources, material and ideological. But that cannot be done by the old prescriptions. New ideas have to be developed. New schemes have to be evolved. Science and technical advances in every branch of human activity alone will not help us, and no progress can be made unless we shall be able to do this fundamental and original thinking for ourselves. Political change alone will not have any essential and lasting effect unless we have a new philosophical approach. That approach is expressed in formulating the object of politics as the attainment of freedom to be enjoyed by individual human beings. When we say that we want freedom, we mean the freedom for every Indian, be he Hindu, atheist, Muslim, or Christian, to live and develop as human beings in every sense of the word, because only by developing all their potentialities and learning to discriminate morally and intelligently in the process can human beings become better human beings and hence create a better society. That is the relation between philosophy and politics. We believe that politics, in theory and practice, is related to certain human values and ethical concepts. Politics becomes a dirty game, a mere scramble for power and success, when this relation is forgotten. That is what has happened. When politics becomes merely a matter of power and success, no nation, no class, and no human being can be really free. Such pursuits can only lead from one form of slavery to another form of slavery. It depends on this generation whether or not that misfortune is to happen. Those who want to avoid that the attainment of independence will lead to the loss of freedom must feel the responsibility to place the ideal and the ideas of real freedom before the people and thereby raise the movement for freedom on a higher level. Only when we turn our back on the type of politics which is based on emotional effervescence and hectic fanaticism can we usher in a new period of fruitful scientific politics, which alone will be a pursuit worthy of rational, intelligent human beings. And only as such can we pursue ideals which are truly worth living for and, if it comes to it, worth dying for. The future of democracy is of interest only for those who believe that democracy is the best form of government so far conceived by human intelligence. There are people who hold a different view. They either do not believe that democracy is desirable or have become skeptical about its possibilities. I shall not argue with them but start from the assumption that democracy is the best form of government. I shall speak of the future of democracy in India, but democracy is threatened throughout the world, the experience is universal. The need of a new approach to the problems of democracy is felt everywhere, and while we can learn from the experience of others, if we can end a solution, it will be of use to them, too. After a long period of struggle for political freedom, an independent sovereign state has been established in India. The fundamental law of the land is the constitution of a parliamentary democracy. 61. The future of democracy. Racy. It is easy enough to write a good constitution. A few legal minds, given the necessary idealism and knowledge of political and social matters, can produce an excellent blueprint of a state machinery. But it is extremely difficult to put a good constitution into practice because that depends on other factors. Until now, the easier part of the task has been accomplished, an apparently good constitution has been written. Now the very much more difficult task of putting it into practice will have to be tackled. In that respect, the tendency to nd the way of least resistance usually prevails. It is commonly believed that the working of a constitution requires only an efficient government machinery and observance of certain procedures or policies which have come to be conventionally believed to be the characteristic features of a democratic regime. In the Constitution of the Indian Republic, a good deal of attention has been given to the details of the government machinery. From the point of view of constitutional theory, that is a defect. A constitution is the fundamental law of a country. It lays down certain principles to guide the legislative branch of the state and control executive power. Certain fundamental principles are indeed laid down in the Indian Constitution, but not always unequivocally. There are obviously objectionable features, particular as regards civil liberties. The Charter on Fundamental Rights is only a small part of the document, which happens to be the longest constitution of the world. It concerns itself with details of procedure couched in a legalistic jargon not easily understood by the average citizen. The fundamental rights and other basic ideas get lost in the jumble of that jargon. One of the devices of constitutional lawyers is to provide for checks and balances. The checks and balances are introduced to prevent the abuse of the rights granted. The importance attached to the provision of checks and balances in a constitution to guarantee against its abuse is significant psychologically. It indicates that the constitution makers anticipate abuse of power. That feeling only gives expression, perhaps unconsciously, to the danger for the future of democracy in this country. The old saying that a country gets the government it deserves has a large grain of truth in it. Under the parliamentary democratic system, a constitution is worked by governments which are controlled by a party in power. A democratic constitution works when the party in power is controlled by the people. The vast bulk of the population in India today is completely incapable of controlling the party which claims to represent it. Therefore, if democratic government is government of the people and by the people, an efficient government machinery and a party confessing democratic principles do not by themselves guarantee a really democratic regime. The establishment and functioning of democracy, of a free society, in the last analysis, is conditional upon the popular mentality, which again is determined by the cultural traditions of a particular country. The political and social doctrines of democracy originally drew inspiration from philosophical humanism, a philosophy which blasted the time-honored belief that the affairs of this world and man's destiny were governed by a providential will or a divine creator, and asserted that man's world is made by man himself, that human life was an end in itself, and, as man is the measure of all things, all values must be determined by that measure. Deduced from the humanist philosophy, democratic practice in course of time, however, drifted away from its original source of inspiration, and ultimately, under the parliamentary system, the sovereign individual was reduced to the position of a helpless atom, while government was run by a small group of people in sole control of the administration. Critics of parliamentary democracy ascribe its failure and abuses to subjective factors, lust for power, greed for gain of individual politicians, or the selfish interests of social classes. Social phenomena are, of course, determined very largely by the intentions of men, but there are historical factors which operate independently of the intentions of politicians and parties. These are to be taken into consideration in order to draw the right lesson from the admitted failure of the parliamentary democratic practice throughout the world. Only by learning from that lesson shall we be able to arm ourselves with the guarantee against dangers to the future of democracy in India. The causes which led to the discrediting of democracy in Europe can be discovered in the light of the origin of democracy. Therefore, those concerned with the future of democracy should be conscious of its source of inspiration. Political doctrines and social theories are deduced from a philosophy, from a comprehensive view of life. From time immemorial, in every part of the world, human life was considered to be the expression of a superhuman force, and everything in the world, it was believed, was predetermined by a providential will. This mentality was determined by the circumstances of the time. For a long time, it dominated human history and evidently placed restrictions on the ability of man to act independently, as the master of his destiny. The belief that everything in the world is predetermined by a force beyond the comprehension of human intelligence, obviously, condemns human life to eternal servitude. That servitude may be gloried as the condition of spiritual salvation in an afterlife. The democratic view of life originated in the revolt against that time-honored spiritual servitude. Its starting point is that man's life is the highest value, and therefore man should not be degraded as a means to some end, either superhuman or even supernatural. The revolt of man against a system of thought which led to regard these vices as virtues provided the inspiration for the growth of political and social theories concerned with the freedom of man on this earth, which maintained that human intelligence was the spring of human progress, that whatever existed in the world of man had been created by man. The corollary to this view is that if the established political and social institutions no longer serve man's purpose, man has the right and the ability to remake them. To the extent that the vast bulk of a people, not just a few politicians, move away from the authoritarian mentality and accept the humanist view of life, to that extent does the cultural atmosphere of a country become congenial for the growth of democracy. Judged by that standard, the future of democracy in India is not bright. Popular mentality is still authoritarian, and politicians and political parties glorify that reactionary cultural heritage as spiritual genius. People with an authoritarian mentality cannot establish democracy. If democracy fails in India, that will not be due to the conspiracy of political parties and leaders, the failure will be predetermined by objective conditions, the mentality of the people which cannot conceive of human freedom and human creativity. Yet these are the basic values of the democratic view of life. But the experience of the Western world shows that even the theoretical acceptance of these values does not guarantee the success of democracy. However, the fundamental task must be accomplished and then the mistakes of others avoided. The formalization of democracy was the primary mistake. The original philosophical principle of democracy was that every human individual is a sovereign entity. In course of time, even in constitutional theories, the principle was reduced to a legalism, and sovereign individuals became helpless social atoms. Although the spiritual foundation for a democratic society was created, the practice of democracy did not attach sufficient importance to human individuals, did not give scope for their free development. Consequently, democratic practice defeated its own end. Parliamentarism is a formalization of democracy. Parliamentary democracy replaced democratic government by representative government. Representative government is not the same as a democratic government. The formalization of democracy and its identification with government by representation were determined by existence in the modern world of states with large populations and extensive territories, in which the direct democracy of antiquity is not practicable. The failure to solve that problem led to the discredit of democracy. But that failure was inevitable. It was due to the fact that, obsessed with the immediate practical problems of political administration, the pioneers of modern political democracy moved away from the concepts of individual liberty and sovereignty to subordinate the individual eventually to an imaginary collective ego. Having reduced man to impotence, politics degenerated into a scramble for power between groups of people calling themselves parties. Though the party system is believed to be the essence of democracy, it has done more harm to democracy than anything else. It has reduced democracy to demagogy. The most skillful demagogue is the most successful democrat. In all probability, those who make the big promises may really want to do good things. But engaged in the game of power, they must play it according to its rules. In the atmosphere of a backward country, the scramble for power will drag down democracy to an even lower depth than in other countries with a more educated electorate. The next elections will be held on the basis of universal suffrage, which is believed to be the highest form of democracy. Degraded to the formality of counting heads, democracy does not bother about what is in the heads. If the heads are empty of sense, the party getting the largest number of votes will have the largest amount of ignorance as its sanction. We have had the experience of previous elections. There were many cases of voters going to polling booths as if they were going to the temple because they were voting for a Mahatma. They actually dropped rice and hours in the ballot boxes together with the pieces of paper, which meant nothing to them. There was only one party, and it told them that to vote for the Congress was to vote for the Mahatma. The party got practically all the votes and hence the government controlled by it calls itself democratic. With universal suffrage, things will be worse. That is no argument against universal suffrage. But no use giving people the vote without giving them also some idea of what it is all about. Thanks to the blessing of universal suffrage, on the occasion of the next election many more people will go the polling booths in the reverential mood of temple goers. Consequently, demagogues will have a greater chance to come to power by appealing to the prejudices and superstitions of the people. This time there will be more than one party. But that will only put a higher premium on demagogy. Demagogues will vie with each other to sway the people. To win the election, any opposition party will have to beat the Congress in the game of exploiting the ignorance and superstitions of the masses. The future of democracy in India, therefore, is not very bright, and that is not due to any evil intention on the part of the politicians but rather to the system of party politics, to the formalization of democracy. Therefore, whoever is concerned with the future of democracy in India should give up the comfortable habit of blaming others. They should apply themselves to the task of creating conditions under which democracy is possible. In the meantime, perhaps for another 10 years, demagogy will vitiate political practice. The scramble for power will continue, breeding corruption and inefficiency. That cannot be helped until the foundation of democracy is laid. And that means to promote in the people the feeling that they can be the masters of their destiny. Those who believe that democracy is the best form of government must apply themselves to the fundamental task of bringing about a revolution in the mentality of the people. Throughout history, any profound political and social change was preceded by a philosophical revolution, at least among a significant section of people. India has not yet made that necessary experience. The mentality of an entire people cannot change from today to tomorrow. But a beginning must be made. We should come out of the condition of the blind leading the blind. The vast bulk of the Indian people live in an atmosphere surcharged with prejudices and superstitions, and these vices are rationalized as virtues with the help of a modern educational system. In such a cultural atmosphere, public life is bound to be corrupted, and democracy is not possible. A growing number of people must break away from the tradition of blind faith and hero worship to cultivate a spirit of inquiry and self-reliance and the will to freedom. Man's faith in himself is the condition for a really democratic society. Even after the more advanced European countries experienced a philosophical revolution, at least partially, democracy failed there, because institutions were placed above man. It was forgotten that institutions were created by men. Good institutions cannot succeed in an atmosphere where men cannot be good or have to suffer for being good. The success of democracy presupposes an increasing number of people becoming conscious of the urge for freedom and realizing that they are born to be free, if not born free. Democracy can work only in a rational social atmosphere, and a rational attitude to the problems of society and life is conditional upon the rejection of faith in anything outside nature and above man, and without the will to be free in this mortal world, and the belief that man is capable of remaking the world, democracy is not possible. A realistic view of the conditions of the country, conditions which are rooted deep in cultural tradition, does not inspire optimism about the future of democracy. And those who talk glibly about democratic freedom and sound the alarm that one-party rule is fraught with danger of dictatorship do not always realize the gravity of the task they have undertaken. The established one-party rule is antagonistic to democracy, but neither will democracy be guaranteed by the rise of an opposition party so long as the bulk of the people will remain psychologically predisposed blindly to accept authority imposed from above. Since the danger to democracy does not come from the evil intention of anybody but from the cultural background and the general atmosphere in the country, let us not GHT ghosts and quarrel with the motives of others, let us rather create conditions in which dictatorship will be impossible. Popular predisposition to accept authority provides a formal democratic sanction to dictatorship. An intelligent, educated people like the Germans fell enthusiastically into the goose step. On the other hand, the siren call of dictatorship did not endear response in England, and Hitler's formidable military might could not impose it in the other countries of Western Europe. The reason for this remarkable phenomenon is that, notwithstanding a high level of academic education and general intelligence, the average Germans had never outgrown a historically conditioned mentality predisposed to accept authority, a mentality fostered in the modern setting as reverence for the state. The countries of Western and Northern Europe, on the contrary, had experienced a philosophical revolution which destroyed the medieval mentality, encouraged the urge for individual freedom and a democratic way of life. The highest ambition of an average German was to be a soldier or a state official, to put on a uniform as the token of regimentation, feeling strong in the mass and under the shadow of the state. In the Western countries, liberalism taught vigilance against encroachments of the state and held that the best government was one which governed the least. When people are predisposed to authoritarianism and look up to God or a benevolent ruler, or a powerful dictator, to do everything for them, then they get the government they deserve. Unless the cultural and psychological precondition for the rise of dictatorship is removed, no amount of alarm against it will be heeded, and those sounding the alarm today, given opportunity, may themselves establish a dictatorship because they too will have to work in that same atmosphere. People engaged in party and power politics cannot take a long view. Laying foundations is too long a process for them. They want a shortcut. The shortcut to power is always to make greater promises than others, to promise things without the credence or even the intention to implement them. Therefore, the future of democracy in our country depends on people who are either outside politics today or who will have the courage and vision to step out of the indecent scramble. They will have to act in a manner which may not attract the practical politicians. They may have to plow a lone furrow for some time. But because it is the need of the time, it will appeal to more and more people. And unless love of individual freedom, as against the shun of national freedom or the fraud of people, in the near future, the prospects of democracy will be dark indeed. But the task looks more formidable than it really is. Politicians may rationalize their failures by saying that without power they can do nothing. But when a man really wants freedom to live in a democratic society, he may not be able to free the whole world or all the 400 million of India in a single mighty revolution, but he can to a large extent free at least himself by behaving as a rational and moral being, and if he can do this, others around him can do the same, and these again will spread freedom by their example. If only 100 people will begin living and working in this manner, leaving the politicians to GHT for power at the top, very soon they will multiply themselves to be hundreds and then tens of thousands. The contagion will spread, and the movement to lay down the foundations of democracy will gain momentum. The central problem of all modern democracies is that of concentration of power in the hands of the state, which has increased in a phenomenal manner in the course of the last 6 decades. What is power? Power can be deemed as the ability to do things. As such, power will always have a place in human society. But the usefulness of power is eclipsed by abuses when it is concentrated to such an extent that the community as a whole becomes totally powerless. Second, the concept of the state has also to be deemed because power is associated with the function of the state. Some political theoreticians of recent times have deemed the state as an organ of coercion, an instrument created by a certain class or section of society with the purpose of exercising its domination over the rest. The corollary to this definition is that a just and fair social order is impossible so long as the state exists. Therefore, thinking out their thoughts consistently, these political theorists came to the conclusion that in an ideal society the state must wither. 71. Decentralization of power. Originally appeared as an editorial in the Radical Humanist, August 30, 1953. Away. The anarchist denial of the very necessity of the state is only an exaggerated version of what may be called the communist utopia. The ideal of a stateless society is an obvious absurdity. The most outstanding feature of the communist social organization is greater and greater concentration of power, political as well as economic. It is very difficult to see how one of the two processes can ever annul the other. The establishment of a communist society presupposes a highly centralized political power. Such unrealistic utopian ideas about the future naturally result from the equally unrealistic, empirically unvariable doctrines that society is divided into irreconcilable classes, and the history of civilization has been a history of class struggle. The division of society into classes with diverse interests is a historical fact. But it is equally true that cohesive forces are also inherent in society. The centrifugal tendency is counteracted by a centripetal tendency. In the history of social evolution, an equilibrium between the two created stability, whereas discord and disharmony led either to the establishment of dictatorships or other autocratic forms of government or to social disintegration. If there was no cohesive force in society, then mankind would have continued in a state governed by the laws of the jungle. The entire history of society shows that the cohesive force has always been more or less in operation, otherwise there could be no history of civilization. Ancient civilizations broke down because the forces of social cohesion and harmony were overwhelmed by strong centrifugal tendencies. Medieval and modern history has also been punctuated from time to time by wars and revolutions. But reaching higher and higher levels of social evolution, civilization survived those recurring vicissitudes and regained equilibrium of the connecting forces. It is possible to visualize an idealized state when the contradictory forces will disappear and society be a homogeneous organism. Then, there would be no classes, one trying to dominate all others. Yet, society will be there. It will not be a primitive community but a much more complicated organization with greatly diverse fields of activities. Such a society cannot possibly do without a central organization. It need not be a leviathan, as the state has been described, but only a coordinating factor, one of the various social institutions, the function of which will be to harmonize the functions of the various other institutions. Primitive communities organized themselves politically much later than their original formation, primarily with the purpose of self-defense and struggle for existence. In the intervening period, progressive human development added to the original functions of society, which was departmentalized according to vocations and professions. Eventually, the state arose to coordinate and harmonize the diverse departments of social activities, so as to promote the welfare of the community as a whole. It was not superimposed on society or given any totalitarian significance. It was created as the instrument of public administration to maintain order, to make laws and enforce them, so that the diverse forms of social activities could be carried on peacefully. The state rose as one of the several other social institutions, all equally autonomous: economic, educational, cultural. There was a time when the government did not interfere in the economic life of society. The requirements of the community were met by peasants, artisans, and traders, applying human labor to natural resources, either individually or organized in guilds. Individual freedom and institutional autonomy in educational and cultural fields were particularly beyond the jurisdiction of the state. The economic advantage of the politically centralized modern society are a doubtful blessing. We can therefore visualize a time when the state will again cease to be the leviathan which it has become today, without dreaming of the absurd utopia of a stateless society, a society without public administration. But we shall have to search for ways and means to reduce the functions of the state to the minimum, in other words, restore to the native function of an instrument for public administration, to coordinate the various functions of other autonomous social institutions. There are social philosophers who advocate what is called a pluralistic society, composed of autonomous institutions, the state being one of them, with no other function than to regulate and coordinate their diverse activities. This view of social organization was stated in the 19th century liberal dictum that government is the best which governs the least. Since then, the tendency for concentration of power has gained ground. As a result, it is not an exaggeration to say that the state has become an engine of coercion. But the point is that it is so not because of power as such but because of concentration of power. So, ultimately, the problem of democratic political practice is that of decentralization. Politically, it may not be a baffling problem. It is aggravated by the centralization of economy, immensely reinforcing the power of the state. In the last analysis, the problem, therefore, is, can the economy of a modern society be decentralized? And in consequence thereof, also the political power? This is the problem of our time, and it will not do to blink over it by arguing that since it has been so for centuries, how can it be otherwise? The fatalistic view that human ingenuity has been exhausted and the last word of wisdom pronounced implies that mankind is nearly its journey's end and that the perspective is not promising, it is moving toward a social breakdown. With such a negation of human potentiality to evolve, progress, and create endlessly, might is right will not be only the legal but also the moral law. One can imagine what life will be like in a society ruled by such law, the law of the jungle. If human freedom is not to be sacrificed in the scramble for power, we shall have to explore the possibility of political practice without the interference of political parties. Because it is through the instrumentality of political parties that power is concentrated in the hands of minorities, to be abused and misused on false pretenses. The desired decentralization of power is conditional upon the disappearance of the instrument of centralization. It must be replaced by another instrument, which can guarantee that the sovereignty of the people will always remain with the people. So long as political parties are believed to be essential for democratic practice, power will be inevitably concentrated in the hands of a few men. Therefore, under the party system, benevolent dictatorship is the best one can reasonably expect, and one also may idealize benevolent dictatorship, but the fact is that it has never existed in the world. There are people who are above corruption. But politics as it is practiced today repels them. They stay out of the scramble for power because it might corrupt even the best of men. Nevertheless, they are not necessarily unconcerned with public affairs. They try to do small things in their quiet manner, and the cumulative effect of their silent endeavor may keep the morale of society from a complete collapse. To raise politics above corruption, it must be free from the lust for power. A constitutional structure based upon an even distribution of power alone can purify politics, and such a genuine democratic system is possible if the individual is restored to his place of primacy. Democracy has been discredited because of the fallacious theory which made for deceptive practice, and second, the practice did not allow that a solid foundation of the democratic state was laid. It placed a premium on demagogy. Those who are dreaming of a better world in which politics will be free from corruption and concomitant evils must apply themselves to the task of laying the foundation of a democratic society. Individual men and women must be conscious of their individuality, conscious of their ability to judge intelligently and discriminatingly all moral and political issues confronting them, so that in course of time politicians will not be able to sway them by appeals to base instincts and unbridled emotions, when a growing number of electors will be able to examine the promises made to them by parties at election time and out whether they are genuine or false. They will be building democracy from the bottom. That is the proper approach to the baffling problem of democratic practice in the modern world, the problem of practicing direct democracy in large states with huge populations. Genuine democracy must be direct democracy. Indirect democracy means delegation of power. And delegation of power means surrender of sovereignty. Unless the democratic state is based on the foundation, not of helpless atomized individuals, but on the foundation of a network of locally organized democracies, democracy will never be real. Decentralization of democracy will prevent centralization of power, and the function of the state will be reduced to coordination of the activities of the other autonomous social institutions. This process may take a long time. That is the common objection against it. But once we make the choice and begin moving in the new direction, it is not really such a long way as it appears to be. The precondition is to discard the traditional notion of human nature, and to know that it is neither evil nor divine, but that man is essentially rational, that, given the opportunity, every human being is capable of thinking for himself, judging right and wrong, making judgments and acting accordingly. Unless by his own nature, as a biological being, man was capable of thinking rationally and behaving morally, it would be a vain dream to visualize a free, just, and harmonious social order. For the time being, it is true that the common people are illiterate, they may not be able to govern country. But at the same time, is it not a fact that left to themselves, even the most ignorant peasants can manage their affairs better than our present government? The distrust for the ability of the common people to think for themselves and take care of themselves is only a pretext for seizing power in their name and abusing that power to suppress their liberty. At election times, all parties go to the people and make promises. They all know that not half of their promises can be fooled, but they rely on the fact that the voters cannot understand and therefore can be duped. Can that state of affairs not be changed? It can be. To change the state of affairs is the RST necessity, the biggest task for anybody who wishes to participate in politics, not for selfish ends. One need not go to the people only to catch their votes. To help them cast their votes intelligently would be an immensely more important work. The electorate should be asked to examine the programs of all the parties, to see if the promises can be fooled or if fooled will really improve matters. But this new political practice presupposes a radical change in the idea of human nature. It is an appeal to reason, which presupposes the belief that man is a rational being. Political practice is guided by the notion that the ordinary man cannot think for himself, therefore, he must be persuaded to follow parties and politicians. Since this unnatural relation between the people, the parties, and politicians constitutes the foundation of what is called party politics, the latter prevents the people even to think for themselves. Politics is not only a scramble for power but competition in all manner of questionable practices. The position may appear to be a vicious circle. But there is a way out, which party politicians would not take because that would mean the end of their days. Appeal to reason is the way out. And modern science indicates the way. Science teaches that human nature is not to believe but to inquire, that human nature is rational. It is true that the rational nature of man has been buried very deep. But being the essence of human nature, it can be recovered. Let some people have the conviction and the courage to act accordingly. Let them raise political practice on the level of reason and intelligence. I have no doubt the appeal to reason will end a response. The new politics will bear fruit sooner than one dares imagine, only the measure of success will not be power but gradual disappearance of that evil. Even a few people can lay down a solid foundation of democracy and freedom, if they forego the quest for power, do not participate in the scramble, do not ask for the vote of the people to rule in their name, but, on the contrary, remind the voters of their human dignity, capacity to think, and to act creatively. Thus, the electorate will gradually become critical and discriminating. The time will come when the voters of a locality will tell candidates of all parties to leave them alone. Among themselves they will ND men in whom they can have confidence and who will remain responsible to them between two elections. Once that happens, the end of the party system will begin, and with the parties, the main cause for concentration of power will disappear. In the process, we shall already have laid down the foundation of a decentralized state of local republics, which will combine all functions of the state as they affect the local life. National culture, national economy, and national political institutions will be cast on the pattern of the functions of these local republics. Power will remain with them, to be wielded directly by the individual members of small communities. Being thus reared upon a broad foundation of direct democracies, the state will be really democratic. Usurpation of power will be out of the question. Thus, a pluralistic modern society can be built up at the same time while doing away with centralization of powers, political and economic. The fundamental principle of new humanism is to revive the old idea of the sovereignty of the human individual. According to it, every political organization or social and economic institution must be judged by its ability to help the development of the individual human personality of the people who live under those institutions. The freedom of any social system is to be judged by the actual degree of freedom that its individual members enjoy. A social philosophy which sets up any other standards to measure progress and freedom is misleading and can be of no use to solve the crisis of our time. During the last quarter of a century, a period exceptional in history because during that short time the world was plunged into two cataclysmic world wars and experienced other world-shaking events, political theories and social philosophies with their metaphysical sanction have been put to the acid test and failed to stand. 79. A Humanist Approach to Elections. Lecture delivered at the Town Hall of Guntur, winter 1949–1950. From Politics, Power, and Parties, ed. Ellen Roy, Calcutta, India, Renaissance Publishers, 1960. That test. This experience has led to a universal movement for a humanist revival, a movement which calls for a rebirth of man as the sovereign entity, as the measure of all things, as the root of mankind and the highest outcome of the entire history of evolution. In order to see to what extent this humanist philosophy can be practiced, we should apply the test in our own country. For a generation and more, India has been struggling to gain the opportunity for internal reconstruction in a way which would promote the progress and prosperity and ensure the freedom of its inhabitants. That struggle has at last resulted in success. National independence has been attained. This is a historical event, which opens a new chapter in the history of India. Having thus gained the opportunity of taking our destiny in our own hands and shaping it according to our own desire and needs, we must now see how we shall best accomplish this task imposed on us by history. A constitution of a republic, of a parliamentary democracy, has been framed. But to frame a constitution is easy enough. That comparative easy part of the task having been accomplished, we shall now have to see whether this constitution can be worked in our country. Social institutions are made by the men constituting society, whereas a constitution can be made by a few learned individuals. But any social institution, however good and idealistic it may be conceived, is brought down to the general cultural and intellectual level of the people of a country. A democratic constitution can be worked in an atmosphere where the democratic way of life is appreciated. A conscious will to freedom, the desire to take destiny in your own hands, a sense of responsibility and ability to judge what is good and what is wrong and to examine critically the promises and programs put before the people by parties and politicians, these are the preconditions for a successful democracy. If we take a realistic view of the situation in our country, then we must regretfully come to the conclusion that whatever be the letter and the spirit of our new constitution, the prevailing atmosphere is not conducive to a democratic society. Confronted with this situation, what are we to do? There is a simple attitude, which is actually taken up by many people, trying to make a virtue of our handicaps. According to this attitude, the intellectual backwardness and cultural stagnation, the authoritarian mentality, blind faith, and hero worship, all these various features of our national psychological makeup are interpreted as so many indications of a special Indian genius. It is suggested that the Western way of life, including parliamentary democracy, cannot and should not be attempted on the Indian soil, and India must have a government, a state, and a social system corresponding to her special spiritual genius. A little analysis will reveal the real significance of this point of view. It is this: since the cultural atmosphere and mentality of India, or at least of the large bulk of the Indian population, have not risen to the level where democratic practice is possible, since it belongs rather to the 16th if not the 15th century of world history, it is quite natural that 20th century political institutions cannot be established in that atmosphere. Therefore, it is argued, the political institutions of bygone days would be more suitable for India than those evolved in Europe in modern times. In a way, that is right. But it is retrograde and reactionary to approve and glorify this deplorable state of affairs. For one reason or another, culturally and intellectually, the vast bulk of the Indian people have not progressed from the point where Europe found herself in the 15th and 16th centuries. Therefore, the advocates of India's special genius argue, don't try to introduce modern political institutions into this medieval atmosphere, but let us glorify medievalism and give India the equivalent of medieval institutions. This may be interpreted as love of tradition and patriotism, but it is certainly not a progressive ideal. It would take the Indian people farther away from the goal of freedom. Therefore, we shall have to see if democracy cannot after all be worked in our country, because it the only political philosophy based on individual freedom. A critical attitude toward democracy, doubts and skepticism about the possibility of democracy are not con to our country but are widespread also in Europe. The attack on democracy began already earlier in the 20th century. Having pointed out the 81 obvious faults and defects of parliamentary democracy, advocates of a new revolutionary social philosophy suggested dictatorship as the alternative to defective democracy. Democracy was criticized as the dictatorship of the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie. Therefore, it was suggested since parliamentary democracy is the dictatorship of one class, it should be replaced by the dictatorship of another class, and only then true democracy could be attained. The suggestion was to replace one evil by another evil, and by some curious process of reasoning, good was expected to result from evil. But after the First World War, the cult of dictatorship was preached from yet another quarter, not from the left but from the right, and the result was the rise of fascism, which plunged the world into a ruinous war and might have completely destroyed modern civilization had the war not ended in the defeat of fascism. Between these two schemes of dictatorship, democracy appeared discredited, and an opinion gained ground that democracy had proved to be a failure. Of course, there still exists a large bulk of democratic opinion, and several important countries still hold on to the faith in democracy and practice it in their own way, and consequently it cannot be said that the Western world has rejected democracy. But what has happened is that a large volume of opinion has come to this depressing conclusion not because they prefer dictatorship, but because they have not drawn the correct lesson from the defective practice of democracy in the last 100 years. The lesson should be not that democracy has failed but that it has never been given a fair chance. People never had the opportunity to govern themselves. If anything has failed, it is representative government and not democracy. No taxation without representation was in its time certainly a democratic demand, but it was democracy on a primitive level, and it never rose much above it. The lesson of this experience is that we should now try to end out if a government more directly controlled by the sovereign people is possible in our time. Obviously, there must be some government, and all the people cannot be responsible for the actual execution of governmental functions. It may be possible in some village communities, as it was done in the city-states of antiquity. But in modern 82 states, with their vast population and complicated social and economic institutions, direct participation of the whole people in the day-to-day administration of a big country as a whole is impossible. This baffling problem is driving more and more people to the conclusion that democracy cannot be practiced and must be supplanted by another form of government, and if it is not democracy it must be dictatorship. New humanism offers a new approach to this problem. The approach is to renew the emphasis on individual man in society and to point out that every human being is naturally endowed with potentialities which can be developed, and if they are freely developed in the individuals from childhood, then an increasingly large number of the citizens of any country will be able to judge for themselves in all matters concerning their government and discriminate between propositions placed before them. Consequently, the present atmosphere in which politicians and parties can sway people with big claims and promises will be changed and a different atmosphere created in which the citizens are capable of forming clear opinions on what they want and what is to be done, and how it can be done. There remains then only to provide the channels for the intelligent and responsible opinion of citizens to become effective. Democracy recognizes the sovereignty of the people, but no opportunity is provided to the sovereign people to exercise their sovereignty. The only choice granted to the sovereign people is to surrender their sovereignty to one or the other political party, and then they are ruled by this or that party on behalf of themselves, so to say, but it is the party which rules and the people have no say and no control in the matter until they may surrender their sovereignty in the next elections to some other party. Once a representative is elected, he is no longer under the control of his electors but that of his party. Party discipline is binding on every member of a party, and the party whip is the last appeal to his judgment. A member of a particular constituency may feel morally obliged to do certain things for the welfare of its electors, but as a member of his political party, he is guided by the party whip which may as often as not prevent him from doing what he feels morally obliged to do. 83. Therefore, we end in most cases that popular representatives do not represent the people but their own party. You may have noticed that during the debate on the Constitution in the Constituent Assembly, many members advocated in the beginning a point of view of their own which they suddenly abandoned simply because the party whip had cracked, and they voted against their conscience. To change the system, obviously, we have to end a way by which the popular representatives will remain constantly and at all times under the control of the people. They should always express the will of the people, always represent the aspirations and needs of their electors. But that cannot be done unless the representative is free from this conflict of loyalties between the people and the party. So long as the sovereign people remain steeped in a psychological, intellectual, and cultural atmosphere in which they can be easily swept off their feet, in which they lose their ability to discriminate and to judge intelligently, the people's representatives do not have to fear that the people who elected them once may not elect them again. But as soon as that atmosphere changes, as soon as the electors will be able to hold their representatives responsible for what they do, then the would-be parliamentarian will feel that party loyalty is not enough for them to be re-elected by the people and that he will have to represent more faithfully the intelligent will of the people if he wants to get the vote of the people of his constituency more than once. There we come to the root of the problem. We shall have to remind ourselves again that without education democracy is not possible. Education is not merely meant to signify the ability to read and write. We know of people holding science degrees practicing all sorts of religious rituals and behaving in a most unenlightened manner. Education for democracy means development of the natural distinctive attributes of all human individuals, development of the innate ability to think for oneself, to judge oneself and decide for oneself what is right and wrong. Even the attempt to change the atmosphere in that respect cannot be made unless our point of departure is the recognition of the fact that every human being is potentially rational and therefore potentially moral. Every man is 84. Born as good as the other and with the same potentialities. That idea is denied in formal democracy under merely representative government as much as under dictatorial regimes. Both believe in prerogatives given by God, or by birth or by environment, in any case, given by an extraneous agency to some and not to others. This presupposes the view that there is no human equality on principle, some are born inferior to others, and those born superior, endowed with abilities not to be found in the common man, are naturally destined to be the rulers of a country, that is, they alone can conduct the affairs of society in all its departments, on all levels. Challenges this underlying idea of all those political theories and suggests that if we are to come out of the present crisis, if democracy is ever to become a reality, if freedom is to be more than fraud-ortion, then we must begin from the fact indicated by modern scientific knowledge that every man is endowed with basically identical potentialities which can be developed. The foundation of a free society will be laid by helping every single individual in society to develop his or her human potentialities. As far as this, many are prepared to agree. But then the practical difficulties will be pointed out. This may be a bona fide doubt. But I am afraid, subconsciously, this question is again inspired by the doubt about the controversial equality of men. Unless we discard the old belief that men are born to be unequal, this question is bound to arise. What may be legitimately said is that everybody is potentially equal, but how long will it take to unfold the potentialities? The answer is, assuming that it will take a long time. What is the alternative? We have traveled the other way so long, and where has it led us? Since that other way has proved to lead into a blind alley and some new way has to be traveled, even if it is a long way and an uphill path, we shall have to risk that. The only way is also the shortest way. But ultimately it will turn out not to be so much longer than others. Everything depends on accepting a simple proposition, namely, the fundamental, because it is biological, equality of all human being. We ask, is man by nature rational and capable of thinking and inquiring? Or is his nature to believe, and therefore the bulk of men must always accept and follow blindly something or somebody? Second, is it possible for man to be moral on his own, or can he always behave morally only under compulsion? If all members of society could behave intelligently and decently, we should have the best of societies. If the present society is so full of evil, the reason is that so few people behave intelligently and decently. They do not behave intelligently but blindly follow something or somebody, leaders, traditions, or customs. They do not behave morally, because in the given atmosphere, moral sense has been destroyed. Man's natural sense of what is decent and moral has been dulled by the generally accepted saying that ends justify means. And this has been said so often that it has become one of those traditions and habits which are blindly followed. This is true both in personal and, even more, in public life. Public life in the political eld is dominated by political parties. Their main object is to capture power because it is believed that nothing can be done except by governments in power. If the best of programs is ever to be realized, the need is power. Once it is taken for granted that capture of power, by whatever methods, is the precondition of any good to be achieved, and without power nothing can be done, the logical conclusion is that anything and everything done for capturing political power is justiciable. Once popular mentality is dominated by the principle that anything done for a good end is right, morality disappears, and that is the main evil in the public life of all countries in the world today. All thinking people complain about this and are looking for ways and means to introduce decency and morality in public life. Morality has disappeared because it is forgotten or ignored that only individuals can be moral. Morality is an attribute of men, and men have been lost in the masses. If you deal with men, ultimately you can appeal to their reason and deal with their conscience. But in the mass, men's reason and conscience are also submerged and suspended. Masses respond more easily to emotional appeals, because men merge into masses on their lowest common denominator. The level of the politicians then adjusts itself to this mentality. Elections do not ensure democracy but put a premium on demagogy. 86. To ensure that elections wreak an intelligent public opinion, there has to be an intelligent public opinion (RST). Then only elections can become an instrument of democracy not sprung on unprepared electorates in a concerted effort to sweep them off their feet. Such an alternative approach to election begins with people in their localities meeting in local or regional conferences for serious discussions, not for public harangues, but for educative and enlightening propagation of these ideas. Through such informal regular meetings an intelligent public opinion is created. Having come to understand political questions and economic problems for themselves, the people will see that they need not vote for this or that party, leaving all judgment to them and relying on their promises, but that they can judge independently and elect candidates of their own choice, from among themselves. These will be independent candidates, that is to say, they will not depend for their election on any political party, and therefore they can depend on their own conscience and be responsible to the people directly. That will do away with the evils of party politics and the scramble for power and its demagogy and corruption. In the next elections, we may not yet get rid of the bad effects of party politics. But we may already help in the appearance of a considerable number of independent candidates who in the assemblies will not be subjected to the whip of the parties, whether in power or in opposition, but who can raise the voice of the people inside the parliaments. That voice may not yet be able to influence affairs very soon in a decisive manner, but even in the RST parliament elected under the new constitution it will be possible in this way to have at least a good number of independent candidates who can think for themselves and can have the courage of their conviction because they do not depend for their seats on any party machinery. Thus, while the big parties may get for power among themselves, there will be a few people to express the will of the people without reservations and extraneous contingent considerations of fear or favor. Their voice, in its turn, will quicken the consciousness of the people outside who follow the proceedings in the assemblies. And what is more, after the elections, independent candidates, who 87. Depend directly on the people of their locality for their election, cannot forget their constituencies but must keep constantly in touch with them for their mandate and support. Also those humanists who have stimulated this political awakening in the constituency will not leave the voters to relapse into apathy after elections but constantly remind them of their rights and responsibilities. They worked in the constituency not to be elected and then go away to the centers of power, but they remain there with the sole function of educating the people and helping them establish a democratic local republic. In these local republics it is possible to have direct democracy, and their functions can be expanded as the citizens grow increasingly discriminating and conscious. In them, power and sovereignty will remain in the hands of the people themselves, and in this way the precondition for a government of the people and by the people will be created. Because ultimately the nature of the basic units will determine the structure of the whole state built upon them. A democratic state in a large country is possible only on the basis of such small organized local democracies which can remove the sense of helplessness of the individual citizens, and through which alone individual voters can exercise control over the state by means of an intelligent active public opinion. To promote this is the most effective practice of New Humanism in the political eld. But New Humanism can be practiced in other aspects also. Instead of making the government or the state responsible for everything and then complain if it does not discharge its responsibility, for instance, in the eld of education, people who are interested in actually doing something and not only talking and demanding, or blaming somebody or other for all that is wrong, can take a similar initiative, as in the political eld, and through mutual cooperation start educational institutions from the primary schools to the universities by their own means and efforts. No state educational institutions can work in a vacuum. Before the demand for general education as a responsibility of the state arose in the 18th century in the French Revolution, the preconditions for its fulfillment had been created by the intellectual movement of the Enlightenment. That movement had laid the foundation for a secular education. 88. Divorced from the church, priestly domination, and the blind faith of the religious mode of thought. The lessons of that movement can still serve in countries like India today. It dispelled the darkness of the Middle Ages in Europe. Its ideas were not very different from what we are proposing today in our effort to dispel the last vestiges of the darkness and stagnation of our own dark ages, from which we are only recently emerging. The Enlightenment movement was carried on by great scientists. Their main activity consisted in writing that monumental work, the Encyclopedia. History has proved that if the French Revolution were to be traced to one single cause, it is this book. Through this book, enlightenment spread to the farthest corners of France. The single biggest result of the encyclopedia was to destroy the prejudices and enslaving traditions of the old order, through the spread of scientific knowledge. Therefore, nobody need fear that the work of education and spread of ideas is merely theoretical or without practical value in public life and even in the political eld. Other forms of political practice are necessary, but this change of outlook and atmosphere has to precede the building of any democratic institutions. Since democratic politics thinks in terms of elections, New Humanism, if it wants to be accepted, will have to show whether it can be practiced in elections also, and that is what I have tried to show. But greater importance should be attached for the time being to the other kind of work which aims at freeing the people from spiritual bondage, which appeals to their reason and compels them to think, and which also compels them to be guided in their behavior by their own judgment and conscience and not by any external authority, be it in heaven or on earth. Only when people will behave morally because they are consciously relying on their rationality will man appear as what in fact he is, the highest culmination of the entire process of evolution. This moral self-reliance will express itself in all elds of human life and activities, personal as well as social. It will dispel the paralyzing ignorance of the belief in karma. If people believe that their suffering is due to their karma, they will think it is useless to try and shape their own fate. Thus, if we bring the light of science to the people, it is not merely a matter 89. Of building schools and indulging in theories. When people will understand what science has to say about the laws of karma, it will have a decisive effect on the creation of that self-confidence without which democracy is not possible. To spread enlightenment in all the dark corners of our social life, where superstitions lurk and prejudice breeds, is the most fundamental task of all. It is the precondition for any better society, particularly for a democratic society and for a higher cultural level. If authoritarian mentality is so prevalent, it is because of the cultural backwardness of the people. If we want to avoid the danger of totalitarianism, we must change that mentality of the people. That can be done only if those who are at least partially enlightened, conscious of their own responsibility to contribute to this effort. Everybody can search himself if he cannot by his own will and decision be decent, moral, and rational. If he can, he will in consequence feel free himself. If you say that you cannot, I must doubt that freedom is your highest ideal. But once you say that you can, then you can also spread this certainty, this conviction, and this attitude to others. Once there are a few people anywhere who have this spirit, you have founded the nucleus of a decent society in which men can be free. Once you have 100 such nuclei, the progress of this movement will become very rapid and spread in geometrical progression. But you must have the conviction that it can be done. And then you must have the courage and the confidence to start doing it. If instead of only preaching and teaching, we act and live as humanists, the practice of this new humanism will spread more and more rapidly. Of course, before talking about practice, it is necessary that we must not only accept the ideas but thoroughly understand them also. Otherwise, neither can we act according to them ourselves nor carry conviction to others. When I hear somebody argue that new humanism cannot be practiced, I ask whether he is convinced that the ideas themselves are right. Because if he is not yet convinced, no use arguing with him about practice. If you accept ideas merely because it is easy to practice them, you are much more likely to accept bad ideas than good ideas because bad ideas are usually more easily practiced. In any case, before we talk of practice, we must 90. Grasp the theory. Action presupposes thought. Unless the theory appeals to your reason, no use worrying about practicing the theory. But once that theory has become part of me, of my whole mental outlook, and I am inspired by it, I must act according to it. I cannot help doing so. As long as a theory remains theory, and does not become part of my existence, there will be no action at all, at least not conscious and consistent action. But once this theory becomes alive and integral part of my existence, all my actions will be practical expressions of that theory. The appeal of new humanism is addressed to all who are dissatisfied with the given state of things, because it is they who feel the need of something new to give meaning to their lives. And if they are convinced that new humanism offers a better and more satisfying way of life than the theories which have led to so much disillusionment and frustration, you will not hear from them this doubt about the possibility of practicing the ideas which they have made their own. To say that you would agree with our ideas if you thought they could be practiced is the wrong approach. Because when we spread our ideas, we don't ask anybody to join us or to vote for us or to go out of his way to perform any particular kind of discipline or activity. We only say, if you agree with these ideas, go and act according to them. New humanism is a way of life. If you accept it, if you make it your own way of life, you cannot help acting up to it. Life consists in some form of activity all the time. And if you accept this way of life, it will end the expression in everything that you do, in human relations, in social institutions, or political elections. That is the only way in which we can ensure that not only will India be an independent country, but the Indian people will also actually enjoy freedom. No amount of welfare and prosperity can bring happiness unless they are enjoyed in freedom. 91. There is widespread discontent throughout the country with the political as well as the economic conditions. As the economic conditions affect the daily lives of all more immediately, attention is concentrated on the evils in that sphere of public life. But the problem of political democracy is closely associated with economic life of a country. The process of building up new political institutions in free India has hardly begun. People had been made to expect that after India would be free from foreign domination, a new era would dawn and all the evils of which the Indian people have been suffering for so long would disappear. There was really no ground for such high optimism because big changes do not happen from today to tomorrow, or if they do, it is by way of an imposition from above, which is not freedom. The democratic reconstruction of the economic life of a country. 93. A new approach to political and economic problems. Lecture at Patna University, India, 1949. From Politics, Power and Parties, ed. Ellen Roy, Calcutta, India, Renaissance Publishers, 1960. As vast as India cannot happen in this way. If it were only that sufficient progress was not being made, one could plead for patience. But unfortunately, the economic condition of large sections of people is going from bad to worse. That naturally causes anxiety and a sense of insecurity in the public mind. And this anxiety, in its turn, tends to preclude an objective and sober approach to the existing problems. It would be wrong to encourage the tendency of always ending fault with others, of grumbling, dissatisfaction, frustration, and hopelessness. In such an atmosphere, public life becomes demoralized, and any attempts to do at least the best possible get foiled. It is quite natural for people who have always been accustomed to look up to authority, to end default and express dissatisfaction with those at the helm of affairs when they have promised so much, and to be against everything connected with government, has been a patriotic virtue for generations. I hold no brief for them. We must examine the situation objectively to end a way out, and for that it will not do simply to blame somebody else always. It is quite possible that the problems are not being solved because they are being tackled with the wrong approach, in spite of best intentions. Perhaps the methods which are being adopted are not suitable to the conditions of our country, even though they may have had good results elsewhere in the world, at other times. There are two opposing sets of ideas about changing the economic conditions of the country with the purpose of raising the standard of living of the people. But in the well-intentioned proclamations from both sides, one crucial fact is usually being ignored: the fundamental problem of the Indian economy is not an economic problem properly, it is the problem of population. The rapid rate at which the Indian population is growing is bound to make all economic problems more complicated. If we persist in ending a solution for the economic problems in either of the old ways, which were conceived in conditions where the population problem was not so acute or non-existent, we shall not succeed. Although there are two methods advocated, and hotly disputed, for improving the economic conditions in a backward country, both 94. Postulate rapid industrialization through the application of modern science and technology to the process of production. Both maintain that the cause of India's poverty is her industrial backwardness, and unless modern industries are built up in the shortest time, the standard of living in India cannot be raised. One of the methods advocated for the purpose is the old capitalist mode of production, leaving it to private initiative and capital to bring about the desired state of affairs. As against this, there is the point of view pressed by various shades of socialist and communist opinion. These two latter have differences as regards the policies and methods of coming to power, which is a precondition postulated by all, but their economic programs are essentially the same. They maintain that private property is the cause of all evil and that common ownership and nationalization of land as well as the other means of production must be the starting point of any reconstruction beneficial for the masses of the people. There are different variations of both the brands of leftism, and emphasis may be laid on different points by some of them. But these broad outlines on the whole exhaust the Marxist leftist remedies for curing all economic ills. Driven by the experience that these methods have failed elsewhere, and are therefore not likely to achieve their objects in India either, further explorations for new methods must start from the experience of the world at large since Marx, examine how they have worked in other countries, and then see if they can be applied in the peculiar conditions of India. The method of concentrating on rapid industrialization by building up heavy industries as a means to raise the standard of living of the people is obviously not suitable to India. The main consideration in favor of this method is that unless labor is shifted from the land to fields of production where the productivity of labor is higher, national wealth cannot grow, and unless the total national wealth grows and grows quickly, its equitable distribution will not substantially alter the prevailing economic conditions. Before advocating the method of rapid industrialization, we shall have to see if it will produce the desired result. If it was possible to industrialize India by the methods through which Europe was industrialized in the 18th and 19th, 95 centuries, perhaps it might be a good thing to go through this stage, maybe with suitable adaptations. But in those days, industries existed on a smaller scale. Technology had not yet developed to such a high degree, and consequently a very large volume of labor had to be withdrawn from agriculture, causing a substantial redistribution of labor power in those countries. Today, if India builds industries on the model of 18th century Europe, she will go down in the world competition which all industries have to face nowadays because all the other countries have adopted the most modern techniques and they could compete with great success, not only in the world market but even in India. Because if goods produced in other countries can be sold cheaper in India than goods produced in India herself, the poverty of the people will compel them to buy the cheaper goods, however patriotic they may be, and no country can live behind tariff walls forever. Therefore, the industrialization of India would have to be on the most up-to-date pattern, and that is actually the plan of the advocates of economic reconstruction by rapid large-scale industrialization, whether on capitalist or socialist lines. A little knowledge of the structure of modern industry shows that even if India would be industrialized to the greatest possible extent within the next 10 or 15 years, not more than perhaps 10 million people could be shifted from agriculture to industry. That will be less than a byte considering the degree of population pressure on the land. That much shift of labor will have no substantial influence in changing the structure of Indian economy, not to mention the standard of living of the Indian people. If it is maintained that the living standards would at least be a little improved by comparison, there are other considerations which could be held against that contention. The obvious difficulty will be that once modern industries are built and begin producing goods on a large scale, India will experience the curious problem of overproduction while people continue to suffer from chronic underconsumption. And again, that will be so whether under capitalism or socialism, as they are known from contemporary practice. Capitalism produces goods not with the primary consideration 96 of supplying the needs of the people but of selling them at a profit. When goods cannot be sold with sufficient profit, capitalists will curtail production. We have had this experience with the sugar industry in this country, where sugar mills close down and cane prices go down, although people never get enough sugar to eat. Industries can succeed only on the basis of a home market. A healthy export trade begins only when the home market is satisfied. The restriction on the development of Indian industry in the past was not merely political, as we have been told, but the real cause was that the purchasing power of the Indian people was so very limited. The removal of the foreign rule has not changed this basic condition. In modern times, when countries are industrialized without any reference to the needs and purchasing capacity of the people, a way out is found in subsiding export trade. That is how Japan became a great power. There are many leading experts in our country who would take Japan as the model for Indian development. It is argued that Japan has gone out of the market, Britain is in difficulties, and therefore India can now step in their shoes and supply the entire Asian market and to some extent the African market also. But the difficulty is that other economic powers have already arisen, and Japan is rising again. And all these powers have certain advantages over India. Therefore, India cannot succeed in this plan without heavy government subsidies. Government can produce the NANS for subsidies only by taxing the people, which means lowering their standard of living even more. Thus, we may have a prosperous export trade but an even poorer standard of living of the people. To produce for the restricted home market is not an attractive proposition for Indian private capital. It promises small profits and involves risks. While some advocate government nancing, others clamor for foreign capital investments as a way out. It is true that India is a poor country. But it is not true that India does not possess enough resources to undertake industrialization on a useful scale. With the resources she has, a modest beginning can be made, and it is by no means certain that a very high degree of industrialization would be at all good for India. On the other hand, small-scale industries are of little interest to big capitalists, but they can be started by the people themselves on a local scale. 97. Indian industrialists are clever enough to realize that if they put their money in big industries, they would be very soon confronted with an abnormal and paradoxical overproduction. They may also surmise that by that time there might be a different government not so sympathetic to the commercial and industrial interests. Therefore, our industrial leaders have developed the theory that India has not enough capital resources, that capital must be borrowed from outside, and that means from America, which has most of the world's surplus NANS. The result would be that America acquires a stake in our country. Thus, on the one hand, in association with American capital, which today dominates the world markets, India might get a share in world trade, and on the other, if America invests a large amount of money in India, there would have to be guarantees against dangerous political changes implying encroachments on private capital investments. The leaders of our country, and fortunately the Prime Minister also, are quite aware of the possible political strings which can be attached to foreign capital. Because of their politically reserved attitude, American capital is not coming forth so easily as had been hoped, and hence industrialization is making little headway so far. But things will not improve if we simply stand and watch and complain that nothing happens. Since all the conventional ways appear to be closed to us, we must think of other possible ways by which the economic conditions of the country can be improved. The popular remedies offered by the leftist parties will not serve the purpose. When a country has still to build industries, their nationalization is evidently a premature proposition. Socialism was conceived as a way out of the crisis of capitalism in advanced societies with a high degree of industrialization and a mature working class. That is a very different matter from building up new industries in backward countries where the workers are still half peasants. Socialism today would mean a more or less equal distribution of poverty. Therefore, the main plank in the economic program of the leftist parties has very little in common with the scientific socialism evolved by Karl Marx under entirely different circumstances. If we want to modernize and reorganize Indian economy and 98. Increase national wealth, we must naturally begin with the main sector of Indian economy, which is agriculture. Again, the type of reorganization of agriculture which is necessary and possible in our country has nothing in common with socialism. The abolition of landlordism is a feature of historically earlier revolutions. And it is yet to be seen whether the abolition of the zamindari system by itself will really have the miraculous effect hoped for. In some Indian states, this method has been adopted and laws passed to that effect. The system as such was doomed anyhow. But will its abolition by law alone improve the conditions of the peasants? In view of the structure of Indian agriculture and the budget of the peasants, the answer to these questions cannot be in the affirmative. It is easy to thunder from the platforms against feudalism. But it is difficult to prove that once feudalism is formally abolished, the peasants will be better off. Instead of paying rent to the landlord, they will now pay it in the form of tax to the government, and in some cases the government is even planning to increase this rent or tax, so that the abolition of feudalism may immediately mean an additional burden on the peasantry. This is no plea for the zamindari system. But economic problems must be approached in the RST line from a purely economic point of view, without preconceived ideas and with no political preoccupation. The main cause of the poverty of our peasantry is the low level of agricultural productivity due to the fragmentation of land into uneconomic holdings and the absence of an active urge on the part of the peasants to improve their position by greater effort and enterprise. Such a problem, which has its roots deep in the social soil of the country, cannot be solved by merely passing laws. The primary and perhaps the only condition for improving the condition of the peasantry is to change the methods of production and of rural economy as a whole. The major consideration is that even if industrialization took place very rapidly, the pressure of population on the land would be reduced only very little. The vast majority of labor of the country will still be employed in agriculture. Modernization of agriculture is the greatest need of the economic life of our country if production of 99. Wealth is to be increased. But this is more a matter of organization of rural economy than of mechanization, which is widely believed to be the only panacea. In the past, very largely for political considerations, it was held as an article of faith that an agrarian country is bound to be poor, and in order to get rid of the evils of poverty, the country must be industrialized and agriculture mechanized. Unfortunately, that obsession is still persisting and prevents us from making a fresh, realistic, and unprejudiced approach to our problems. Even America was a predominantly agricultural country until FTY years ago, and even today the value of American agricultural production is no less than that of its industrial production. To produce food for the people is the most elementary human activity. The reorganization and development of agriculture as the foundation of a healthy rational modern economy stands a greater chance than any other method to succeed in removing the poverty of the Indian people. The experience of all attempts to the contrary is gradually compelling thinking people to reconsider their preconceived ideas about the economic reorganization of the country, and to see that before producing industrial goods, we must be sure of a market, and we cannot have a market unless we improve the condition of the agriculturists. The improvement of Indian agriculture presents us with a new problem. Apart from the dogma of nationalization, we have the old theory that in order to increase the productivity of land, agriculture must be mechanized, the plow must be replaced by the tractor and other machinery. But here again we come up against the poverty of the peasants. Few of them can afford a tractor, and to employ machinery profitably, agricultural holdings must be very large. The average holding of the Indian peasant is so small that the application of machinery is almost out of question. Therefore, it is argued that agriculture must be abolished in favor of large farms owned by the state, or perhaps formally owned by peasant cooperatives, so that big machinery can be introduced. Leaving aside the question whether this can be done by democratic means, and even whether it is at all suitable for Indian soil and other conditions, how will you then solve the problem of the dis. 100. Placement of labor? With big machinery, agricultural production can be carried on with perhaps less than 10% of the labor now employed on the land, and not even the most rapid industrialization with modern technology can absorb even a fraction of the vast army of unemployed which we would then have on our hand. Thus, instead of solving the problem of improving the lot of the rural population, you would only aggravate it. These are the facts and realities of the Indian situation, which must be faced in order to end a solution, and, as this is a novel situation, we must have a fresh approach to the problem which will be more suitable to the conditions of our country. The RST consideration is to meet the primary needs of the people. These are food, shelter, and clothing. The primary purpose of economic development is to supply these primary needs of the people. It is obvious that for this purpose the RST condition is by no means the building of steel mills or chemical factories. Nor is it necessary immediately to introduce mechanical means of agricultural production. This had to be done in new countries with vast uncultivated tracts of land and inadequate labor power. There, machines had actually to be invented to bring virgin land under cultivation and thereby increase the food production of the world. In India, that necessity is not there. There is more than enough labor to produce food for the people. If this labor could be employed in a more rational manner, agricultural production could be considerably increased without having to think of industrialization in a big way. What are the main handicaps of our agriculture? First, lack of irrigation. Our agriculture depends entirely on rainfall, and through a wrong forest policy, over many years even that rainfall, inadequate in most seasons at the best of times, has been reduced. An improved irrigation system is probably our RST need, and it can be met by providing innumerable wells, water reservoirs, and local canals, banding, and so on. Second, the fertility of the land needs to be maintained and increased. The productivity of land falls very low when small plots are cultivated without rotation, and when the natural fertilizer of the cattle dung is being wasted for fuel, that fertilizer has to be given. 101. Back to the earth, which will be possible and much better than chemical fertilizers produced in big factories. It has been calculated that the artificial fertilizer thus produced will cost much more than the peasant can afford. But at the same time it is being ignored that India has the largest supply of natural manure from its enormous cattle population. This problem can be tackled. The villagers burn the cow dung because they need fuel. But there is plenty of coal in several parts of the country. The government can certainly see to it that coal is made accessible to the villagers. And when coal is available, a little education will convince the peasants that by putting the cow dung back into the land they will increase their income by more than the coal will cost them. This will at the same time promote one of India's natural industries, namely, coal mining. Third, the countryside needs many new roads and improvement and repairs of existing ones. Also rural consumers and subsidiary industries can be organized on a small local scale on cooperative basis to provide the unemployed and underemployed villagers with useful occupation and income. For these, very little capital is required, which can be partly raised from the local population and partly financed by cooperative credit organizations which should be helped by the government. That would cost the government much less and involve less risk and give much more immediate benefit to the people than vast projects, which may change the face of the country without affecting any change in its economic system and living standards. With such measures, much more can be done for immediate economic improvement than by those overcapitalized huge projects which cost too much and must therefore charge too much for their services, once these will at long last become available. If disinterested public workers will take the initiative, small-scale local projects could easily be undertaken by the local people themselves with relatively little help from the government, and that should certainly be forthcoming once a realistic start is made from below. The government is bound to prefer this method to constant dissatisfaction, complaints, and demand and encourage any such initiative of practical local self-help. 102. But the start has to be made from below. From the top, only big schemes can come, and these are likely to turn out to be white elephants. The peasants are apt to be suspicious, they will do what they are told to do from the top, but unless their very spirit and outlook is changed, the moment they are again left to themselves, they will let everything slide back to the traditional ways in which it has been going on before. The method of reorganization from below, through cooperative self-help, presupposes a certain democratic spirit, the confidence that the affairs of the people can be managed by the people in their own localities. That is how the humanist economic approach is linked up with that of building up a democratic state in India. We do not visualize an over-organized collectivist agriculture, but there should at least be provision for a minimum size of agricultural holdings. The alternative to uneconomic holdings on the one, and huge-scale collectives on the other, hand would be cooperation between agricultural units of reasonable and manageable sizes. The peasants can easily be convinced that cooperation with others, all holding their own land, will produce great benefit and profit for all of them in many ways. Whenever the initiative is taken by the government, experience tells that the result is not as desired. The initiative has to come from the peasants themselves, and cooperative organization should never go to an extent beyond what they are voluntarily prepared for. Only then will their resistance be eliminated. If it can be shown to them that their problems of irrigation and fertilizers, of selling and purchasing and such, can be solved profitably by their own cooperation and initiative, they will certainly understand that, and only through such experience it is possible to extend the area of cooperation in future. By this method, the incentive for increased production through intensified and improved cultivation is preserved and even heightened. At the same time, not only the income of the peasants will be increased, but also the food problem of the whole country can be solved. And there does not seem to be any other way to increase the purchasing power of the majority of the population, and with it, our national wealth. This new method and approach can be applied here and now. 103. Provided the young men of the country, who are ready to do such big things like overthrowing governments and establishing dictatorship, will adopt this new outlook and realize that in no other way is there any hope for them to do anything real and tangible immediately. If they will go and spread this outlook among the people and show them how it can be applied, not only will they improve their lot, but they will at the same time lay the foundation of a new democratic social and political order for the country as a whole. India is supposed to be a democracy, having a constitution which is considered very democratic. But what do the people know and understand of it? First of all, the constitution is much too big and complicated for people to read it. What is needed, and what can be understood by the people, is the spread of the ideas of democracy and the desire to have a government of themselves and by themselves. They cannot even conceive of this unless they develop the urge for a democratic way of life. The prevailing backward mentality of the people is rather inclined toward authoritarianism and dictatorship. Most people who have any political ideas at all, whether of the left or of the right, are obsessed with notions of one kind of dictatorship or another, whether Ramraj or Soviet, or a paternal despotism under the garb of formal democratic parliamentarism. In India, the experience of imposing democracy from above will have even worse results than elsewhere, because 90% of the electorate are illiterate and have no sense or experience of democratic citizenship, civil rights, and responsibilities. This fact places a heavy premium on demagogy in all elections. It is so much easier to make indiscriminate claims and promises than to educate the people. Therefore, there will be no end to promises, which the people will not be able to judge. The outer paraphernalia of democracy, the practice of formal parliamentarism under the given conditions, will only encourage greater corruption, irresponsibility, and demagogy. This does not mean that we should not have elections or a parliament or that there cannot be any democracy in India. It only means that you cannot build a house by beginning to build the roof. We must lay down the foundation of a democratic political structure. The people must want a democracy and believe that it 104 is possible. By coming together to solve our most immediate problem of increasing agricultural production in the way Bree outlined before, we can make such a beginning. Encouraged by the result of their own initiative in solving their local problems, within a very short time the eyes and minds of the people will be opened also to our new approach to a democratic political reconstruction. Every member of the various rural cooperative institutions will be a voter. These very cooperative institutions can be the local nuclei of a democratic political structure. Having come to know each other in the working of economic cooperation, instead of voting for an outsider nominated by some political party in an election, they will easily understand that one of themselves would be a much better representative of their interests in the parliaments. Thus, through the means, and following from the experience, of economic cooperations, we can also create local political democracies, which may replace the present local self-governing institutions, now so full of corruption and devoid of any democratic significance. The whole electorate can come together in local conventions and choose a candidate from among themselves whom they know because he lives with them and has proved his worth in their cooperative institutions, and who cannot run away with his promises once the elections are over. He will remain directly under popular influence and control, which alone will make of a formal democracy, or as we call it, a radical democracy. Thus, while laying down the foundation of a healthy economic system, which will also determine the higher economic organs of the country, you will at the same time have created the preconditions for a democratic political reconstruction of the country. In such a society, there will be no room for political practices or malpractices which make it possible today, on the pretext of being representatives of the people, for some self-willed minority to usurp the sovereignty of the people. So long as any group of politicians can usurp the people's sovereignty, democracy is not possible. Therefore, democracy has not yet succeeded anywhere in being what it was meant to be, namely, government of the people and by the people. The conventions of formal democracy have created a barrier to the emergence of a real democracy. 105. Seeing this experience made in more advanced countries, our own backwardness may prove to be a blessing in disguise. We have no such false conventions to overcome. We begin from scratch. The peculiar conditions of our country do not allow us to travel the beaten track. But to make good use of this blessing in disguise, we must employ an entirely new approach to the whole problem of democracy, in its political operation as well as in its application to economic problems. It is not a question of Western or Indian ways of life. The old Indian way of life was not so good that we should want to preserve it. The Western way of life, not because it is Western, but because it has led into a blind alley, is also no attraction. What we need is a new way of life, which is a human way of life, where the qualities of the human beings will become decisive and will be allowed to determine the system under which they will work and live. 106. Uldhawk, as an integral part of a comprehensive system of thought, New Humanism endeavors to explain the totality of phenomena. It is eminently a social philosophy, applicable to human behavior and human relations. Therefore, it must necessarily also have its political aspect. But too much importance has been attached to political activities and political institutions during the last 200 years, and that has diverted the attention of men from more fundamental aspects of social existence, which ultimately also influence political behavior and relations. Therefore, it is necessary to deal with the practice of New Humanism, to start with, in elds of what may be called non-political human relations and behavior. Is not a system of contemplative thought. It has not been developed in the seclusion of the ivory tower. Grown out of the experience of social action, its test will be in the social exp. 107. Human nature and humanist practice. From Politics, Power, and Parties, ed. Ellen Roy, Calcutta, India, Renaissance Publishers, 1960. Rents of Active Human Beings. Some people are skeptic on this point and ask, human nature being what it is not New Humanism, based on rational and moral behavior, a mere utopia? This doubt arises on the background of an idea of human nature which has been haunting and vitiating human thought throughout the ages. It is the doubt expressed in the age-old question, can human nature change? If we share the traditional view that human nature is what it is, that there are certain immutable factors in human nature and therefore it can never change, well, then all attempts to practice New Humanism will have to be abandoned. Much worse, all attempts for creating any new social order of freedom would also have to be abandoned. Because if human nature cannot change, freedom would always be abused. Yet the desire to create new social relations and institutions allowing for greater freedom is a need widely and passionately felt by a very large section of modern humanity and has been so in all periods of human history. Is it then possible that a need so universally felt by human beings could be contradictory to human nature, as would have to be the case if it was true that human nature cannot be changed? How could such a contradictory position come about? It has been arrived at by sidetracking the real issue and reversing the process which underlies all human progress, by arguing that human nature by itself cannot change, but if the social institutions are changed, then these may eventually change human nature. This wrongly conceived procedure of giving priority to institutions, leaving individual men and women in the meantime to their fate, has been the basic cause of the present crisis because it has led into a vicious circle, If good institutions alone can change human nature for the better, it is also a fact of experience that only good men can create good institutions. Institutions are as good as the men who create them. To break this vicious circle, humanism gives priority to individual human beings. Humanist practice consists first and foremost in developing the human personality and in increasing the number of rational and moral human beings, who alone will make it possible to create political and social institutions that will not be Frankensteins, not fetters on further development of. 108. The human personality, but instruments for further human progress and for the creation of new patterns of a higher human culture. The contention is that the basic element and inherent characteristic of the supposedly unchangeable human nature is the urge to believe, that to believe is human nature. To believe means to accept something as given, to take certain things for granted, to admit that there is a limit to human understanding and human knowledge, and that there are things beyond this dividing line which must simply be assumed as established. In other words, belief in something supernatural, superhuman, transcendental is the foundation of human nature, and it is maintained that this foundation can never be shaken. In an article recently published by an Indian university, in which the problem of the secular state is discussed, the learned author makes the statement that religion having been the most important element in India's social life and the predominating factor in Indian culture, to create a secular state in the sense of modern Western political science is not possible in India. This is applying the dictum that human nature never changes to the Indian situation. To believe is the nature of Indian mankind. Therefore, to have political and social institutions which will have a secular foundation and be guided by rational thinking is not possible in India. If we start from the assumption that human nature never changes, we can never get out of this vicious circle, and the idea of progress has to be abandoned. Progress, after all, is to be measured by the development of individual men and women. A community cannot grow unless its progress is expressed in its individual members. If there is something immutable in human nature, it means that there is a limit to human progress. Humanism challenges this time-honored belief and does so not arbitrarily and dogmatically but on the strength of modern scientific knowledge. The study of the original relation between man and nature and the investigations of anthropology have revealed that primitive man is not given to blind faith. It has even been explained by historians of culture that what is known as prejudices, superstitions, and magic are all primitive expressions of man's innate rationality. In other 109 words, if there is anything constant in human nature, it is not to believe, but it is man's rationality, his reasoning capacity, which urges him to reasonable explanations of everything. And this is not even a particular characteristic which emerged with the human species. This rationality is a continuation of the entire determined process of biological evolution, which takes place on the background of the law-governed physical universe. Human rationality is only an expression of reason in nature. Reason is nothing mysterious. The roots of reasons can be traced in the lifeless physical nature, and it is nothing more mysterious than the coherence of physical existence, the consistent coherence of biological and psychological and of the whole of existence. Religion itself, which is supposed to be the evidence for the dictum that human nature is to believe, was created by man's desire to explain the physical phenomena which surrounded him and on which depended his whole existence. For the sheer exigencies of his existence, man had to know and understand how these phenomena happened, so that if he could not yet dream of controlling them, at least he could anticipate them and guard himself against the danger of being destroyed by their impact overtaking him unawares. The desire to end some law, some regularity, some coherence in apparently unconnected phenomena led primitive man to assume supernatural directing forces behind the natural phenomena. Ultimately, these assumed forces came to be known as so many gods of natural religion. But the postulation of supernatural forces behind natural phenomena was nothing more than a primitive scientific hypothesis. Even today, science explains some yet insufficiently known natural phenomena on the basis of certain hypotheses. Only the hypotheses of today are set up on the strength of previous knowledge. In the beginning of the process, primitive men had to make their hypotheses more or less arbitrarily because the store of human knowledge at their disposal was limited. Yet the notion that every physical phenomenon has some coherence in it was the result of previously established human experience. Men had observed through the ages that the sun rises every day in the east and sets in 110. The west. Rain falls in certain parts of the year but not at other times. There is the periodicity of day and night. Observation of all this regularity and order in natural phenomena led man to believe that they were caused by some will or dispensation and were not simply and arbitrarily happening in a series of chaotic accidents. Thus, the belief in a cause of every natural phenomenon was expressed in primitive man populating the entire universe with a galaxy of gods. And these gods were made in the image of man, they were magnied men, the ideal of man. It was thought that some men with greater power than those on earth made the rain and caused day and night and the seasons to happen with their clock-like, law-governed regularity and orderliness. This is a proof that even religion originally was the expression of the primitive rationality of man. The desire to know, to explain, is precedent to the tendency to believe. Belief results from inability to know. But as the store of human knowledge increased, the ratio between the tendency to believe and the desire to know was, in course of time, reversed. Modern man is more inclined to be rational and to search for more knowledge than to seek solace in blind belief. But modernity is not a chronological concept only. Central Africa is also living in the 20th century, just as America. But all men cannot be called modern simply because they are living in the 20th century. Some may be living physically in the 20th century but culturally perhaps in a prehistoric age. If we make this differentiation, it will be found that the primitive phase of belief is still widely prevalent. And because most people in India are still living in that stage, the dictum that human nature is to believe appears to have a greater force here than in most other countries of the modern world where scientific knowledge has become more widely disseminated. But it would not be scientific to deduce from the undeniable fact that the average Indian peasant is religiously inclined. In fact, religion for him is nothing spiritual but sheer old inherited prejudice that he is therefore the representative of mankind as a whole, and more spiritual than the rest, as is so often claimed by Indian nationalists. The starting point of new humanism is to discard the old 111 dictum that human nature is to believe and to assert instead, on the authority of scientific knowledge and of history, that human nature is essentially rational. Man naturally wants to know and to explain, and from this point of departure the conclusion is reached that human nature can evolve, can be changed. In an atmosphere of ignorance, it was human nature to seek the comfort of believing. In an atmosphere of scientific spirit, it is human nature to seek to know more. So human nature has changed and will change with increasing knowledge. And this continuous change of human nature is the manifestation of the unfoldment of the human personality. This point of departure, that human nature is rational, that every man is endowed with the capacity to know and the urge to know, simplifies the problem of humanist social practice. The idea which today may appear to be utopian and abstract will be appreciated by a growing number of men and women as soon as, instead of appealing to their emotions and pandering to their prejudices, instead of taking for granted that it is their nature to believe, we shall appeal to their reason and help them to know more and more. In proportion as they are helped to broaden their minds and the frontiers of their knowledge, the capacity of a larger and larger number of men and women to appreciate the principles of new humanism will grow and its practice cease to be a baffling problem. Another specific feature of the philosophy of new humanism is its approach to the problems of ethics and morality. The moral crisis and the moral degeneration of the modern world are widely recognized and deplored. Evidently, unless there will be a development toward a higher form of social conscience in a growing number of men and women, modern mankind may not be able to survive the present crisis. Until now, the sense of morality, the appreciation of ethical values has been associated with the assumption that it is human nature to believe. Morality was traced back to certain inexplicable, unanalyzable factors like intuition, instinct, the subconscious of psychoanalysis, or the Allah vital of the philosophy of Bergson and several other nations, which all boil down to the same fallacious conclusion that man cannot be moral by himself. According to all of them, ordinary men and women can be 112. Moral only under spiritual or temporal compulsion. The moral conscience must be derived from something superhuman. Morality is linked up with religion and remains so, by and large, even today. As long as this conception prevails, it will not be possible to put man to the test of being moral on his own strength. In fact, we should have to admit that a moral regeneration is possible only by preventing the spread of knowledge among human beings, because the spread of knowledge will destroy faith, and if morality is conditional on the faith in something superhuman, the expansion of knowledge will mean by implication the destruction of morality. Thus, instead of helping the world to overcome the moral crisis, we should plunge it into an ever deeper moral crisis. There are modern moral philosophers who would not go to the extent of regarding anthropomorphic religion, or any fundamentalist religion, as the basis of morality, but nevertheless mystify the basis of morality. All these elementary biological notions like instinct and intuition, which are now so freely used but not well deemed, cannot be explained because it is maintained that their origin transcends the biological man and consequently are not within the realm of human understanding. Hence, the moral urge must come from some superhuman, metaphysical, supernatural source. Whether man is moral or immoral does not depend on his own urge, which he could cultivate, but depends on something that may come to him or not, so that only the fortunate, the chosen of God, or a man who has committed less sin than others, may feel the moral urge and be good, whereas the others may not. Thus, the Christian doctrine of original sin haunts mankind in many forms, and man will never get out of this vicious circle unless he can be moral on his own, because his will and his reason make him behave as a moral being. Ever since the human mind dared to know things by discarding the conception of supernatural forces openly, the problem of a secular morality has confronted all thinkers. It is one of the foremost problems of our time. But until now, modern philosophers, however much perturbed by the present moral crisis, have not been able to expound a secular ethics. On the contrary, many of them tend to fall 113. Back upon the appeal to religious sanction and mystic origins, with highly sophisticated arguments. Breaks new ground there also. It boldly says that since man is rational, he can also be moral by himself. This is not altogether a new discovery, just as humanism as such is not new. Epicurus already said that he denied the existence of God because he wanted to be truthful, virtuous, and kind, simply because it gave him pleasure to be so and not in obedience to someone else. Is it possible for men to be virtuous, not under any spiritual penal code but on his own strength? In other words, is morality an innate human attribute? Morality in the last analysis is the ability to judge what will be the correct response to a given situation. Judgment is obviously guided by reason. Therefore, a rational man who is consciously rational, who regards reason not as something extraneous but as part of his biological being, can declare that he is moral because by his rational thinking he behaves in a particular way and not in any other way. Now to spread this approach to the moral problem, to show the possibility of a secular ethics, is the second item of the practice of the RST, being to make people conscious that it is in their nature to inquire and to know and not to believe in anything higher than man. That outlook alone will give them self-respect and confidence. Man is naturally rational, but most men do not know that they are. Yet they are capable of being actually rational, because they are potentially rational, and they are so because of the fact that man arises out of the background of the physical universe, which is a harmonious law-governed cosmos. Therefore, man's thinking process, man's emotions and feelings must also be guided and informed by certain laws. Most of us are not conscious of this, but since those processes are operating in us, we can be conscious of it. Therefore, we say that man is essentially rational. And therefore a rational ethics is possible. In fact, the consciously moral behavior of man must result from his rational thinking. That is the basis of a secular ethics. These principles enable new humanism to offer a social philosophy with which the modern world can overcome the present crisis. 114. But this approach suggests, or implies, an entirely new procedure of social change. Until now efforts have been made to create institutions which would educate men, which would create conditions for man to be good or prosperous or happy or whatever change was aimed at. But the approach of a humanist philosophy starts from the individual. It says that only moral men can constitute a moral society. Only rational men can constitute a rational society. If men could not be moral under spiritual compulsion, under the compulsion of scriptural laws, they can even less be moral under the threat of secular laws. Both scriptural and criminal laws have been ruling the world for ages, but crime has not ceased, and morality is almost at a discount. It is generally admitted that laws cannot make men moral. And it is an experience of history that religion also cannot make men moral. Man cannot be moral unless to be moral is inherent in himself, unless the urge for moral responsibility is natural and essential in man himself. Says that the desire to be moral is inherent in man, and it is so because this desire results from man's innate rationality. New humanism does not admit that certain men are inherently superior to other men, that some are gifted with the ability of acquiring knowledge and virtue, and others must always remain lowly and mean, in blissful ignorance, and forever be guided by their fortunate betters. Since humanism starts from the fundamental principle that every human being is essentially rational and therefore potentially moral, the corollary is that every man is capable of knowing, as well as of behaving morally, if he is given the opportunity of developing his personality. That is the central problem of the practice of new humanism. Most social philosophies in our time maintain that unless the social atmosphere is changed, human nature cannot change. But if some individual conceived the necessity of changing the social atmosphere, that philosophy is disproved, because their nature must have changed. Now if the nature of a few hundred members of a particular party can change, why should we assume that the nature of other people cannot change until that particular party comes to power and regiments the whole of society so as to shape it according to its particular ideas? 115. The idea of an elite, the notion of supermen, if not of a superman, which were considered to be reactionary principles of fascism, have in a curious manner crept into revolutionary social philosophies. They propound that there are some people who, either by virtue of being born in a particular country or as members of a particular class, are to belong to an elite. They further hold that under the given conditions human nature cannot change, but there are some chosen few whose nature can change, and they will create conditions so that the nature of the others may also change some time later, in course of time. Rejects this obviously fallacious proposition. It maintains that since a small group of men, or a few individuals, can act rationally and behave morally and feel the necessity of creating a generally rational and moral atmosphere, it is possible that other men and women, as individuals, can also share that feeling. It is not necessary for us to wait until the kingdom of heaven comes on earth, but we can by our own efforts begin here and now creating the kingdom of man on earth. A radical humanist begins from himself. I do not know how long it will take to change the world by capturing power and then creating a moral society. Besides, all revolutionaries may not believe in creating a mortal society. And how do I know whether, in power, I myself might not also be corrupted? Therefore, the shortest way of changing society will be to change myself and become a moral human being. If I succeed, I shall have the confidence that others can and will do the same. This attitude follows from the principle of humanist practice that example is better than precept. The individual being the starting point of new humanism, its practice must necessarily start from the actions and behavior of individuals. A number of individuals who feel the necessity of a world populated with of rational and moral beings will begin by themselves becoming moral and rational individuals. Naturally, when 100 of them will be guided by the same ideal and will be engaged in the same practice, there will be cooperation among them. A humanist movement will develop among such groups of humanists. They will not entertain and 116. Pursue a distant ideal of a better society, but they will create, and constitute by themselves, the epitome of the rational and ethical society that new humanism visualizes. The revolutionary philosophers of our time have discarded idealism. But curiously enough, they are the worst idealists. The ideal society, according to them, is a distinct thing. The new social order of equality and justice belongs to a more or less remote future determined by a variety of factors and forces. They themselves can be only instruments, and through the instrumentality of these prophets of the new ideal, RST, a preliminary new order should be created. Then, that political order will impose certain structural changes on society by dictatorial means, all in the name of the ultimate ideal. As this process necessarily leads to the obstruction of the development of the human personality, and hence of human freedom, of the freedom of action and even the freedom of thought, it defeats its own end and can never lead to freedom. There is a contradiction between means and ends. We are now living the means, someday the end will be attained. But the means become interminable, and bad means are justified by the dictum that ends justify means. Consequently, by pursuing the ideal of a good society with dubious means which perpetuate themselves, we end by creating a bad society. That has been the experience of the contemporary world. New humanism, being a materialist philosophy, decidedly rejects this faulty idealist point of view. With new humanism, there is a unity of means and ends, there is no difference between means and ends. We are creating something not to happen, perhaps, in a distant future but here and now. People may say that it will be a long process until this method will lead to a new social order, this process of spreading knowledge and education. They want a shortcut. They do not see how some individuals can undertake the task of educating a mass of 400 million people. They say only governments can undertake that task. But government education is invariably a form of intellectual regimentation. At least it does not help the growth of human individuality. It standardizes human individuals. It teaches individuals to be neat cogs to tea in the 117 wheels of a gigantic social and political machine. That kind of education may even include scientific knowledge and technology. But it is not the kind of education which will make men spiritually free and for government of the people, by the people. Only individuals or groups of individuals can start the process of spreading education as a precondition for a radical humanist democracy. Humanist education will not be indoctrination or regimentation, because humanists do not utilize the masses of people as instruments for making a revolution, which would place a small group of people or a party in power. If the masses are regarded as what they are, namely, individual men and women, endowed with the same potentialities that I possess myself, then it should be possible to make them think and feel just as I do and react in the same rational and moral manner that I endeavor to attain for myself. Increase the number of people who will not only dream of a better society but immediately apply themselves to the task of living a better society, and you will be creating it in our own very midst, from where it will spread by virtue of being better and more reasonable. Although logically this work has to be initiated by pioneers individually, yet because of the hopelessness of the situation, because of the failure of all other social philosophies to show a way out of this wilderness, even a few active humanist pioneers in the beginning can achieve much, because there are innumerable sensitive and sensible men and women who are baffled by the problems, who have lost all faith in conventional political action, and to them these ideas will have a tremendous appeal. Because they place before them not a distant ideal but enable them actually to create themselves the epitome of the future society of their dream, create it in their own lives and their own immediate environments. The example of the lives of such individuals will spread, and for the rest time the Marxian concept of a new society actually growing up in the womb of the old will truly be realized. Karl Marx said that socialist society would grow in the womb of the capitalist order. But it has not done so until now. Capitalism of the classic type being a thing of the past, the idea of socialism is still only a distant goal, even in that part of the world where professed Marxists are in power. 118. but new humanism gives content to this prophecy of Karl Marx. Within the framework of the old system which is crumbling down, pioneers of freedom can begin actually building a new society. In the beginning only in a few places nuclei of a new type of society may emerge. But in proportion as these grow, the process of the breakdown, or rather of the supplanting, of the old order will be accelerated. The new society will emerge as a consequence of a dynamic process, not of a cataclysm which takes place at a given point of time but almost imperceptibly over a period of time, until the whole atmosphere is changed without anybody knowing just when and how it happened. This approach to the ideal of social revolution has become all the more necessary because of the fact that the old pattern of revolution has become impossible. Invariably, the old pattern of revolution leads to counter-revolution. Therefore, unless we end a new way of revolution, there will be no revolution at all, and humanity would appear to be doomed to destruction and degeneration. Offers a ray of hope in this deadly atmosphere of frustration and hopelessness. It is a ray of hope because it tells every man and woman that he or she can do something, that they can be strong without having to merge and lose themselves into masses. The practice of new humanism is therefore the only practical method of social revolution in our time, a revolution which can lead to greater freedom and justice and which will create conditions for new patterns of a higher culture. That society can be created now, its actual foundation can be laid and the building process start, by the only possible evolutionary method in our time, the method of humanist practice. Experience will teach what should be the forms in which the new humanist ideas can best be presented, so that less fortunate people can grasp them more easily. It is a challenge to the initiative and imagination of the pioneers, to initiate social change by this new method of an integral humanism. The movement will attract rational men and women who want to improve the public life of their cities, towns, and villages and, spreading from there, of the country as a whole. It is in the smaller circle of your own individual 119 lives and environments and, spreading out from there, in your professional offices and chambers, and thence in your town and district, that the future rational and moral society will begin to grow, and once the process has started, it will be sufficiently attractive to give increasing impetus to its spread on an ever-widening scale and with an ever-accelerating tempo. 120. Humanist politics may appear to be something novel because, while politics has been qualified by a variety of adjectives, these have never included the term humanist. The world has heard of anarchist, democratic, conservative, revolutionary, and liberal politics. There has been nationalist, imperialist, and socialist, or communist politics, and it might be asked what is the need of introducing yet another brand of politics in this medley of political notions which has already created more than enough confusion. The need arises from the fact that none of them seems capable to solve the present crisis and to enable men to be freer and happier. The necessity of humanist politics was born of the conviction that the crisis of the modern world can be solved only by emphasizing the human element in public affairs, or rather by giving the human individual a more prominent place in political theory and practice. All sorts of forces, elements, and factors are considered as ends and 121. Humanist Politics. Lecture delivered at C.J. Hall, Bombay, on January 31, 1949. From Politics, Power, and Parties, ed. Ellen Roy, Calcutta, India, Renaissance Publishers, 1960. Means in politics, but it is often forgotten that there is no purpose in all this unless it increases the welfare and happiness of men and that it is men alone who can bring it about, not impersonal forces and factors. This point of view, of course, has to be backed up by an entire system of thought and its relevancy and possibility shown in practical life. Every political doctrine has a philosophy of its own. Those who are disturbed by the experience of the contemporary world must react to the crisis not fatalistically but creatively by re-examining their whole political notions and traditions, which have been accepted for too long without questioning. In doing so, they came to the conclusion that certain fundamental principles had to be restated, if they were to serve as the basis of a new philosophy of life, which would restore the individual to his place to supremacy. Such a philosophy is a humanist philosophy, and we have called it New Humanism. Humanism as such is an old philosophy. As a matter of fact, the modern political doctrine of democracy was inspired by the philosophy of humanism, which appeared in Europe at the close of the Middle Ages, when the great intellectual movement known as the European Renaissance raised the banner of the revolt of man. But the humanist philosophy of the Renaissance could not stand the test of practical experience. It was eclipsed because it was limited by a decency which could not be avoided at that period. Humanism denied the existence of superhuman or supernatural forces and placed man in the center of the universe. Man was the point of departure in all its arguments. But it failed to explain man himself. Today, we are in a position to take up the threads of humanism by eliminating its defects. Man is no longer an elementary undeniable. Today, we possess a good deal of knowledge about man. We may not as yet be able to explain exactly how animate matter came to emerge out of the background of the physical universe, but there is no reason to assume that man is something which could not be explained as coming directly out of the background of the physical universe. With this greater knowledge about man, the defects of the older humanism can be removed, the humanist doctrine that man is the center of things, that man is the creator of everything in his 122 world, can today be revived and substantiated, and thereby a new inspiration given for that type of political practice which appears to offer the only way out of the modern crisis, namely, a really effective, humanist, radical democracy. Humanism as a social philosophy is concerned with human behavior, with human relations. But a social philosophy, in order to be convincing, must be integrated into a complete system of thought, including a cosmology and other branches of knowledge. This has its relevance to humanist politics, and before making humanist politics plausible, the philosophical background of humanism had to be outlined to show how it leads up to this new form of humanist politics. The humanist principle of attributing primacy and sovereignty to the individual is also the accepted principle of democratic political theory. But the practice of formal parliamentary democracy deviated from this fundamental principle and consequently came to grief. That deviation was ultimately the result of the fact that the traditional humanism failed to explain man himself and those human attributes which enable him to use his sovereignty effectively. The traditional humanism could not explain how and why man can be depended upon for behaving rationally and morally, that is, a responsible citizen of a given society. Consequently, it came to be believed, even by the best of Democrats, that though sovereignty indeed belongs to the people, composed as they are of men and women not sufficiently educated, enlightened, and qualified for administering public affairs, must delegate their power to elected representatives, and hence democratic government came to be known as representative government. It is not difficult to see the difference between a democratic government and a representative government. Democracy has been deemed as government of the people, by the people, for the people. Of that generally accepted definition, however, 2/3 has been silently eliminated, and in reality, democracy has come to be nothing more than at best government for the people. A government of the people and by the people has never yet existed anywhere in the world. The people do not govern, they simply delegate their sovereign 123. Right to their representatives, and the representatives govern, that is to say, the representatives meet in parliament, the parliament forms a government, and both parliaments and governments tend to become increasingly remote and independent of the theoretically sovereign people. Parliamentary democracy is representative government, and it is government for the people. If this were the whole of democracy, democratic government is no more democratic than a monarchist government or even a more or less benevolent dictatorship, because kings and dictators also claim to rule for the people. If we have to take the professions of democratic politicians that they are ruling for the people on their face value, is there any reason to disbelieve kings and dictators when they say the same? It may be said that the people after all elected their representatives, but we also know how they elect them. They do not elect them discriminatingly, intelligently convinced that this particular set of people really represents the people's, interests. They naturally elect those who make the best promises, and those who have the biggest and most efficient party machinery at their command can naturally get their promises across to the largest number of people. The original sin of the discredited democratic practice was to forget the wisdom of Plato, who said that education was the condition for democracy. Without education, democracy is not possible. The modern democrats took the backwardness of the electorate for granted. And since experience taught that it was easier for political parties to sway a backward electorate and obtain their votes by demagogic promises, democratic politicians, even later when in power, neglected the task of educating the people in such a manner that the democratic way of life might then be consciously appreciated and pursued by every member of a democratic society. In course of time, the malpractice of formal democracy was reinforced by all sorts of pseudoscientific doctrines, which denied that public affairs can be guided by reason, least of all on the part of the mass of the people. They take as example the behavior of masses and show that only emotional appeals and response in the average man and woman, and from this conclude that it is not possible for every 124 man and woman to claim access to the intellectual and rational heights which only the best members of a society in any given period can attain. Consequently, side by side with the division of society in economic classes, the society was horizontally divided between the elite and the masses. The new elite was no longer constituted by divine right but by the right of qualitative superiority. They alone were considered to be competent to acquire the ability to rule. There must be a ruling set and the masses, and ruling becomes increasingly a prerogative of experts. Under these circumstances, democracy is not possible, because an individual has no possibility to assert his sovereignty, unless he belongs to the elite. If we want democracy, then this system must be changed and replaced by the system in which every individual citizen would have the opportunity of understanding and influencing the affairs of society and participate in them. Such a proposition cannot be made unless it can also be maintained that every single human being is potentially capable of developing his creative powers, his intelligence, his discrimination, as much as any other human being. Scientific humanism can make that assertion. Education as a precondition of democracy is not just primary education, it is not even the conventional higher or scientific education. It is the process of raising the intellectual and cultural level of a people. So long as it cannot be maintained on the strength of scientific knowledge that every man, by virtue of being a human being, is capable of rising to the highest heights of human attainments, a humanist philosophy cannot be propounded, a humanist social doctrine cannot be advanced, a humanist political practice will not be possible. This is the starting point for a humanist political practice which alone can make democracy a reality. Education for democracy is hardly found anywhere. A certain degeneration of education in this sense is inevitable under the formal parliamentary democratic system. That is in the nature of the formal parliamentary system of party politics. As soon as a party comes to power, it naturally wants to remain and consolidate itself in power. There is a plausible reason for this: a party comes to power and forces a government with a program. 4 or VE years are not 125 enough to implement that program. Therefore, the party must ensure another term in office. In order to guarantee re-election in the next elections, automatically a party in power takes to the practice of indoctrination and varying degrees of intellectual regimentation of the people. Education under the formal parliamentary system is influenced by parties in power, and this is a kind of intellectual regimentation, which may be almost imperceptible. Free and compulsory primary education is considered a great democratic achievement. It is not considered enough to say free education, it must also be compulsory. But compulsory education may have two sides. You must go to school, and as soon as you go to school, you are trained and conditioned in certain ways. Before you even learn the ABCs, you are trained to salute a egg or the picture of a man. Books are prescribed and you cannot use any other book than the ones prescribed by a particular government. The result, if not the purpose, of this kind of education, particularly in previously illiterate countries, is to create a high degree of conformism and subservience to an established order. Therefore, under a purely formal democratic system in a backward country, it is impossible, at least the possibility is extremely remote, to raise the intellectual and cultural level of the people through government-sponsored education. Consequently, if we cannot end a different approach to the problem of educating the people, in the sense of laying the foundation of democracy, democracy would appear to be impossible. Free and compulsory primary education is not enough. Indicates a new approach to the problem of education, which suggests that given the opportunity, every human being is capable of developing his or her potentialities almost without limit. It goes on to say that since it is not in the interest nor in the power of governments to afford this opportunity to all citizens, the problem must be tackled by individuals who feel the necessity of a new approach to the political problem. Otherwise, the problem will never be solved, and the world will not come out of the present impasse. Humanists do not convey their concern with the life of society to the small sector of human existence which is conventionally 126 called politics. But by their new approach, they indicate a way out of the present crisis of politics and its problem. Politics is the predominating passion of people in public life, and in India particularly of the educated middle class. Precisely because they are educated, the political approach of new humanism should appeal to them. And because it is widely felt that unless the political problem is solved, no other problem can be solved, the political aspect of the humanist philosophy is of great significance and must be properly thought out and understood. The humanist approach to political problems results from a realization of the futility of political activity as hitherto practiced. One political party after another has come and offered a new heaven on earth, a new order, a new society, promising the people everything they need. Party after party has come to power and mismanaged affairs, and yet another party followed. Yet insofar as the object of leading mankind as a whole toward greater freedom and progress, intellectual accomplishment and spiritual contentment is concerned, political practice has been completely futile. Yet human society, whether conceived as one world on the national scale, must subsist, and if it does not progress, it will disintegrate. We cannot break up human society into the small groups of prehistorical age. The affairs of large communities have to be administered, and that administration is politics. Therefore, humanism must offer a solution to the political problems also, if its larger appeal, its approach to the more fundamental problems of human life, is to end a response. The starting point of the humanist approach to political problems is that the relation between the individual and the state, between man and society, between freedom and organization, cannot be solved unless man, the individual, and his freedom is given an at least equally important place in these political equations. Until now, political thinking has placed all emphasis on the interests of the state. For the interest of the state, everything is justice. The constitution of a democratic state includes an imposing catalogue of civil rights, but they all include also one clause which entitles the executive to suspend the entire constitution if necessary, in the interest of the state. 127. That is to say, for the interest of the state, the freedom of the constituent units of the state can be completely abolished. Similarly, social welfare is considered as something bigger than individual welfare. But what is social welfare if not the sum total of the welfare individually enjoyed by men and women? No freedom, no welfare, no progress or prosperity can be actually experienced except by individuals. The concept of national prosperity and greatness, of a nation or society can be measured only by the progress, prosperity, welfare, and freedom of its individual constituents is a fraud and a delusion. We are dealing with relations in which emphasis has always been laid on one of the related things only, man has always been relegated to the subsidiary position. In the relation between the state and the individual, between man and society, everything else was always more important than man. So also, when we think in terms of freedom and organization, we remember that we must be free to organize and that organizations must be free to do this or that, but we are apt to forget that organization has no sense and purpose except to increase our freedom. The philosophy of New Humanism rejects that approach and starts in everything from man and his needs. The beginning is man. Man is the original constituent of society, as the citizen is the basic unit of the state. Man created both as means for his freedom. Therefore, not only should we give at least equal weight to the two related things, but primacy must be given to man, the individual human being. This cannot be done by the existing political parties, either of the right or of the left, either democratic, dictatorial, liberal, or conservative. Because all of them, in the last analysis, are collectivist by their nature as political parties. All of them profess to serve a collective concept, either a state or a national or a class or society with a capital S. Therefore, a new kind of political practice is necessary which must begin from the root, which, knowing that education is the precondition of democracy, must apply itself to the education of the people. Education for democracy does not consist in teaching just reading and writing but in making the people conscious of their 128. Humanists, to make them conscious of their right to exist as human beings in decency and dignity. Education means to help them to think, to apply their reason. That is to say, the new humanist political practice must begin as a cultural movement. It must get out of the struggle for power of the political parties. Even a humanist political party, to have to come to power, would have to join the scramble, would have to play the game according to its rules, otherwise it would stand no change at all. And if it refuses to play the game, it is not a political party in the proper definition of the term. Political parties indulge in this scramble not because they are composed of bad men or because one is worse than the other. This is what politics has come to be, and as soon as you join the game, you must abide by its rule. The rules are laid down, they are based on the backwardness of the people. And in this game, education for democracy has no place, because ignorant and backward people can be more easily deceived and swayed. Therefore, humanist politics starts with the eschewing of the whole game of bidding for political power according to the old rules of the game. That is not a matter of renunciation. It is a well thought out new political practice and procedure. It starts by analyzing the concept of power. Power is a means to an end. But over the all-absorbing means, the end is invariably forgotten. After the RST stage of capturing power comes the second stage of trying to retain it. And if on the record of what a party can do in power it cannot be re-elected into power, then it tightens the screws of the regime and establishes a dictatorship, even if it does so still with the imagined purpose of remaining in power to enforce a democratic program. The scramble for power creates a vicious circle. Maintaining that state power is now indispensable for social change. Humanist politics attacks the problem from the root, which is man. It states that man is the basic unit of society. Therefore, a free society can have no meaning except in the form of freedom of the individual human beings. In order to achieve greater freedom, the conscious urge for freedom, the desire for a democratic society, for a democratic way of life, must be awakened in a growing number of individuals. Because any democratic change in society can be brought about only by the basic 129 individual constituents of society, and unless these have the conscious desire to bring about that change, it cannot be brought about. It might be argued by enthusiasts of social change that that will take a very long time. That is not necessarily so. But assuming that it will take a very long time, is there any alternative? And it would have to be such an alternative as would bring about the kind of social change that we want to bring about, namely, greater freedom for the individual constituents of society. Of course, those who still have faith in the dictatorial alternatives will not see the force of this argument. But those who have lost the faith that freedom can be attained by means of an even temporary denial of freedom, those who are alarmed by the signs of growing regimentation and eclipse of the individual everywhere, they have no other alternative. Humanist politics is the only way before them. but given the condense in man and his innate rationality, which is the essence of the philosophy of humanism, these is no ground to be so hopeless and desperate. It is not going to be an endless process leading nowhere. Impatient revolutionaries have a very facile argument. They say, those in power prevent change, to capture power through parliamentary channels is not possible, therefore, a revolutionary political party, which wants to reconstruct society and establish freedom, must capture power by insurrectionary means and set up its dictatorship to prevent counter-revolution. Then will come the time to think of freedom and democracy on a higher plane. Apart from the fallacious assumption that dictatorship could lead to a higher form of democracy, there is the factual and pragmatically established argument that this hypothetical shortcut to social change through insurrection is closed in our time. The days are gone when a determined minority party could capture power through an insurrection, as happened in the French and Russian revolutions. If you look at the history of revolutions since the Russian Revolution, it is an unbroken history of defeats. Modern states are possessed of such formidable armed forces, and so very highly mechanized and organized, that any attempt of a minority to capture power by armed insurrection is bound to be crushed. In a country like India, where the state may not have those 130 advantages of other modern and highly militarized and organized states, the security of the established order is based on the blind faith and backwardness of the people. In the case of any attempt to overthrow the present government by armed force, you will end the vast bulk of the population not on the side of the revolution meant for them but rallying around the government, which for all they are told is something almost divine, combining the qualities of father and mother, saints and worshippers of saints. All other ways being closed, if we reject the old traditional way, and the lure of the shortcut being no longer a practical proposition, the humanist way seems to be the only way that leads in the direction where we want to go. If this is explained, every sensible human being should be expected to travel it. The humanist appeal is therefore addressed to all sensible people, to all those who can no longer be deluded by romantic or demagogic fallacies but want the reality of freedom. Whoever agrees with the reasoning of new humanism as a philosophy will ultimately also adopt the political practice which owes from it. To apply these ideas to our own circumstances, what will be the humanist political approach to the Indian situation? Elections will take place in 2 years' time in our country. Formally, it may be a perfectly democratic election by universal suffrage. By current notions, nothing better could be desired. But on entering this gate of freedom, if we cast a glance at the rest of the world to see where universal suffrage has led in practice, it does not appear to be such a very inspiring example. Why is that so? Because people are not educated for democracy. And in such a country, universal suffrage means that there will be a many times larger number of ignorant and politically uniformed, indiscriminating voters than have ever been known to have participated in an election anywhere, and who can be very easily swayed by appeals to emotions, religious prejudices, and primitive sentiments. If that is the highest ideal of democratic politics, then nothing better can be expected than the present state of affairs. The party in power will be returned to power. It will guarantee this by maintaining the cultural and intellectual status quo. Because to reconstruct India is a matter of many years. Therefore, the party in power 131 must remain in power almost indefinitely if it wishes to accomplish its program even partially. And to return the party in power back to power, again and again, the present state of ignorance of the people is the best guarantee and necessary precondition. Thus, the country may have independence, we may even become a great power, but all that glory would be built on the neglect, if not suppression, of the human individuals who are the basic units of the nation, and that will mean an ever further lowering of the cultural level of the people. We have seen this happening in many other countries where modern technical progress was superimposed on a culturally backward society, and formal democracy was practiced in the absence of any appreciation of the democratic way of life and of a general urge for individual freedom. The essence of parliamentary democracy is believed to be the existence of opposition parties. In our country also, attempts have been made to have an opposition party. In order to come to power, the opposition party must be able to sway the majority of voters away from the party at present in power. We have seen how voters are swayed. Therefore, an opposition party, which wants to succeed in the given atmosphere, has to appeal to the same backwardness, the same ignorance, the same prejudices and blind religious faith of the people as does the party in power. Thus, even the opposition party will be no guarantee for democracy. Indeed, it is more likely to reinforce and galvanize the very conditions which a truly democratic practice should tend to remove. Formal parliamentary democracy can be practiced in our country only by maintaining the present social and cultural backwardness of the people. What meaning can that kind of democracy have for those who are moved by love of freedom? They are compelled to search for another way, and there is another way. It begins with the decision to change that very condition on which political parties thrive, by blasting the foundation on which the structure of a fake democracy is built, that is to say, by attacking the backwardness, the ignorance, the blind faith of the people, which make the vast bulk of the electorate so easily amenable to demagogy. Needless to say, a democracy cannot be educated from today to 132 tomorrow. But a beginning can be made here and now. For example, if in the next elections there would be only 200 people throughout the country ready to practice humanist politics, they could being work in a dozen constituencies, and there being the task of awakening the urge for freedom in the individuals and raise the intellectual and cultural level of the people. These are after all not just high-sounding phrases, they express themselves concretely in a change of outlook and of their backward habits. When election time comes, we shall tell them, you may vote for any party you like, but before you vote, think, don't be carried away by election speeches, use your brains, examine the programs and promises and the record of the people who make them. Anybody may come and say, for instance, that he will build socialism when in power. Ask him what socialism will mean to you, and then think if he can do what he promises. We don't say that he is telling a lie, but we shall also talk with the people about socialism, and about the conditions in the country as they are, and what changes the people really want, and then they will understand that no party with the best intentions can make of India society a socialist society, not in 10 years' time, assuming that socialism is considered to be the highest ideal. In that way, at least a few members in each community will be able to examine election promises in a critical spirit. Half a dozen of them in a constituency will act as a powerful catalyst. They will infect others with their habit of thinking and critical discrimination, so that perhaps already in the next elections 1 or 2% of the voters will cast their vote intelligently and with a point of view of their own from which to judge the persons and programs for whom their vote is canvassed. A few independent men who are not professional politicians may not make themselves felt immediately in the legislatures. But the foundation will be laid for a really democratic practice. If this work will be continued in the VE years until the next elections, the electorate of that constituency will have become a small democracy. If we were to go on doing this in one constituency after another, it might take 100 years. But it will not be so. Once the example is set and the spirit gets abroad, the momentum will grow and the 133 movement will spread much faster than anybody can imagine today. The humanist political approach is that by creating these small islands of democracy and freedom, the nucleus of a humanist democratic society will be created, the kind of society in which a humanist would wish to live. Example is better than precept, and by creating these small democratic islands, we are recreating society as a whole. Humanist democratic education will not only create a discriminating electorate but also teach people to live a cooperative life, to transform their local community into a small cooperative commonwealth, a local democratic republic. As the example spreads, these will be the organized basis of the society we want. One of the most outstanding characteristics of humanist practice is that its political ideal is not of the kind to be achieved at some particular point of time in an incalculable future. For humanists, means and end are not so differentiated. The means are also part of the end. We are not setting up a perfectionist ideal to be achieved perhaps 200 years hence. We say that a good and rational society will be a society which is composed of good and rational human beings. And we say that every human being is potentially good, that is, moral. Small groups of good and rational men will be the concrete beginning for the creation of good and rational human society, which is the object of all humanist politics. Such a beginning is bound to spread, and the process will accelerate as its results become known. We are not discouraged by the long way ahead of us. Every day of our life, by acting as humanists, we approximate our ideal. This approach to political practice opens a new outlook and perspective before us, which can give us fresh hope and a strong conviction. When that spirit grows in a sufficiently large number of people, and they begin to function as a new catalytic element in society, that society is bound to be affected by their action and their spirit, and sooner or later by their whole philosophy. Because that philosophy does not just speculate and preach, but is practiced by the people who are spreading it, and who are spreading it by living it. It has become axiomatic that environment shapes men. But a humanist will prove that men can also shape their environments. 134. If a philosophy is lived instead of being only preached, it has much greater influence than one which is preached but mostly denied in the living of those who preach it. A humanist says, I must act as a rational and moral human being, as such I appeal to the innate reason and morality of my fellow human beings. And I shall appeal to them not only by precept but by my behavior. If my behavior appeals to them, they will realize that it is my philosophy which appeals to them. Thus, as a social being, a humanist can attain his ideal every day of his life. And his political approach results from this attitude to his fellow beings, from this condense in the innate, potential, rationality, and morality of all human beings. This new spirit can be lived and practiced everywhere in the world. By its spread, the political life of India also can be changed for the better. And that change can become perceptible perhaps already within a few years' time. But we would defeat the object of this purification and rationalization of politics if we would go and pose as if we were better people than others and therefore ask the people to vote for us, instead of voting for others. The object of humanist politics will be served by simply making it impossible for anybody to deceive the people and sway them like dumb-driven cattle. In proportion as this much is achieved, the foundation for freedom and democracy will be laid and become more and more solid and safe. Then the time will come when a centralized Leviathan can no longer pose as a democracy, but a democratic state composed of a number of local democratic republics will rise in which direct democracy is a reality. It will come into being not by passing of laws, not by imposition from above, but because local democracies will be in existence as a political reality and give the impress of their structure on the state as a whole. 135. Thinking men agree that there is something wrong somewhere in the contemporary world. The crassest expression of that is the fact that while nobody is consciously or deliberately aiming at a war, nevertheless the world is actually drifting in that direction. Mankind seems to have lost grip on its own destiny. This realization expresses itself in the frequent use of the term crisis. The root of this crisis has been traced by various thinkers with different predispositions to different causes and different spheres of human activity and their theoretical background. Some call it an economic crisis due to the fact that the economic organization of the world has lost its balance, and as a result things have become chaotic, and if only this economy could be replaced by a more stable and better organization, all the evils of the modern world would be cured. This theory is more than 100 years old. In these 137. Integral humanism. A social philosophy. From Politics, Power, and Parties, ed. Ellen Roy, Calcutta, India, Renaissance Publishers, 1960. Years, more and more people have been influenced by this opinion, until today most parties and persons engaged in efforts to remake the world accept this point of view, which is based on the doctrine of economic determinism. This view is not only held by the political left but widely shared, though not necessarily acknowledged, even by conservatives and reactionaries. If socialization is the panacea of the one, Free private enterprise is that of the others, both being economic concepts. According to both, the economic organization of society determines all other forms of social activities, and if things have gone out of gear, the only thing we have to do is to accept their respective economic remedies. Others call the crisis of our time a political crisis. They say that in consequence of the horrors of 2 world wars, people have lost faith in the modern political institutions. Others have drawn the conclusion that the modern political institutions have revealed certain inadequacies, and if better institutions replace the present ones, the crisis will be solved. There is yet another school among the sociologists, who try to combine the endings of all the others and introduce certain psychological considerations in it, and in a general way, call it a cultural crisis. But even if we could deem culture and agree that there is a cultural crisis, how does this help us when trying to solve the economic and political problems, which are certainly also aspects of the crisis of the contemporary world? If we examine the condition of the world in all fields of human activity, we must come to the conclusion that the crisis is deeper than merely an economic or a political or even a cultural crisis. It is not that just any one department of human activities has gone out of gear and in consequence the entire world is disorganized. If we must give it a name, it could be called a crisis of existence, because the whole of human existence has been thrown into chaos and confusion. We see disharmony and unreasonableness in all departments of human life, and these are symptoms of crisis. Examining this phenomenon, some people have come to the conclusion that the cause of the present state of things is that human affairs are no longer directed and controlled deliberately through 138. The exercise of individual reason and judgment. In the case of perhaps 95% of human beings, the individual personality is completely eclipsed, unconscious, and inoperative. Individuals do not have anything to say, much less can they influence the guidance of human affairs either at home or abroad. Reason and discrimination are at a discount in public life because these can be exercised only by individuals, and the individual itself is at a discount. In consequence, a small minority of self-willed and often self-appointed men at the helm of affairs manage to guide everything according to their own proclivities or ideas, irrespective of the enormous volume of reason that could be brought to bear on world affairs if the potential rationality of all human beings would assert itself in an intelligently expressed public opinion. Is it possible to change the state of affairs? That question can be answered only if we start from an understanding of human nature. If human nature is creative and capable of taking rational initiative, then conditions can be changed. But if the human being is by nature fatalistic, if man must believe in something and be guided by faith and illusions, then it cannot be changed. All the modern architects of social reconstruction are agreed on the basic proposition that man is the maker of history. History is a record of human activities, failures, or achievements of his own making. If we have to state the fact that the overwhelming majority of men have nothing to do in what is happening in the world, that means that they have ceased to be the makers of history, the architects of their destiny. A few men have become the makers of the destiny of all. And this will not be changed by replacing one group of mentors by any other group of mentors. Some may claim that they know better what is good for the people, but others make the same claim. Only the people themselves can know what they really want and need. But they have lost the power and capacity, they have at any rate lost the confidence that they can judge for themselves. This analysis leads to the conclusion that unless the average man and woman recover their capacity to think and judge for themselves what is good or bad, for them and generally, and become conscious of the fact that whatever exists in the world of men was created by 139 men and women like themselves, that if there is to be any future for man, it must also be made by man, we cannot advance one single step in the direction of a way out of the crisis. Unless we can find a way by which man can regain faith in himself, there will be no freedom and no future for man. From time immemorial, man has believed in many things. But except for a very few exceptions, men never believed in themselves. When a creator is not conscious that it is his function to create, that is certainly a strange and sad situation. But this is where the crisis of our time has its roots. This view of placing man in the position of supremacy and primacy and maintaining that man precedes everything that exists, that society itself is the creation of men, that all history is the creation of man, that all economic and political institutions are the creation of man, and that therefore individual man must have the position of priority in relation to all of these. This view has been held by the profoundest and most advanced thinkers of all times. But it was only at the close of the European Middle Ages, when the intelligence of that continent revolted against the spiritual tyranny of the Catholic Church, that this philosophy of placing man in the center of things found wider acceptance. Because the human being was the central point of their philosophy, the leaders of the European Renaissance called themselves humanists. They have gone down in history as humanists, and their ideas and thoughts are known in history as humanism. But we can trace the history of humanism further back, at least to the philosophers of ancient Greece. And if we search in our own past, we shall discover strands of similar humanist thought in Indian history also. Only, unfortunately, those chapters of ancient Indian thought have been forgotten, and in consequence, in India more than anywhere else, man, the individual, has been forgotten today. The question arises, why, when humanism is such an old and venerable tradition in the history of human thought, things could yet have come to such a pass, and why this line of thought could not commend itself to a larger number of people and hence did not determine the generally accepted way of life. This question must be answered because this deplorable fact is the cause of the crisis of our time. 140. Revolting against organized religious faith, which had become a spiritual tyranny, the philosophers of the Renaissance declared man to be sovereign. But the defect was that the people who had talked about man as the center of all things and attached such a high value to the human being kept the concept of man himself clouded in mystery. And how could they help it? There was no scientific explanation of man. Therefore, this view of man was bound to degenerate into some form of mysticism and even in a new religion. Even today many of those who want a revival of humanism are inclined toward a religious point of view. A man like Jacques Maritain, certainly a humanist, is the best example for this. He believes that a restatement of Christianity can take the world out of the present crisis and give man back his moral sanity. Similarly is the case with the Quakers and other humanitarian groups of reformers, who attach the highest importance to man but cannot get away from the fallacy of subordinating man to some superhuman and supernatural agencies. We have known all sorts of slavery and revolt against slavery. But the worst form of slavery is spiritual slavery, and no progress is possible unless it is preceded by freeing the minds of men from that slavery. If man was by nature subordinated to supernatural and superhuman powers beyond his comprehension and control, all talk about placing man in the center of things is meaningless. These assumptions mean that man is born a slave and will stay a slave and can never come out of his slavery. This so-called spiritual point of view is only a sublimation of slavery, and it has been the evil genius of human history throughout. Whenever any form of revolt against terrestrial oppression has taken place except on the background of at least an attempt to revolt against this most fundamental spiritual slavery, it has led to defeat. Revolutions have taken place, but if they were not preceded by a philosophical revolution, they never succeeded. Historians record that fact but generally do not explain it. We can get out of the blind alley in which earlier humanist thought has led only with the help of the knowledge which man has accumulated since the days of the European Renaissance. Since those days, human knowledge has expanded enormously. But it was 141. The men of the Renaissance themselves who began to throw the searchlight of their inquisitiveness in all the dark corners of nature. Since their days, the store of knowledge about nature has grown considerably. But it was not until very recently that a scientific search into the nature of man himself was undertaken, and still more recently that a plausible hypothesis could be set up about man's place in nature on the basis of scientific knowledge. The movement for a humanist revival, starting from the attempt to explain what is human nature, has been called scientific, or simply, as distinct from the older humanism, which took man for granted as an elementary indivisible, which shifted man's blind belief simply from God to man, while man remained a mystery, himself a matter of faith. Tries to go into the genesis of man and to examine the background out of which man emerges in nature. The study of science establishes that there is nothing extranatural in man, nowhere in his evolution does anything extraneous to his own nature enter into this process. Whatever we call human nature, man's attributes and potentialities, can be strictly deduced from the background of the evolving physical universe. Insofar as modern science has acquired a good deal of knowledge of this background, it is now possible to dispense with many assumptions and prejudices, which were at some time or other set up by way of hypotheses, and to have a rational scientific understanding of human nature. This is very important not only from the theoretical point of view but for very concrete and practical considerations of man's life in society. When attempts are made in our time to formulate a new social philosophy, it is maintained that owing to the development of technology and the expansion of communications in the modern world, human relations have decisively altered, and any rules for the governance of those relations must be adjusted to those changed conditions. Rules which were good enough for relations existing under different conditions cannot be applied under the changed circumstances of the modern world. That sounds plausible. But some sociologists who propound these ideas do not take the one necessary step forward which would 142. Give to all these changes a significance satisfactory for the life of man. And as long as they do not take that step, their efforts will be useless. What is the decisive category of all social sciences? It is man. Society has men for its constituent units. And if we want to have any ideas or rules for governing the changing relations between men and society, we must have an idea about the nature of man, just as you cannot study physics unless you have knowledge of the elementary constituents of the matter with which physics is concerned. When modern political theories were first conceived, all thinkers started with a certain idea of man. Some said, like Rousseau, that man is simple and good by nature, and civilization degenerates and corrupts him. Others still held to the older idea that it is human nature to believe, and human existence cannot be sustained unless it is anchored in the belief in something superhuman. However, in the 17th century, a school of thought gradually developed which, while recognizing the complexity of human nature, laid emphasis on reason as the distinctive characteristic of humanity. A whole structure of social and political thought was built on that idea. Throughout the 18th century and even in the beginning of the 19th century, this idea predominated. It was widely held that man is essentially rational, and all appeals of social progress or political revolution had to be addressed to the reasoning capacity of man. But there were also other trends of social thought which tried to push this idea into the background and confronted it with the more superficial strata of the human personality, which appeared to contradict the idea of man's essential rationality. According to them, instincts and emotions are the decisive elements in human nature, and emotions would always overwhelm reason. Modern philosophers, and especially social philosophy, have come very largely under the influence of this emphasis on man's essential emotionalism. For instance, Bergson, but also many others, attributed to emotion by far the greater role as a determinant of human action and behavior. But emotions cannot be exactly known, they have to be taken for granted as something given in the makeup of man, however much we may try to analyze them, they have an 143 element of unpredictability, and you cannot say that they were either correct or mistaken. This view of human nature brought about a relapse and a reversal in social science, away from the trend which was to make man the maker of his world. Therefore, since the early days of the 20th century, we have this curious spectacle of a scientific religious revival and a whole host of men of science in frantic search of God. Human knowledge is never perfect. But to draw from this fact the conclusion that whenever we come across something unknown, it must be something unknowable that amounts to installing ignorance as a godhead. This development was the result of a certain ideological reaction which followed upon the French Revolution. It was motivated by various factors. As revolutionary political theories developed, which challenged the sanctity of the established order by declaring that man is the maker of his world, the advocates of the old order went over to the offensive. When they found that they could not challenge the humanist sanction of the forces of progress, they fell back on the age-old authority of a superhuman sanction, and consciously or unconsciously, mostly perhaps unconsciously, those modern scientists who tend to invest all that they do not yet know with the mystic halo of something unknowable have played into their hands. Later in our time, when one world war was followed by another, and a third one is threatening now the whole world with disaster, a sense of horror, despair, and helplessness appeared to leave man no other alternative but to relapse into the religious mode of thought, which historically belongs to the Middle Ages. Confronted with this spectacle of a total reversal of human development, the bolder thinkers of our time have come to the conclusion that unless the sanction for social change and a further development of man and society can be found in man himself, rooted in human nature, all change can only be for the worse. Because it is quite clear that if man cannot do anything by himself, he must merge himself in this modern monstrosity called the masses. Nothing but this self-abasement of the individual in mass meetings, mass prayers, mass demonstrations can give to the man. 144. Who does not believe in himself a sense of security and power. The power of the masses is extolled so much that some of the detractors of humanism who do not believe in the old God anymore have made a new God of the masses. But this God is an insult to the good old God as well as to men. Yet we and modern men worshipping this strange God which they have themselves created out of their own ignorance and lack of faith in themselves. Only a robust humanism can put an end to these perverse cults by striking at their roots, which lie in ignorance and a glorification of this ignorance. This new humanism is an integral humanism, distinguished from the older forms of humanism, which were more poetic and romantic, by being strictly based on a scientific knowledge of man and human nature. But scientific knowledge as learned in schools and colleges is not enough to make a humanist. You may learn something about physics and yet not be a scientist. There may be even recognized scientists who have not necessarily imbibed the scientific spirit. Knowledge in our days has become departmentalized. But true scientific knowledge presupposes an understanding and coordination of all the departments of science. The function of philosophy is precisely that. It must supply a coherent picture of the various branches of knowledge acquired by human experience at a given time. An integrated picture of the knowledge of modern science leads to an integral scientific humanism because it can explain man. Man is said to have a soul, and the soul is the greatest thing about man, and there are various theories about the nature of the soul. But if you study all that is known about man, you end no place where this extraneous and mystic element of a soul could have entered into man. It is said that the soul is something divine, and so are all man's higher emotions. But like the soul, emotions also do not enter man from without, even if they may be evoked by external stimulation. Modern science knows a good deal about man's emotions and can trace them wholly to physico-chemical processes. Once you know these processes, you can actually change the emotions of men. We can therefore make the hypothetical assertion that emotions have no extra-physical origin or significance. Of the soul. 145. However, nothing is known for the obvious reasons that there is no such thing. But if it is identified with man's highest emotions, then it is reduced to a part of man's psychophysiological nature. Much emphasis is laid in modern theories on instincts and intuition, on which moral judgment is supposed to be based in preference to man's reason and intelligence. But if we trace the biological development of man back beyond the appearance of the human species, you can end the rudimentary forms of the power of thinking and reasoning and even of moral judgment already in the lower animals. Instinct and intuition are nothing mysterious but an undifferentiated form of rationalism, which can, however, teach us a good deal about the working of man's reason. So long as the cortex in the cerebral processes was not sufficiently differentiated, these functions took place in the neural system as a mechanical biological reaction. Therefore, they cannot be analyzed in terms of conscious thought. But the cerebral activity was there in elementary form even before the appearance of Homo sapiens. We can trace the biological evolution of man further through the entire process of natural evolution back to inorganic matter. There is supposed to be a hiatus somewhere. This hiatus is, so to say, the last leg on which the doctrine of creation stands today, of which the assumption of the soul is a part. Assuming that there is a missing link, the problem is of an adequate hypothesis. Two hypotheses are possible. One is the old hypothesis of creation, according to which a god took it in his head to create the world. The other hypothesis is that out of the background of inanimate nature, life evolved through a certain combination of material substances under particular circumstances and conditions. This hypothesis is logically more plausible, and there is more empirical evidence in its favor than for the former hypothesis, even if it is not yet conclusively proved. That places the origin of man plainly into the background of the physical universe. The physical universe is a harmonious and law-governed system. The law-governedness of the system, of which man is a part, expresses itself in man as his capacity for reason and judgment. Because the background of physical nature, out of which man has grown as the highest product of evolution, is harmonious. 146. And law-governed, therefore, the elements of harmony and law-governedness are also inherent in man. They are the foundation of the special human qualities. If that is accepted, then we have also laid the foundation for the belief in the basic equality of all men. The difference between an ordinary man and a great man becomes a difference only of degree and may be caused only because the great man had better opportunities to develop his potentialities than ordinary men have. There may be real differences based on abnormalities. Even genius is a form of abnormality. It may be a very desirable disease, but it is a form of disease, a deviation from the norms of the species. A wide variety of special traits, gifts, and characteristics in ordinary human beings do not affect this basic equality. This view of human nature gives us a new approach to the problem of social reorganization and opens up new prospects for solving the crisis in all spheres of human life from which men suffer in our time. This new approach allows us to start from the assumption that man can think for himself, that man has created his world, and that he can remake it according to his own decision rationally arrived at. That is possible on the assumption that man is essentially rational. Of course, if you ask me whether I maintain that man is really rational, I must admit that very often he is not. But that does not invalidate the humanist assumption. It is so because man has been told for ages that his nature is to believe and to follow some higher authority, and that, trying to think for himself, he has fallen from grace. We have to work hard to atone for the sin of our forefathers in order to make man conscious of his humanness and that his fate is not preordained by any supernatural power or divine will. That false belief was the basis of man's subordination to successive oppressive terrestrial powers also, and if we want to make man free, if we want to have a free society, we must make him free of these unfounded beliefs. Any significant change in the institutional structure of society has been preceded by a change in the thinking processes of men. Every political revolution has been preceded by a philosophical rev. 147. Aleutian. The modern age started with the Renaissance, which was a revolt of man against God. It came to a dead end because a God was made of man in the absence of a more scientific explanation of man. What the world needs today is a new renaissance, a revolt against those new mystic gods which man, or some men, or men in the mass, are supposed to be. Man has been made into gods, into kings, and leaders and supermen. But never yet has man been satisfied and proud to be just man. When men will be content and proud that they are men, and that man is rational and has endless potentialities in him, then only shall we experience a reconstruction of society into an order of freedom as we want it to be. There have been changes in social institutions in the past, but they were all imposed by some men on other men from the top. New constitutions have been framed from time to time and were imposed on people who had no way of knowing whether those constitutions were good or bad, and why they were so. The modern ideal is democracy, which means self-government of the people. But the people themselves never think that it is really they who might govern. They have come to believe that any change must begin with a group of well-meaning men, having the blueprint of a new social order in their heads, capturing power, and with the help of that power imposing their idea of a new order. That is a great fallacy. Even assuming their ideas are good, the process contradicts all interpretations of democracy. This is truly a case of playing Hamlet without the Prince of Denmark. They want a democracy but without the demos. But there can be no democracy when the demos know nothing about it. Institutions are after all run by men. Good institutions cannot persist unless they are run by good men. A good government cannot be established unless the demos can discriminate between what is good and what is bad for their society. For this we must appeal to man's rationality. If that appears to be a long process, that is our atonement for the sins of our fathers who deprived man of faith in himself. But how long the process will be, that also depends to a large extent on us. Human beings being essentially rational, if we persistently appeal to their reason and not place premiums on unreason, they 148 will ultimately respond to the appeal to their reason rather than to any other appeal, because it is only through the application of their reason that they can ever establish a government of themselves and by themselves and make a success of such a government. It appears so obvious and so simple, and yet this will be truly a revolution, that philosophical revolution without which no social change in the direction of greater freedom is possible. New humanism is not an abstract philosophy, nor merely a social philosophy or a political or economic theory. It is a set of principles which have relevance to all branches of man's life and social existence and show a way toward their reorganization. They are principles which can inspire mankind to take things in their own hand and shape their social world according to their reason and their needs. New humanism has grown out of the experience of a perennial crisis, which has become all-pervasive, affecting the entire existence of man, and it is that very crisis which has inspired some of the bolder spirits of our time to rethink mankind's entire history and tradition and come to the conclusion that unless man can recover his confidence in himself, society cannot be reconstructed as a happy and harmonious abode for all. Is a scientific integral philosophy. The human being is taken not only in the context of society but of the whole universe. It is not an anarchic individualism, because a point has no existence in space. Similarly, while individuals cannot exist independent of society, society is no more than an integration of individuals. Until now, we have put the cart before the horse and said that we must have a good society in order to have good men. That led to the theory that in order to reconstruct society, we must capture power RST and that this end justice all means. At that point all goodness goes by the board. To make a good society even bad means are justied. But bad means spoil good men. In the process, good men become bad. And bad men cannot make a good society. Is not a closed system. Being based on experience and science, it will evolve as experience grows and science develops. It can be considerably elaborated and improved. But it is decidedly a new approach which promises to lead to better results. 149. Than any other known so far. All the old avenues have led where we did not want to go. Therefore, we must blaze a new trail. The ideas and principles of new humanism appeal to the best in man, and there must be enough men and women in the world who will respond to an appeal to all that is best in them. 150. Reason, Romanticism, and Revolution. Erich Fromm recommended that readers of his Sane Society read Roy's most famous work to get a proper understanding of Renaissance. These two chapters, The Way Out and New Humanism, are taken from Roy's book. Thoughtful believers in a future of humanity must be deeply perturbed by the gloomy perspective of the contemporary world. But they must not simply stand aghast, paralyzed by the feeling of helplessness amounting to fatalism. They must think furiously so as to lay bare the cause of the malady threatening the very existence of the civilized world and act boldly to exterminate it. To begin with, the voice of reason must be raised to warn the progressive world against the different varieties of orthodoxy and blind passion which are creating an atmosphere of stark madness. It is singularly thoughtless and almost criminally irresponsible to take the fatalistic view that yet another war is inevitable and to hold that it will nally dissolve the old world and clear the ground for a new. This view may be in consonance with the Marxist doctrine of economic determinism. In reality, it betrays a woeful ignorance of the dynamics of human culture and represents the cynicism of the unfounded conviction that the so-called prehistory * is bound to be ruled by the law of the jungle. 153. The Way Out. See Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, Communist Manifesto. One does not require a very high degree of imaginativeness to realize that another world war will have the most disastrous consequences, most probably amounting to a complete breakdown of modern civilization. The greatest possible efforts must be made to head off that threatening catastrophe. That object can be attained only by replacing antiquated political doctrines and theoretical postulates about a utopia which history has mercilessly exploded. Neither the so-called Western democracy nor Russian communism can head off another war, toward which the world is drifting as it were by fate. Neither of the rivals provides a sufficiently inspiring leadership capable of taking the contemporary world out of the crisis. One has only a threadbare institutionalism to offer as the panacea for all evils. The other, on the contrary, still holds out an ideal which, in the process of realization, has lost all the fascination of a utopia and appears to be repelling for all who fought to free the world from totalitarian domination and spiritual regimentation. The progressive world, which still pursues the ideals of democratic freedom and economic equality and cherishes the human heritage of cultural values, is torn between the two rivals for the leadership of the post-war world. In the absence of a common code of behavior and standard of values, there can be no unity of purpose, and therefore no cooperation. The result is the present atmosphere of tormenting doubts, corroding suspicions, cynical efforts to stab each other in the back, and the general instability and fear of an impending catastrophe. In this gravest crisis of its entire history, the civilized world needs a new hope, a new faith, a new ideal, a new philosophy of truly revolutionary theory and practice suitable for the conditions of our time. The philosophy which will give modern mankind a new hope and a new faith must put a concrete content into the concept of freedom. If the liberating possibility of social organization and political institutions is still to be judged by divergent ideological prejudices, discordant doctrines, and connecting dogmas, common efforts for overcoming the present crisis and for promoting human progress will remain a matter of wishful thinking. A common standard of freedom alone can make such common efforts possible. 154. The quest for freedom can be referred back to man's struggle for existence. It accounts for the triumph of man over nature in course of his efforts to satisfy his biological needs. It provides the basis for his constant search for knowledge, which enables him to be progressively free from the tyranny of natural phenomena and physical and social environments. The quest for freedom, therefore, is a continuation of the biological struggle for existence. In modern society, an individual, to be free, must not only be able to enjoy economic sufficiency and security but live in a psychological atmosphere free from cultural regimentation and helpful to the development of his intellectual and other human potentialities. Progressive attainment of freedom in this wide sense by the individuals composing society should provide the criterion for judging the merits of social organization. Guided by the dictum of ancient wisdom that man is the measure of everything, the philosophy of the future should proclaim that the merit of any pattern of social organization or political institution is to be judged by the actual measure of freedom it affords to the individual. Whether it is the nation or a class, any collectivity is composed of individuals. Society is a creation of man in quest of freedom. Cooperative social relationships were established originally with the purpose of reinforcing the struggle for existence, which the primitive man had undertaken as individual. As such, it is the basic urge for all social advancement. The function of social relationships, therefore, should be to secure for individuals, as individuals, the maximum measure of freedom. The sum total of the quanta of freedom actually enjoyed by its members individually is the measure of the liberating or progressive significance of any social order. No political philosophy or any scheme of social reconstruction can have more than a very limited revolutionary significance if it dismisses the concept of individual freedom as an empty abstraction. A political system and an economic experiment which subordinates the man of flesh and blood to an abstract collective ego cannot possibly be the suitable means for the attainment of the goal of freedom. It is absurd to argue that negation of the road to freedom. The purpose of all rational human endeavor, collective as well as 155 individual, should be the attainment of freedom in ever larger measure, and freedom is real only as individual freedom. A new world of freedom will not result automatically from an economic reorganization of society. Nor does freedom necessarily follow from the capture of political power by a party claiming to represent the oppressed and the exploited classes. The abolition of private property, state ownership of the means of production, and planned economy do not by themselves end exploitation of labor or lead to an equal distribution of wealth. By disregarding individual freedom on the plea of taking the fullest advantage of modern technology, of efficiency and collective effort, planned economy defeats its own purpose. Instead of ushering in a higher form of democracy on the basis of economic equality and social justice, it establishes a political dictatorship. Economic democracy is no more possible in the absence of former. It is assumed that planned economy will guarantee the greatest good to the greatest number, in other words, it will mean equal distribution of wealth and establish social justice. In that case, it should be possible to reconcile planning with freedom. Dictatorship of any kind, however plausible may be the pretext for it, is inconsistent with the ideal of freedom. The practice of Western democracy is equally disappointing. Traditional democratic socialism, therefore, also does not inspire any confidence of success. Democracy must reorientate itself. It must revert to its humanist tradition. It must not be limited to the counting of heads, particularly when the heads have not the opportunity to raise themselves with sovereign dignity. Formal parliamentarism must be replaced by actual democratic practice. Democratic practice, which is no more than mere counting of heads, in the last analysis, is also an homage to the collective ego. It allows scope neither for the individual nor for intelligence. Under the formal parliamentary system, intelligence, integrity, wisdom, moral excellence, as a rule, count for nothing. Yet unless the purifying influence of these human virtues is brought to bear upon the political organization and administration of society, the democratic way of life can never be realized. 156. It is idle to condemn dictatorship on the ground that regimentation precludes the creation of human values, so long as those values are not allowed to influence public affairs even under the so-called democratic regimes. To wean the unthinking world away from the appeal of dictatorship, postulated as a shortcut, indeed as the only way to freedom, democracy must recover the humanist tradition of modern culture. Man must again be the measure of things. Intelligence, integrity, wisdom, moral excellence should be the test of leadership. Democracy can no longer be taken simply for granted. Today, all thoughtful lovers of freedom are perturbed by the challenging question, is democracy possible? The fundamental democratic principle, the greatest good to the greatest number, can be realized only when the conduct of public affairs will be in charge of spiritually free individuals who represent their own conscience before anybody or anything else. Moral sanction, after all, is the highest sanction. The real guarantee of parliamentary democracy is not law but the moral conscience of the majority in power. In the last analysis, dictatorship also rests on a moral sanction. It claims to be the means to a good end. But group morality is a doubtful guarantee against the temptation of power. Values operate through individuals. Therefore, a government composed of spiritually free individuals accountable in the RST place to their respective conscience is the only possible guarantee for securing the greatest good to the greatest number. Democracy must have that philosophical reorientation if it is to survive the present crisis and resist the powerful onslaught of dictatorship. The demand is not for a rule of the intellectual elite but for a social organization which will give unlimited scope for the unfolding of the creative genius of man by placing the executive power of the state under the control of free individuals free from the inroads of vested interests and also from the vagaries of the collective ego, so very susceptible to demagogic appeals. Democracy can be real only when the state is reared on a foundation of local republics. The primary function of the latter will be to make individual citizens fully conscious of their sovereign right and enable them to exercise it intelligently and conscientiously. The 157. Broad basis of the state, thus coinciding with the entire society, will be composed of a network of local political schools, so to say. The right of recall and referendum will enable organized local democracies to wield a direct and effective control on the entire state machinery. They alone will have the right to nominate candidates for election to various legislative bodies. Such a democracy will transcend the limits of party politics. Individual men will have the chance of being recognized on their merits. Party loyalty and party patronage will no longer eclipse intellectual independence, moral integrity, and detached wisdom. What is needed is creation of conditions under which democracy will be possible. In the RST place, there must be a conscious and integrated effort to stimulate among the people the urge for freedom, the desire to rely upon themselves, the spirit of free thinking, and the will never to any external authority by exchanging their freedom for the security of the slave. A new renaissance, based on rationalism and cosmopolitan humanism, is essential for democracy to be realized. Such an atmosphere will foster intellectual independence dedicated to the cause of making human values triumph. Moral excellence alone can mold a community together without sacrificing the individual on the altar of the collective ego, be it of the nation or a class. Individuals possessed of that great virtue will command the respect of an intelligent public and be recognized as the friends, philosophers, and guides of society. The inspiration for a new philosophy of revolution must be drawn from the traditions of humanism and moral radicalism. The 19th century radicals, actuated by the humanist principle of individualism, realized the possibility of a secular rationalism and a rationalist ethics. They applied to the study of man and society the principles and methods of the physical sciences. The positive knowledge of nature living as well as inanimate being so much greater today than 100 years ago, the scientific approach to the problems of man's life and interrelations is bound to be more successful. Today, we can begin with the conviction that it is long since man emerged from the jungle of prehistory, that social relations can be 158. Rationally harmonized, and that therefore appreciation of moral values can be reconciled with the efforts to replace the corrupt and disintegrating status quo by a new order of democratic freedom. A moral order will result from a rationally organized society because viewed in the context of his rise out of the background of a harmonious physical universe, man is essentially rational and therefore moral. Morality emanates from the rational desire for harmonious and mutually beneficial social relations. Any effort for a reorganization of society must begin from its unit from the root, so to say. Such an effort to develop a new philosophy of revolution on the basis of the entire stock of human heritage, and then to elaborate the theory and formulate the principles of the practice of political action and economic reconstruction, therefore, can be called new humanism, new because it is humanism enriched, reinforced, and elaborated by scientific knowledge and social experience gained during the centuries of modern civilization. So many doctrines have been preached, so many theories expounded, that one more will not deserve the attention of seriously thinking people, unless it is really something new. But at the same time, there is nothing entirely new under the sun. History is not a succession of standing miracles. Something never comes out of nothing. The new is only an emergent value. Novelties result from the unfolding of the potentialities inherent in man. The ideas here presented as the outlines of a new philosophy of revolution have been crystallizing in the minds of thinking men throughout the world, who all reacted to the greatest crisis of human history in the like manner. They result from a philosophical interpretation of human history, from a revaluation of the values which, as the common heritage of mankind, transcend space and time. In the revealing light of this reorientation, the civilized mankind will be able to penetrate the gloom that hangs on the modern world and see what the future holds in store for it. Ever since the days of Plato, the fundamental problem of politics has been the relation between the state and the individual. All this time, the problem baffled political thinkers to such an extent. 159. That modern political philosophy poses the individual as the antithesis of society. If it is true that the individual is antithetical to society, that social progress is not possible except at the cost of individual freedom, which cannot be harmonized with social organization, then the entire human history has been a failure. Consequently, there is no future for the world except the picture of a mechanized monstrosity ever engaged in the grim task of self-destruction. An endeavor to find a way out of the present crisis, therefore, must begin with a re-examination of the fundamental problem of the relation between society and the individual, between the individual and the state. Political thought has gone from one fallacious doctrine to another because of the failure to reconcile this relation. In ancient times, the failure was unavoidable. Ignorance shrouded the origin of man and also of society. Under those circumstances, it was imagined. But it is no longer necessary to grope in the dark and set up political theories on metaphysical assumptions. Biology and anthropology have acquired enough empirical knowledge to trace the descent and evolution of man and also the origin of society. There is no room for any doubt that society is a creation of man. The individual, therefore, is prior to society and the state. The latter are the means for attaining the end of freedom and progress of man. Nevertheless, the end has been forgotten, and the means has become all in all. A false idea about the place of man in society is the cause of reversing the relation between the end and the means and the separation of ethics from political practice and social engineering. Even sociological doctrines which reject Marxism preach that the individual is an abstract concept. It is argued that like the atom in modern physics, the individual is an abstraction, a non-existing social atom. The corollary to this doctrine must be that society was created by some superhuman agency. Nevertheless, curiously enough, the collectivists also maintain that man is the maker of the social world. So, after all, it is admitted that society is a creation of man. Why did man create society and how? He did it in course of his struggle for existence. Coming out of the background of biological evolution, the human species starts its struggle as individuals. 160. In course of time, the isolated individuals realized that together, they could carry on the struggle more successfully. That was the origin of society. The essence of the struggle for existence is the urge for freedom. The early ancestors of the human race had to struggle against the wild forces of nature which threatened to crush them. They wanted to be free from those forces. That urge for freedom is a continuation of the biological struggle for existence. It is the basic incentive of all subsequent human progress. Thanks to that urge for freedom, mankind organized itself into society with the object of carrying on the struggle for existence on a higher level. It is not rational to hold that the instrument which man created in his struggle for freedom should ultimately deprive him of his freedom. On the other hand, it is indeed a fact that in course of time society did forge chains of slavery for man. In our time, man created the machine and has been enslaved by it. But the biological heritage of the urge for freedom could not be altogether throttled. Man struggled for freedom through the ages. He is still struggling. The record of that struggle is the history of the world. The basic idea of a new revolutionary social philosophy, therefore, must be that the individual is prior to society, and individual freedom must have priority over social organization. But how is it possible for an individual to be free in a highly centralized modern society? Neither capitalist free enterprise nor parliamentary democracy could solve the problem, although both profess the principle of individual liberty. Socialism or communism frankly rejects the very notion of individual freedom. A solution of the crisis of our time, therefore, presupposes the possibility of an alternative political organization of society, which will reconcile individual freedom with social organization. A revolutionary social philosophy capable of showing a way out of the crisis must be based on scientific knowledge and be deduced from a physical realist, materialist, metaphysics. The doctrine of economic determinism is essentially teleological. Therefore, it cannot be logically deduced from the materialist philosophy. The recognition of the sovereignty of man is inherent in the very idea of 161. Revolution. But it cannot be harmonized with the doctrine of economic determinism. If man is a mere marionette in the hand of the providence of the forces of production, how could he ever make history and remake society to suit his purpose? Idealism, not in the sense of denying the objective reality of the material world but of having due regard for the fact that ideas have always played an autonomous role in history, is implied in the doctrine that man creates society, and that humanist doctrine underlies the Marxist theory of revolution. The refusal to recognize the fact that from time immemorial, ideas, born in man's brain, itself an outcome of the process of biological evolution, have preceded human action and thus stimulated historical developments, logically leads to teleology, if not theology. Only sophistry can distinguish between absolute determinism of any sort and predestination. If the events of life and society were predetermined, man could never have any control on them or even conceive the idea of changing them. It makes no difference whether the absolute determining factor is believed to be a divine providence or the mysterious economic law or the means of production. In any case, man is not a sovereign entity and therefore incapable of making his own destiny. Marxist economic determinism is no less antithetical to the idea of social revolution than the religious teleological view of nature, life, and society. The Marxist theory of social evolution suffers from yet another fallacy, and curiously enough it is the old fallacy of regresso ad infinitum, another similarity with the religious view. The doctrine that social evolution is determined by the development of the means of production begs the question, who created the RST means of production and how? The question is not analogous to that about the final cause. It suggests that social evolution is a continuation of the pre-human biological evolution and that any logically consistent theory about it must begin with a plausible hypothesis regarding the differentiation of man from the anthropoid ape. Someday, the missing link may be discovered, but philosophical anthropology no longer worries about the problem, which can be solved by conceptual thought, imagination, if you please. One can imagine an exceptionally clever anthropoid ape hitting 162 upon the idea of breaking a branch and using it for beating down fruits, instead of taking the trouble of climbing to the top of the tree. The RST non-biological, extra-organic tool was created. The ability to prolong his arms with the help of some external means freed the descendant of the ancestors of man from the biological necessity of adaptation by growing limbs. The production of the original means of production was not economically determined, nor was it to be referred to some supernatural creator. As a mutation in the process of biological evolution, it was determined, but physically, not economically. The production of the RST tool was a deed done by an animal possessed of a highly developed brain capable of rudimentary thought. An idea in the brain of the RST ancestor of man, perhaps it could not as yet be distinguished from biological impulse, preceded the act of producing the original means of production. The RST non-biological, extra-organic tool, limbs are also tools, was created by the ancestor of man in course of the struggle for existence, which provides the basic impulse of pre-human biological evolution. The origin of the laws of social evolution must be traced in anthropology, in the nature of man. Man is not a living machine but a thinking animal. An impulse felt by an anthropoid ape, approximating rudimentary thought, marks the birth of the species. The nature of man is determined by that event. In it, thought precedes action. Consequently, ideas play an autonomous role in social evolution. They cannot be referred to economic origins because thinking animals created tools and founded society. But ideas are neither sui generis nor of any metaphysical origin. They originate in the human brain, which is a lump of a specific physico-chemical combination resulting from the entire process of biological evolution. The origin of idea is scientifically explained by tracing it in prehuman biological impulses. Biological evolution, in its turn, takes place in the context of physical nature, called the world of dead matter. The discovery of the physical origin of the mental phenomena solves the problem of dualism, which has baffled philosophy through the ages. Freed from the fatal fallacy, philosophy can proclaim the sovereignty of man, and thus liberated from the veneer. 163. Able belief that he is not an end by himself, that there is something beyond his life on this earth, that there are forces or factors which he can never understand or control. Man can at last logically conceive of the idea that he is the master of his destiny. This principle of scientific humanism provides the solid foundation of a truly revolutionary social philosophy. Human history, like natural history, is a determined process. But it is self-determined, and it is not absolute determinism. There are more than one determining factor, and they mutually limit their scope of operation. The dynamics of ideas and the dialectics of social development are parallel processes, both stimulated by man's biological urge for freedom. They naturally enhance each other. A truly revolutionary social philosophy must recognize this basic truth of history. Only then it will inspire the will to reconstruct society without destroying individual liberty. If man is treated as an automaton, a small wheel in the gigantic social machinery, a puppet in the hand of the economic providence called the forces of production, then the purpose of social revolution will be defeated. Instead of a commonwealth of free men, there will be a streamlined, electric prison house, where a deceptive sense of security, if not actual physical comfort, will kill the inmates spiritually. Man must be regarded as the archetype of society, because the potentiality of evolving entire social patterns is inherent in every individual. Therefore, he can discharge social responsibilities without surrendering liberty. A free community can be composed only of free men capable of being free. Thanks to his archetypal potentialities, man can take his place in a highly complicated modern society as a sovereign entity with the object of unfolding his potentialities in cooperation with others also pursuing the same purpose. The impulse leading to the creation of society being the biological urge for survival felt individually by man, the social responsibility of individuals need not be obligatory. Under normal conditions, it is bound to be discharged voluntarily, because the preservation and evolution of society are necessary for enabling each of its members to unfold his or her potentialities. The concept of individual freedom, therefore, is not incompatible with social responsibility. 164. By tracing the roots of the urge for freedom in the background of the higher stages of biological evolution, a concrete content is put into the time-honored concept. Man's struggle for freedom is a continuation of the biological struggle for survival, on a higher level. Therefore, freedom must be deemed as the progressive disappearance of the manifold impediments to the unfolding of the potentialities biologically inherent in man. Otherwise, memorable declarations, made ceremoniously in critical moments of history, such as man is born free and freedom is man's birthright, would be meaningless. If man as a biological being was not possessed of innate potentialities of development, freedom would be a vain dream, an ideal never to be realized. It can be claimed as the birthright of man only when the struggle for it is known to be a biological heritage. Only so conceived, freedom ceases to be an abstract conception and can be measured by concrete standards. The freedom of a particular social system is to be measured by the amount of freedom actually enjoyed by its individual members, and the measure is the opportunity afforded to each for the unfoldment of his potentialities, the latter being a concrete biological heritage. There cannot be any mysticism about them. Countries may be nationally independent, economically prosperous, and militarily powerful. It may appear as if the utopia of the great society has been attained. Yet individuals composing them are not free, though their chains of servitude may be chains of gold. With the discovery of a concrete standard to measure freedom, fraud and sin may no longer delude. To experience freedom being the purpose of life, social progress can be empirically measured. If in the 20th century man has not conquered greater opportunities for the unfolding of his biological potentialities, there is no reason to hold that the human race has progressed since the preceding centuries. Progress is not merely a succession of events in time. It consists in the significance of the succession, and the significance of any change can be judged correctly only by the position of the individual. The measure is the opportunity afforded to individuals to be better, more developed, more integrated, more articulate human beings. In other words, it is the advance made in the quest for freedom and search for truth. 165. Another distinctive feature of a truly revolutionary social philosophy results from the discovery of the interrelation between freedom and truth. In old social philosophies, freedom is an instrumental value. The new philosophy raises it to the status of a primary value. Freedom is an experience or ideal of human life, whereas truth is a metaphysical category. How can the one be related to the other? On the human level, the biological struggle for existence and survival is no longer carried on through mechanical adaptations. It consists in purposive efforts for the conquest of nature. Purposiveness differentiates man from his immediate ancestors. With it, the blind struggle for survival becomes a conscious quest for freedom. In pursuit of the purpose of conquering nature, man develops science, which is a search for truth. The relation between truth and freedom thus is evident. Discovery of truth is the result of man's quest for freedom. On the other hand, expanding knowledge of nature increases man's power to conquer nature. Truth being the content of knowledge, its relation with man's quest for freedom is again evident. Truth is correspondence with objective reality. Scientific knowledge does give us at least an approximate picture of what we are studying, either of the whole of nature or of any particular sector thereof. Therefore, truth can be described as the content of knowledge. We have the knowledge that 2 plus 2 is 4. That is a truth. You can take any two things and add two more things, and the result will always be 4 things. That is an invariable phenomenon. It happens under all circumstances. It is said that truth is a mathematical concept. But mathematics is only a manner measuring things, otherwise immeasurable, of judging statements of facts beyond the reach of direct experience. Thus, quest for freedom does result in knowledge, and the content of knowledge is truth. Knowledge always is acquaintance with reality. Truth being correspondence with reality, the content of knowledge is truth. Thus, freedom, knowledge, and truth can be woven harmoniously in the texture of one philosophy explaining all the aspects of existence: material, mental, moral. Such an all-embracing philosophy eliminates dualism, reconciles idealism with materialism, and accommodates. 166. Ethics with naturalism. The search for truth being a corollary of the quest for freedom, itself a purposive continuation of the biological struggle for existence, the recognition of universal moral values cannot be repugnant to any theory and practice of social reconstruction, provided that it is undertaken with the purpose of promoting human freedom. The social science cannot be isolated from the natural sciences because society is a part of nature, and biology traces the origin of life to the world of dead matter. The knowledge derived from the study of the natural as well as social phenomena, integrated into one logically coherent system of ideas, will be the philosophy of our time. As such, philosophy will be the science of sciences, a distinction traditionally attached to it. It will also be in a position to guide human behavior so as to harmonize social relations. When dealing with the problems of economic and political practice, the problems of adjusting human relations and building institutions, one is advised to take what is called a practical, pragmatic, point of view. In other words, the contention is that such activities should not be circumscribed by any theoretical convictions or philosophical principles. Politicians and economists must be practical men. They must try to solve their problems according to the possibilities of a given situation. It is said that handicapped by preconceived ideas, Guided by one or another system of philosophy, one can neither be a successful politician nor a practical economist. This idea of philosophy deluded the best of men, the noblest of souls. In quest of truth and search for knowledge, they kept themselves aloof from the affairs of the world, engaged in contemplation and introspection with the vain hope of finding the infinite in their finite selves. On the other hand, the bulk of mankind was not concerned with this sort of philosophy. If philosophy was indifferent to their problems, they had no use for philosophy. The artificial differentiation between the world of spirit and the world of matter led to the belief that there was no place for truth and moral values in the latter, which is therefore destined to be ruled by the laws of the jungle. 167. Confronted with this terrible tragedy, one must be constrained to admit that until now human behavior generally has not been guided by rational thinking nor by the love of truth and moral values. It could not be otherwise so long as those virtues were placed in the world of spirit, and the conduct of the affairs of the world of matter, the world of human being and becoming, of human sorrows and happiness, did not have the bennett of a philosophy which placed the knowledge of truth within the reach of the human mind. The practice of the virtues of rational thinking, of the love of truth and moral values, by a growing number of men concerned with the problems of this world, is the crying need of the day. The world needs a philosophy to bridge the gulf between spirit and matter, mind and body, and harmonize thought and action. But generally, philosophy is still believed to be of no concern for the people who are interested in the affairs of this world. Philosophers are supposed to be indifferent to the troubles and tribulations of the temporal life and themselves to live in the world of mind and spirit. That is a false conception of philosophy, which has created a good deal of confusion and contributed considerably to the chaos of the modern world. Therefore, a restatement of the very conception of philosophy is necessary so as to leave no doubt about its practicability, its bearing on the daily life of human beings. 100 years ago, Karl Marx suggested that philosophy must come down from the dizzy heights of speculation to this world, if it was to serve any human purpose. His famous theses on Feuerbach conclude with the declaration that until now philosophers have tried to explain the world, the time has come to remake it. Since then, various formulas and prescriptions for remaking the world have been offered. Nevertheless, today the hope of building a better world seems to be gone forever. The modern civilization is threatened with the danger of complete destruction. The crisis of our time affects not only the political, economic, and social aspects of modern civilization, it goes deeper, and therefore it has been rightly characterized as a moral crisis, a crisis involving not only the corporate life of mankind, not only its social existence, but the very being of man, man's mind, his spirit, his soul. 168. It is a gravely disturbing situation which breeds unbounded skepticism about the values of modern civilization. But there are thoughtful people who have not lost all hope about the future of mankind, who still believe in the creative power of the human mind, who do not share the gloomy Spenglerian view that modern civilization is doomed to perish. They are naturally anxious to end a way out of the crisis. It goes without saying that any way out of the crisis presupposes action. In order to come out of the present situation of political uncertainty, economic insecurity, and social chaos, which breed the danger of war, civilized mankind must act with determination. But action presupposes ideas, and a philosophy is a logically coordinated system of ideas. All classical schools of philosophy claim to be rounded-up closed systems. That notion of philosophy had to be discarded under the impact of scientific knowledge. No philosopher of our time offers a closed system of ideas. Ideas have a dynamics of their own, and no idea, however sublime, can claim nullity at any period of the history of thought. Nevertheless, to be creative, human action must be guided by rational thought. In the last analysis, the cause of the present crisis is a loss of equilibrium in human behavior, preponderance of emotion over rational thinking and critical analysis. It has even been maintained that thought paralyzes action, that the spirit of inquiry leads to skepticism, that rational thinking confronts one with the fact of the limitation of human knowledge and the frustration of human endeavors. With this view, a thoughtful person, particularly a philosopher, tends to relapse into quietism, believing that no human effort can change the affairs of the world. The corollary to this so-called philosophic attitude is neo-mysticism. It is reinforced by those schools of modern psychology which attach supreme importance to intuition and come to the conclusion that human action is primarily guided by mysterious urges, uncontrollable by reason or intelligence. The contention is that emotions cannot be analyzed to a rational foundation. If that is a biological truth, then no human action can be controlled. Therefore, it is necessary to ascertain if emotions are the only incentive to action, and if emotions themselves cannot be controlled by reason. 169. All the promising formulas and prescriptions for a reconstruction of society failed because instead of appealing to reason, they also attached primary importance to emotions. Their protagonists enumbered one set of emotions against another. A critical examination of those promising, but pragmatically disappointing, panaceas is a precondition for the discovery of a way out of the present crisis. The effort is being made individually or in cooperation by sensitive minds throughout the world. It is significant that they have reached the same conclusion. The common demand is for a humanist revival. It is a reaction to the cult of collectivism running rampant throughout the world for the last 2 generations. All the conflicting schools of current political thought, conservative, liberal, socialist, communist, have one thing in common: to submerge man in the mass. Society is a creation of man. History is a record of human activity. Political institutions were created by man. Yet these creations of man have reduced man to nothingness. The complete subordination of the Creator to his creation is the core of the present crisis. Therefore, a humanist revival, that is, restoration of man in his proper place of primacy and sovereignty, is the only way out of the crisis. 170. Except on the basis of a philosophy embracing the totality of existence, all approaches to the problems of individual as well as social life are bound to be misleading. In other words, a sound social and political philosophy must have a metaphysical foundation. It is of great importance to trace the relation between philosophy, science, and society. The bearing of science on society is obvious. Ethics must be given a high place in social philosophy, including political thought, if the crying need of honesty and decency in public life is ever to be satisfied. But for that purpose, moral philosophy must be related to science. Social thought and political practice could not be harmonized with moral values so long as there appeared to be no relation between science and philosophy. Associated with religion, meaning belief in the supernatural, and engaged in speculation about reality behind appearance, philosophy differentiated itself from science, allotting to the latter the inferior function of inquiring into transitory natural phenomena. However, in reality, notwithstanding the pretensions of metaphysicians. 171. New Humanism. To discover the null cause in the light of pure reason, and clannishness of professional philosophers, science and philosophy have always been interrelated with alternating priority. In the earliest period of the history of human thought, science, of course in a very primitive sense, preceded philosophy. In the next period, speculative thought overwhelmed the early quest for the knowledge of the material world of experience. Toward the close of the Middle Ages, at the dawn of modern civilization, philosophy inspired the resurgence of science. Since then, science forged ahead, unraveling the mysteries of nature, one after another. But philosophy smiled benevolently on the pretentious illusions of the impetuous daughter, maintaining that truth and reality were beyond the reach of empirical knowledge, that the pure reason of speculative thought alone could penetrate the mysteries of the supersensual transcendental realm to which they belong. As a part of speculative philosophy, ethics refused to recognize its secular sanction revealed by the light of biological knowledge and failed to end its roots in man himself. On the other hand, social and political philosophy came under the influence of rationalism, though as yet largely metaphysical, and of anthropology, philology, and ethnology. It seemed that there was no causal relation between ethical values and the world of science. Moral philosophy was based by the problem of deducing values from facts. Social behavior and political events, also being empirical facts, appeared to be beyond the jurisdiction of axiology. Religion, in the last analysis, remained the only sanction of morality. But in proportion as science undermined the faith in the supernatural, religion became a mere conventionality. Consequently, the position of morality in public life became very precarious. With the modern believing man, religion is the anchor or a mere preoccupation of private life. Having no bearing upon the public life, it logically cannot dictate the norms of his social behavior and political practice. The latter were thus completely divorced from moral values which, anchored in religion, could have meaning only in man's private life. The position is much worse with the frankly religious, whose number is legion in the modern world. 172. Fortunately, the end of an epoch has been reached. Science and philosophy can no longer be kept in watertight compartments. The disappearance of the traditional differentiation between two currents of human thought is the most outstanding feature of the advanced intellectual life of our age. Time, space, substance, and causality used to be categories of pure thought, problems of metaphysical speculation. They have come under the jurisdiction of the empirical, including mathematical, inquiry of science, which has solved the problems on the one hand, what used to be called philosophy proper, cosmology, ontology, and epistemology has been merged into science, and on the other hand, the influence of science, and its byproduct, technology, on social development and social philosophy is undeniable. The result is the possibility of constructing a system of logically coordinated thought, embracing the totality of existence, nature, life, and society. The roots of the problems of social and individual life can now be traced down the entire process of biological and physical evolution, and the problems themselves be solved by the application of scientific knowledge. The riddle of the relation between facts and values disappears because values themselves are also facts. Modern civilization, in the sense of man's mind being enlightened by scientific knowledge, should not necessarily snap his moral moorings, because it is in his own self. The urge for spiritual freedom, though it has remained largely in the realm of the subconscious, has been the lever of entire human development, ever since the birth of the species. It is the striving to feel that man is a free agent, that he can act according to his judgment and is capable of discriminating good from evil and right from wrong without being haunted by the preoccupation that he is helplessly at the mercy of some capricious superhuman power. Religion itself was an expression of man's urge for spiritual freedom. The history of religions, which traces critically the evolution of faith from animism to teleological rationalism, reveals that the tendency to outgrow itself is inherent in religion. The desire for freedom in social and political life, being an expression of the basic human urge for sphere. 173. Actual freedom can be satisfied only by actions according to general principles deduced from a worldview which does away with the necessity of assuming a supernatural power or metaphysical sanction. Only in a self-contained, self-operating, self-sufficient world can man as a part of it claim to be free. The question which has troubled man's mind from time immemorial is, how can man be free in this mortal world of experience? The purpose of social and political philosophy is to answer that old question, and the reply should include a prescription for practice. A satisfactory reply presupposes the possibility to prove that freedom is really man's birthright. The idea of the sovereignty of man acquires a greater meaning than a religious dogma or an ad hoc postulate of political philosophy when it is known that the urge for freedom is a biological heritage, and it is proved that man is capable of spiritual freedom, that is, to cast off the faith in a supernatural power or providential will. Modern scientific knowledge provides the evidence. The capacity to be free is in each individual. By being conscious of it, he becomes free, and a free society will be the creation of such spiritually free men. At the close of the Middle Ages in Europe, the archetypal man revolted against the tutelage of God and started moving toward the realization that he could be self-sufficient and self-reliant. The classical revolt of man, reinforced by the expanding scientific knowledge, reached the high watermark in the 18th century, when a great advance was made in the age-long effort to formulate a humanist social philosophy, including a secular ethics, on the basis of a materialist metaphysics. Since then, science penetrated deeper and deeper into the mysteries of life as well as of the physical nature. Nevertheless, philosophical thought generally failed to keep pace, for reasons explained in previous chapters. The tradition of the 18th century naturalist humanism and of its development in the 19th century alone can inspire a philosophy which will set man free, spiritually as well as socially. Most appropriately, this philosophy should be called New Humanism. It is new because it is scientific and integral because it conceives human sovereignty not as a differentiation from the mechanistic processes of nature but as their highest product. 174. The former conception of the sovereignty of man, associated with classical as well as romantic humanism, logically leads to two alternative conclusions. One is the doctrine of free will, and the other is the old Stoic faith taken over by Christianity, that man is a moral entity because through his soul he is in unison with the universal moral order. If it is not traced to the mechanism of biological evolution, free will assumes a mystic connotation. It is simply given in man as the token of his sovereignty, its origin cannot be traced. This mystic conception of free will imperceptibly converges toward transcendentalism. The alternative doctrine of man's sovereignty is frankly deduced from faith, therefore, it could be taken over by Christianity. Granted its premise, the Christian doctrine of morality is logically sound, a good case can be made out of it. But it breaks down as the foundation of a revolutionary social philosophy, revolutionary in the sense of regarding social evolution as the expression of man's inexhaustible creativeness. Transcendental morality, the belief that man can be moral only by the grace of God, destroys its own premise. Man is a moral entity, therefore, he is sovereign. But his sovereignty is derived from a greater or higher power. So he is really not sovereign. The corollary is denial of human creativeness. The choice between these two alternatives confronts any social philosophy and ethics because the doctrine of human sovereignty is the common point of departure. If the latter is chosen, as was done previously by all orthodox systems, the idea of freedom, whether social or spiritual, must go by the board. Sovereign by proxy, so to say, man can never be a free agent. Free will, consequently, becomes a mere euphemism. With such an equivocal sanction, ethics hangs in the air and can have an apparently stable position only by laying down dogmatic norms of behavior. But without a sounder ethical doctrine, no really revolutionary social philosophy is possible. The central problem of ethics is that of the sanction of its values. If it could be found in man himself, the problem would be solved. But this solution brings back the problem of free will. The mystic conception atomizes the individual and precludes the possibility of social organization, cooperation, and harmony in human relations. If man is simply given as God walking on 175. Earth, fully sovereign, absolutely free to act as he wills, and his will is of a mystic origin, then the necessity of cooperation disappears, and society disintegrates. The moral philosophy which traces the sanction of its values to intuition may try to distinguish itself from the fundamentalist religious faith but is nonetheless transcendental. If intuitions were not analyzed down to mechanistic biological impulses, they must be traced to some mystic origin beyond human comprehension. So in the last analysis, the elementary undeniable of the intuitive moral philosophy must be referred to some unknown and unknowable supernatural source. The alternative is to trace its roots down the entire process of prehuman biological evolution. Otherwise, intuitive morality cannot disown the charge of dogmatism. For a more satisfactory solution of the problem of the sanction of morality, it is necessary to dig deeper in the subsoil of human existence. Previously, moral philosophers either raised their eyes to the heaven or searched for God in man. An appeal to his animal ancestry will yield more satisfactory result. A truly revolutionary social philosophy capable of inspiring action to lead modern civilization out of the present crisis requires a revision of the classical doctrines of ethics, whether religious, rationalist, idealist, or intuitive. If the sanction of morality is to be found in man himself, man must cease to be a mystic entity of the conception of early humanism, classical and romantic alike. The mystery of man has been solved by modern biology. Man is the outcome of biological evolution. In order to end the sanction of morality in man himself, and avoid at the same time the morass of mysticism, the roots of what is called conscience or moral sense must be traced in mechanistic biological functions articulated as instincts and intuitions. Biological evolution takes place in the context of the physical universe, its mechanism being a part of the cosmic mechanism. Life grows out of the background of inanimate matter. The descent of man, therefore, can be traced to the law-governed physical universe. Man's rationality and moral sense, which are causally connected, are the expression of cosmic harmony. Therefore, it is in the nature of man, as a biological organism, to be 176. Rational and moral, and as such he is capable of living with others in peace and harmony. These arguments lead to the conclusion that a philosophy which can give man complete spiritual freedom and thus enable him to build a free and harmonious society will be a reformulation of old-fashioned materialism. Indeed, materialism, restated with the help of the latest scientific knowledge, is the only philosophy possible. Any other, in the last analysis, merges into religion or ends in the absurdity of solipsism. Indeed, ever since the dawn of civilization, materialism has been the most plausible hypothesis for rationalist philosophical thought and fruitful scientific investigation. The alternative views of life, religious, teleological, idealist, mystic, are also so many hypotheses. None of them could ever prove its assumptions and verify its postulates. Materialism was the most plausible hypothesis because the categories of its metaphysics were not unknowable. Even if unknown as yet, its theorems could be proved because they did not invoke the authority of the supersensual. It provides the soundest philosophical foundation of the humanist view of life because by abolishing the supernatural, it sets man spiritually free, capable of creating a world of goodness and harmony. However, to provide the metaphysical foundation of a secular humanist ethics and a revolutionary social philosophy, materialism must be dissociated from certain notions which have been rendered untenable by the latest discoveries of science. Physics has discarded the old conception of matter, but it has not dissolved the physical universe into nothingness or the fantasy of disembodied minds. The world is not made of indivisible atoms, the hard lumps of reality of the Newtonian natural philosophy. But at the same time, physics cannot do without the concept of substance, the substratum of the world of experience. The eld is not an abstract mathematical construction, it is measurable, therefore, it is a physical entity. For these considerations, all really scientific objections to the term materialism should be obviated if the new philosophy was called physical realism. Even so revised and renamed, to avoid confusion, materialism is vindicated as the only philosophy possible, provided that philosophy is deemed as a logical coordination of all the branches of positive knowledge in a system of thought to explain the world rationally and to serve as a reliable guide for life. Evolution is diversification. But the search for a unity underlying diversity is the oldest urge in man, and it is the foundation of philosophy. Attempts to understand and explain the world of experience have, throughout the ages, induced the human mind to trace the diversity of the phenomenal world to a common foundation. If that is anything other than matter, as it appears in the world picture of modern physics, then it must be something beyond the reach of human comprehension, something metaphysical in the mystic sense, in other words, an object of faith. The only alternative to materialism, thus, is religion. If modern science really compels rejection of the view that the universe is a self-contained unitary whole, which functions without intervention of any force from outside, then, continuing his primordial search for unity, man must fall back on the primitive postulate of a creator or prime mover. This atavistic tendency is, indeed, gaining ground. The modern world is full of scientific men in search of God. That curious phenomenon only reveals the profundity of the crisis of our time. It threatens a relapse into medievalism. However, physical science does not warrant this dangerous atavism. There has, indeed, been a revolution in the notion of substance, but only perceptually, not in the conceptual sense. As a metaphysical, ontological, category, substance is a conceptual reality, an object of abstraction, of pure thought. Empiricism puts new content in it without affecting its validity as an abstraction. That is the relation between pure, speculative, thought and empirical knowledge, which together reveal truth. Science is not pure empiricism. Conceptual thought and scientific method are not two different things. Both have a common foundation. Experience creates concepts which are mental pictures. It taught man to speak, and through the medium of language, he constructed concepts which, in course of time, became integral parts of the mind. Conceptual thought is generalization of an abstraction. 178. From experience. Scientific thinking is stimulated by empirical knowledge and is also informed and guided by man's conceptual equipments. These are not a priori categories. Mental molds and habits of thinking are not simply given. They represent empirical knowledge acquired by Homo sapiens from time immemorial. Even the so-called verbal statements are statements of empirical knowledge. In this sense, the conceptual notion of substance is an a priori category of thought. So also are the notions of space, time, and causality. Originally, the notions were acquired empirically and in course of time conceptualized. Therefore, though in a sense categories of pure thought, creations of the human mind, they are not mental phenomena. They are abstractions of experience. New experience can ever nullify them, it only enriches their ontological content. Modern physical researches have revealed that the unitary substratum of the world of experience is not so constructed as it used to be conceived previously. It is differently constructed, but the conceptual notion of substance remains. The knowledge of reality has grown. The suggestion that substance is mind stuff or mental stuff cannot stand a searching criticism. However, it is admitted that there is a unitary foundation of the divergent existence. It being mathematically measurable, it must be a physical entity. If the world picture of modern physics was a creation of the physicist's mind, then there would be little difference between scientific theories and poetry or any other work of art. Then, the physicist could dispense with his instruments of observation and even do without the instrument of mathematical reasoning. Except in measurement, quantitative judgment, it is pointless to insist upon accuracy or exactitude, and measuring presupposes the existence of a measurable thing. It goes without saying that the mind of the scientists with its conceptual equipment representing previously acquired empirical knowledge is as essential as the object he studies. Scientific knowledge is not purely objective. There is nothing like that in the world of experience. Not only in psychology, but even in physics, the distinction between the subjective and the objective is meaningless and 179. Misleading. The scientist is a part of the objective world. The conceptual molds of his mind wreaked objective realities because they are created by earlier experience of Homo sapiens. But these considerations do not warrant denial of the physical world as an objective reality, its dismissal as a projection of the mind, something like a piece of art created out of imagination. The contention that physics can do without the concept of substance logically leads to the absurd notion of disembodied mind. The body of the physicist is undoubtedly material. If substance is unreal, it is equally so. The scientist is mind without body. Until now, philosophers postulated a world of matter and a world of mind and created a vicious circle of dualism. The way out of the apparent difficulty is to be found in a combination of conceptual thought and empirical knowledge, of abstract reasoning and statements of facts. Materialist philosophy, restated as physical realism, shows the way out. Protoplasm being a physical substance, there cannot be any unbridgeable gulf between the inanimate physical nature and the living world. All the manifestations of life consciousness, intelligence, will can be traced down to a common origin, which is a physical substance. There is a red thread of continuity running through the entire process of cosmic evolution, including the biological evolution. The vital and mental phenomena need no extra physical explanation. Instincts and intuition are not mysterious things, simply given, to be regarded as elementary undeniables. The soul is a sum total of the intellectual and emotional attributes of the human being. Scientific knowledge of the biological phenomenon, man thus rounds up the monistic philosophy of physical realism. Applied to the problems of social existence, it can be called New Humanism. It indicates a fully satisfactory approach to the problems of life in the light of a worldview which does away with the necessity of assuming extra-physical categories. Man can be free because he is a part of a world which is self-contained and self-operating. The universe is a physical system. Having grown out of that background, the human being is also a physical system. But there is a great difference: the physical universe is law-governed, the laws. 180. Being inherent in itself, whereas man possesses will and can choose. Between the world of man and the world of inanimate matter, there lies the vast world of biological evolution. The latter has its own specific laws which, however, can be referred back to the general laws of the world of dead matter. The living matter grows out of the background of dead matter, consciousness appears at a much later stage. Therefore, human will cannot be directly related to the laws of the physical universe. It is rooted in the intervening biological world. But inasmuch as the entire process of biological evolution takes place in the context of the world of dead matter, human will cannot be an antithesis to the law-governedness of the physical universe. Reason harmonizes the two, and reason results from the consciousness of man's, the whole man's, being an integral part of the law-governed physical universe. Man did not appear on the earth out of nowhere. With his mind, intelligence, will, he is an integral part of the physical universe. The latter is a cosmos, a law-governed system. Therefore, man's being and becoming, his emotions, will, ideas are also determined. Therefore, man is essentially rational. The reason in man is an echo of the harmony of the universe. Morality must be referred back to man's innate rationality. Only then can man be moral, spontaneously and voluntarily. Reason is the only sanction of morality, which is an appeal to conscience, and conscience, in the last analysis, is nothing mystic or mysterious. It is a biological function on the level of consciousness. The innate rationality of man is the only guarantee of a harmonious social order, which will also be a moral order because morality is a rational function. The axiology of New Humanism deduces all values from the supreme value of freedom. Freedom is the supreme value of life because the urge for freedom is the essence of human existence. Indeed, it can be traced all the way down the entire process of biological evolution. Since all ethical values are derived from the biological heritage of man, they require no sanction which transcends human existence. To be moral, one needs only be human. It is not necessary to go in search of divine or mystic metaphysical sanction. Humanist morality is evolutionary. 181. As soon as it appeared on the earth, the human species had to undertake the struggle with environments for survival. That was the beginning of an endless struggle for freedom. Since then, all human achievements, cultural progress, scientific knowledge, artistic creations have been motivated by the urge for freedom. In the last analysis, the environment of human existence is the whole universe. The latter being unbounded, man's struggle for survival is eternal. He will never conquer the universe. His urge for freedom, therefore, is undying, eternal. He may not be always conscious of it, often, he is not. Nevertheless, it is the basic incentive for him to acquire knowledge and conquer environments by knowing them. In course of the struggle for freedom, man discovers truth. It is neither a mystic metaphysical category nor an abstract value. It is the content of man's knowledge. Therefore, it is a fact, objectively real. The hierarchy of humanist axiology, thus, is freedom, knowledge, truth. They are not autonomous, they are interrelated, logically as well as ontologically. Therefore, freedom cannot be attained by immoral means, nor an enlightened man be a liar. In the past also, humanism proclaimed the sovereignty of man. But man remained unexplained, and speculation about the essence of man led to mysticism and revival of religion. Thus, humanism defeated itself. Thanks to the enrichment of scientific knowledge, it can now be freed from all fallacies. It needs no longer be misguided by mystic and metaphysical notions about the essence of man. Starting with a clear understanding of the being and becoming of man, humanism can now rule out all such speculation as in the past led to the subordination of man to imaginary forces beyond his comprehension. All human attributes, intelligence, reason, will, instinct, intuition, are rooted in the process of biological evolution antecedent to the appearance of Homo sapiens. The capacity to acquire knowledge, as distinct from the common biological property of awareness, differentiates man from his animal ancestry. Knowledge endows him with the power to carry on the endless struggle for greater and greater freedom and the search for truth. Scientific knowledge liberates man from the time-honored prejudices about the essence of his being and the purpose of life. It reveals the truth about human nature. Man is essentially a rational being. His nature is not to believe but to question, to inquire, and 182. To know. He gropes in the darkness of ignorance, helpless victim of the blind faith in forces beyond his comprehension and control, until knowledge illuminates his path. The only truth accessible to man is the content of his knowledge. When the light of truth makes his innate rationality more manifest, he can discard old hypotheses based on ignorance. Proclaims the sovereignty of man on the authority of modern science, which has dispelled all mystery about the essence of man. It maintains that a rational and moral society is possible because man, by nature, is rational and therefore can be moral not under any compulsion but voluntarily, that the sanction of morality is embedded in human nature. Insofar as it shows a way out of the crisis of our time, new humanism is a social philosophy. But as such, it is deduced from a general philosophy of nature, including the world of matter and the world of mind. Its metaphysics is physical realist, and its cosmology is mechanistic. Conceptual thought and sense perceptions are harmonized in its epistemology. It merges psychology into physiology and relates the latter to physics through chemistry. It bases ethics on rationalism and traces the roots of reason in the orderliness of nature and harmony of the physical universe. By tracing will and reason, emotion and intelligence, to their common biological origin, new humanism reconciles the romantic doctrine of revolution that man makes history with the rationalist notion of orderly social progress. History being the record of human endeavor, and man being an integral part of the law-governed universe, history is not a chaotic conglomeration of fortuitous events. Social evolution is a determined process. But new humanism rejects economic determinism, which is deduced from a wrong interpretation of the materialist philosophy. Human will is the motive force of social evolution. It is, indeed, the most powerful determining factor of history. Otherwise, there would be no place for revolutions in a rationally determined process of social evolution. A revolution is acceleration in the tempo of the evolutionary process, brought about by the will of a minority of men. But human will, as well as ideas, can seldom be referred directly to economic incentives. 183. Ideation is a physiological process. But once ideas are formed in the mind of man, they exist by themselves, governed by their own laws. The dynamics of ideas runs parallel to the dialectics of social evolution, the two enhancing each other mutually. But in no particular period of history can a causal relation be traced between social events and movements of ideas. Patterns of culture and ethical systems are not mere ideological superstructures of established social relations. They are also determined but by the logic of the history of ideas. Holds that for creating a new world of liberty and social justice, revolution must go beyond an economic reorganization of society. The urge for freedom being the basic incentive of life, the purpose of all rational human endeavor must be to strive for the removal of social conditions which restrict the unfolding of the potentialities of man. The success of this striving is the measure of freedom attained. The position of the individual is the indicator of the progressive and liberating significance of any collective effort or social system. Lays emphasis on the basic fact of history that man is the maker of his world, man as a thinking being, and he can be so only as an individual. The brain is the instrument of thought, and it is individually owned. It cannot be possessed collectively. Revolutions are heralded by iconoclastic ideas conceived by gifted individuals. A brotherhood of men attracted by the adventure of ideas, keenly conscious of the urge for freedom, read with the vision of a free society of free men, and motivated by the will to remake the world so as to restore the individual in his position of primacy and dignity, will show the way out of the contemporary crisis of modern civilization. In the last analysis, education of the citizen is the condition for such a reorganization of society as will be conducive to common progress and prosperity without encroaching on the freedom of the individual. New humanism advocates a social reconstruction of the world as a commonwealth and fraternity of free men, by the cooperative endeavor of spiritually emancipated moral men. Is cosmopolitan. A cosmopolitan common. 184. Wealth of spiritually free men will not be limited by the boundaries of national states, capitalist, fascist, socialist, communist, or of any other kind, which will gradually disappear under the impact of the 20th century renaissance of man. 185. Theses. 22 Theses is the culmination of new humanism. Roy arrived at these principles after prolonged discussions in study camps. One man is the archetype of society. Cooperative social relationships contribute to develop individual potentialities. But the development of the individual is the measure of social progress. Collectivity presupposes the existence of individuals. Except as the sum total of freedom and well-being, actually enjoyed by individuals, social liberation and progress are imaginary ideals, which are never attained. Well-being, if it is actual, is enjoyed by individuals. It is wrong to ascribe a collective ego to any form of human community, viz., nation, class, etc., as that practice means sacrifice of the individual. Collective well-being is a function of the well-being of individuals. Quest for freedom and search for truth constitute the basic urge of human progress. The quest for freedom is the continuation on a higher level of intelligence and emotion of the biological struggle for existence. The search for truth is a corollary thereof. Increasing knowledge of nature enables man to be progressively free. 189. Principles of radical democracy. 22 Theses. From Politics, Power, and Parties, ed. Ellen Roy, Calcutta, India, Renaissance Publishers, 1960. From the Tyranny of Natural Phenomena and Physical and Social Environments. Truth is the content of knowledge. 3. The purpose of all rational human endeavor, individual as well as collective, is attainment of freedom, in ever-increasing measure. Freedom is progressive disappearance of all restrictions on the unfolding of the potentialities of individuals, as human beings, and not as cogs in the wheels of a mechanized social organism. The position of the individual, therefore, is the measure of the progressive and liberating significance of any collective effort or social organization. The success of any collective endeavor is to be measured by the actual binet for its constituent units. 4. Rising out of the background of the law-governed physical nature, the human being is essentially rational. Reason being a biological property, it is not the antithesis of will. Intelligence and emotion can be reduced to a common biological denominator. Historical determinism, therefore, does not exclude freedom of the will. As a matter of fact, human will is the most powerful determining factor. Otherwise, there would be no room for revolutions in a rationally determined process of history. The rational and scientific concept of determinism is not to be confused with the teleological or religious doctrine of predestination. 5. The economic interpretation of history is deduced from a wrong interpretation of materialism. It implies dualism, whereas materialism is a monistic philosophy. History is a determined process, but there are more than one causative factors. Human will is one of them, and it cannot always be referred directly to any economic incentive. 6. Ideation is a physiological process resulting from the awareness of environments. But once they are formed, ideas exist by themselves, governed by their own laws. The dynamics of ideas runs parallel to the process of social evolution, the two enhancing each other mutually. But in no particular point of the process human evolution can a direct causal relation be established between historical events and the movements of ideas. Idea is here used in the common philosophical sense of ideology or system of ideas. Cultural patterns and ethical values are not mere ideological superstructure. 190. Tours of established economic relations. They are also historically determined by the logic of the history of ideas. 7. For creating a new world of freedom, revolution must go beyond an economic reorganization of society. Freedom does not necessarily follow from the capture of political power in the name of the oppressed and exploited classes and abolition of private property in the means of production. 8. Communism or socialism may conceivably be the means for the attainment of the goal of freedom. How far it can serve that purpose must be judged by experience. A political system and an economic experiment which subordinate the man of flesh and blood to an imaginary collective ego, be it the nation or a class, cannot possibly be the suitable means for the attainment of the goal of freedom. On the one hand, it is absurd to argue that negation of freedom will lead to freedom, and on the other hand, it is not freedom to sacrifice the individual at the altar of an imaginary collective ego. Any social philosophy or scheme of social reconstruction which does not recognize the sovereignty of the individual, and dismisses the ideal of freedom as an empty abstraction, can have no more than a very limited progressive and revolutionary significance. 9. The state being the political organization of society, its withering away under communism is a utopia which has been exploded by experience. Planned economy on the basis of socialized industries presupposes a powerful political machinery. Democratic control of that machinery alone can guarantee freedom under the new order. Planning of production for use is possible on the basis of political democracy and individual freedom. 10. State ownership and planned economy do not by themselves end exploitation of labor, nor do they necessarily lead to an equal distribution of wealth. Economic democracy is no more possible in the absence of political democracy than the latter is in the absence of the former. 11. Dictatorship tends to perpetuate itself. Planned economy under political dictatorship disregards individual freedom on the pleas of efficiency, collective effort, and social progress. Consequently, a higher form of democracy in the socialist society, as it is 191. Conceived at present, becomes an impossibility. Dictatorship defeats its professed end. 12. The defects of formal parliamentary democracy have also been exposed in experience. They result from the delegation of power. To make democracy effective, power must always remain vested in the people, and there must be ways and means for the people to wield the sovereign power effectively, not periodically, but from day to day. Atomized individual citizens are powerless for all practical purposes and most of the time. They have no means to exercise their sovereignty and to wield a standing control of the state machinery. 13. Liberalism is falsified or parroted under formal parliamentary democracy. The doctrine of laissez-faire only provides the legal sanction to the exploitation of man by man. The concept of economic man negotiates the liberating doctrine of individualism. The economic man is bound to be a slave or a slaveholder. This vulgar concept must be replaced by the reality of an instinctively rational being who is moral because he is rational. Morality is an appeal to conscience, and conscience is the instinctive awareness of, and reaction to, environments. It is a mechanistic biological function on the level of consciousness. Therefore, it is rational. 14. The alternative to parliamentary democracy is not dictatorship, it is organized democracy in the place of the formal democracy of powerless atomized individual citizens. The parliament should be the apex of a pyramidal structure of the state reared on the base of an organized democracy composed of a countrywide network of people's committees. The political organization of society, the state, will be coincident with the entire society, and consequently the state will be under a standing democratic control. 15. The function of a revolutionary and liberating social philosophy is to lay emphasis on the basic fact of history that man is the maker of his world, man as a thinking being, and he can be so only as an individual. The brain is a means of production and produces the most revolutionary commodity. Revolutions presuppose iconoclastic ideas. An increasingly large number of men conscious of their creative power, motivated by the indomitable will to remake the 192 world, moved by the adventure of ideas, and read with the ideal of a free society of freemen can create the conditions under which democracy will be possible. 16. The method and program of social revolution must be based on a reassertion of the basic principle of social progress. A social renaissance can come only through determined and widespread endeavor to educate the people as regards the principles people will be of freedom and rational cooperative living. The people will be organized into effective democratic bodies to build up the socio-political foundation of the post-revolutionary order. Social revolution requires in rapidly increasing number men of the new Renaissance and a rapidly expanding system of people's committees and an organic coordination of both. The program of revolution will similarly be based on the principles of freedom, reason, and social harmony. It will mean elimination of every form of monopoly and vested interest in the regulation of social life. 17. Radical democracy presupposes economic reorganization of society so as to eliminate the possibility of exploitation of man by man. Progressive satisfaction of material necessities is the precondition for the individual members of society unfolding their intellectual and other human potentialities. An economic reorganization, such as will guarantee a progressively rising standard of living, is the foundation of the radical democratic state. Economic liberation of the masses is an essential condition for their advancing toward the goal of freedom. 18. The economy of the new social order will be based on production for use and distribution with reference to human needs. Its political organization excludes delegation of power, which in practice deprives the people of effective power. It will be based on the direct participation of the entire adult population through the people's committees. Its culture will be based on universal dissemination of knowledge and on minimum control and maximum scope for, and incentive to, scientific and creative activities. The new society, being founded on reason and science, will necessarily be planned. But it will be planning with the freedom of the individual as its main purpose. The new society will be democratic politically. 193. Economically, as well as culturally. Consequently, it will be a democracy which can defend itself. 19. The ideal of radical democracy will be attained through the collective efforts of spiritually free men united in the determination of creating a world of freedom. They will function as the guides, friends, and philosophers of the people rather than as their would-be rulers. Consistently with the goal of freedom, their political practice will be rational and therefore ethical. Their effort will be reinforced by the growth of the people's will to freedom. Ultimately, the radical democratic state will rise with the support of enlightened public opinion as well as intelligent action of the people. Realizing that freedom is inconsistent with concentration of power, radical Democrats will aim at the widest diffusion of power. 20. In the last analysis, Education of the citizen is the condition for such a reorganization of society as will be conducive to common progress and prosperity without encroaching upon the freedom of the individual. The People's Committees will be the schools for the political and civic education of the citizen. The structure and function of the radical democratic state will enable detached individuals to come to the forefront of public affairs. Manned with such individuals, the state machinery will cease to be the instrument in the hands of any particular class to coerce others. Only spiritually free individuals in power can smash all chains of slavery and usher in freedom for all. 21. Radicalism integrates science into social organization and reconciles individuality with collective life. It gives to freedom a moral, intellectual as well as a social content. It offers a comprehensive theory of social progress in which both the dialectics of economic determinism and dynamics of ideas and their due recognition, and it deduces from the same a method and a program of social revolution in our time. 22. Radicalism starts from the dictum that man is the measure of everything, protagoras, or man is the root of mankind, Marx, and advocates reconstruction of the world as a commonwealth and fraternity of free men, by the collective endeavor of spiritually emancipated moral men.